if this is going to work. We're going to find out. Who's in here? Blind Nest Owl, Gerald, Dragonwolf, Alex, Hutch, Faison, James, Cowboy, Steven, Alex, Dougie D. Can you guys hear me out there? Just let me know if you can hear me at least. Please tell me you can hear me. Good morning, everybody. Tell me just in the chat, just chat that you can hear me. I hope the fuck you can hear me. Can you guys hear me? You guys can hear me? Good morning, Clapton. Can you guys hear me this morning? All I want to know is that you can hear me. Can you guys hear me? That's my big question is, can you hear me? Let's see if we get put this one up. Nope, wait a minute. What's going on with this one? Boom, bring that one up right there. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, you can hear me right on, right on, right on. Chase, you look like you're unbanhammered, bro. I can see you're texting. All right, so what? All right, I might need some help here. This is really weird. Okay, you guys hear me? Fuck yes. Right on. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. March 17th, 2022. We just had the FOMC yesterday. I got a whole bunch of stuff to talk to you guys about this morning. Before we even get started, I need some help. Good to see everybody. All right, we'll turn this music down. God damn it. Let's turn this music down. Turn this music down. Turn this shit down. Can you guys hear me? We're going to flip over here. All right, so we're going to flip over here for a minute. And good morning. Hope you're all doing well out there. Missed all of you out there. We'll talk about all that right now. I got a question for you. If any of you guys are on Discord right now, I'm going to try to share my screen. Before we even get started, I'm going to try to share my screen on Discord, a different screen that shows Flow Algo live options flow. So you guys can watch. Hold on a second. I need the Discord or create an account. One or the other. Okay, so here's the deal, okay? You can still hear with the music down. I want you guys to go into, one of you guys, anybody out there, go into Discord, into the CaptainJimJames Discord, and you're going to go to a voice channel. Go to the voice channel of Stock Market Chat. And what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to share the Flow Algo screener in there. So you can listen into this. You should be able to listen into this broadcast on YouTube. And you'll have a live options flow on Discord throughout the day as well. Okay? Good to see everybody. I'm going to talk to you guys here in just a minute. I'd tell you guys exactly what's been going on. I've had a lot of issues with, matter of fact, right now, if you look at my video with my wave in here right now, I'm still having issues with my video capture card. I'm on like capture card number 3. I think I have to get like a pro powered where they do the work before it gets to the computer, processing before it gets to the computer, and Elgato just sucks. So I don't know. We'll talk about that in a minute. What I'm going to try to do is share Flow Algo. Now, there's no live data until 9:30, but I want to see if you guys can at least see the screener. And I'll leave that up for you guys all day long so that you can watch live options flow. So just give me a second here. I'm going to try to share it right now. Oh, I can hear you guys in there. Hell yes. I think I can hear you guys in there. Can you hear me? Holy shit. Okay, let me know if this is can you guys see the options flow in there? You can hear me? Hells yes. How's everybody doing out there? Can you guys see the my screener inside of the stock market chat? Can you make it a bit large? Can you make it larger or no? Is it possible to make the screen larger so you can see it or no? You can make it larger, yeah? All right. So let me bring my microphone over here. So you can zoom in. So if any of you guys aren't in the you can make it larger. So people are confirming that you can make it larger. So what that will do is it will show you the options flow as it comes in. It'll live stream all day long for you today. Let me mute my button here at least so you guys aren't hearing an echo. Hold on here. I'll just talk into YouTube. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll leave up. If you guys aren't in Captain Jim James Discord, I'll put a link in the chat box of YouTube. Can you guys still hear me on the channel or no? Invite people. I think I'll mute this down here. I can at least hear you guys talking now. Okay. Hold on here. I want to listen to you guys talk. All right. So you guys should be able to see my screen. And I can at least hear you guys talking in the chat. So if you guys are chatting in the chat, I can hear you guys in the background talking. I don't think that the microphone picks it up in YouTube, but you'll be able to see the you'll be able to see. You guys are able to see. You guys should be able to see Flow Algo inside of Discord all day long. I think. I'm not positive on that. Don't hold me to that, but I think you can. So, hold on, let me turn this off here. All kinds of weird shit going on. All right. Give me just a second here. I got to load my screens up here, make sure I get everything going. All right, so what I think is this. You can hear me? You guys can hear me? Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? You have both of them open now. So what you'll do is, what'll be like is this. And I got a whole bunch of new shit for you. So this has taken me, well, I'll just make it brief. I'll make like a 5-minute conversation. I'm trying to set up a bigger, badder studio, and it's been more work than I ever anticipated. When you like starting out, it's basic, and then as I'm adding options and different things to the live stream, it's just become more complicated. We have to upgrade and upgrade and upgrade and upgrade. And I have other stuff to show you this morning. So like I can switch before, like I got a whole bunch of shit that I can do now. So there's actually a bunch of stuff that I can do with you guys now. Like I can switch between screens. I can switch to a chart screen, I think. Let me see if I can. Hold on here. So I can switch to this screen now and just goes direct to a chart with you so that you can look at a screener for a chart. So if we want to bounce back and forth between, say, Bookmap and the charting software, I think we're good. And then sorry, I'm talking to the interns here. So I can switch back and forth between Bookmap. I can switch back and forth between calendars and whatever's going on here in Bookmap, that kind of stuff. And then you guys will be able to see. You guys will be able to see the flow all day long in Discord. So second live stream. You can keep that up if you want to check that, or if we're going to discuss that possibly at some point. If I say bring up some flow that's coming in, you can go over to Discord and check that out. And then I switched news providers, but I don't know what's going on with that fucking thing. I don't know what's going on. Like I signed up for a new news service, and it's saying that my payment is still being processed or something. The boys are asleep. I don't know. So at some point today, we'll have market news on the YouTube channel, but it still hasn't happened yet. So I'm either getting taken for a ride or not. I'm not sure at this point. So good morning to all of you out there. It's kind of weird having me on both, right? You guys can't hear me in Discord right now, can you? Tell me you can't hear me in Discord. Excuse me. Okay, so I want to know that if you, I don't want you to hear double voice, so I only want you to hear me in YouTube. I'll listen to you guys talk in Discord. So if you guys want to shout out or something in Discord, I can hear you in my earpiece or something talking in the background. But I don't want my voice to be double speak. I don't want you to have to deal with two voices going. So just let me know. Yeah, you can't hear me in Discord. That's fucking awesome. All right, good. All right, so let's get started on some shit here this morning, okay? Because we got a lot to go through. I'm a little pissed off right now about what's going on. So, and I want to ask you guys. I have a conference that I'm going to be in the next couple days. Listening to some information on the FOMC meeting. This morning we had retail sales. Excuse me, we had not this wrong day. So today on the 17th, we had initial claims, continuing claims, building permits, housing starts, Philly Fed. This is the big one, Philly Fed, and the industrial production index, capacity utilization rate. But other than that, we don't have a ton on the boards for today. I think we might have some oil numbers coming out later today. We don't have a ton on the boards today, and we don't see that much weakness. And if anything, I'm going to switch over real quick and just show you a quick chart right here, okay? I just want you to see that it's just natural for us to trade down in this channel that we're in today. So this doesn't say to me that even the Philly Fed matters this morning, that we're just selling off briefly. We should have some weakness, and we're going to be looking for support here on Bookmap this morning. We'll bounce back and forth between Bookmap and the charts today and see if we catch this bounce here, or if we don't catch this bounce and we start to trade lower. So what I really want you guys to see today is watch my cursor here. You're going to be looking for some support to be found down here between 431.02, 429.95, somewhere in here, right? 430 basically. You're looking for some support. Now, another thing we could do is green bar it straight up here and reject. This is what the bears wanted. They want to see us green bar it up off the bell, right? Ricochet off 439, 440, somewhere in here. Maybe even higher. You could see it up here at 441.78. And then a firm rejection down into Friday. Now, we are in OPEX this week. We have OPEX, and then we've got end of month coming up, right? And so there's a chance that we're going to trade back down into this zone at some point, or even trade sideways over time as time moves forward. Now, the bulls are going to say, well, we're going to go much higher cap. We're going way out of this trading channel. We're just going to explode here. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the macro environment in the market this morning. I want to know what your thoughts are on it versus what my takeaway was on FOMC. But what I'm looking for this morning is a nice bounce down here. If we revisit the previous low over here, if we come back down to 425, we'll look for it on Bookmap, right? So I'm going to be looking for a bounce down below and then a trade higher. If we hold here, we're good to go. If we trade below, then we're going to look for some rejection off of this channel and a trade lower from here. So we'll trade this live this morning. We'll make some money today, and we'll see how the market reacts this morning off the bell. And see if we're going to trade lower off the bell here. That's what I think is going to happen. We're going to trade down below here, find some support, and then we'll move higher. Now, if we don't get that reaction down below on 430, then we start to trade below. We'll take that trade on the short side, heading down even deeper, back down here. Now, let's get back to we're going to go to the spot gamma report for this morning. So futures are at 433.5, down from overnight highs of 436.7. With yesterday's rally up, there was a sharp reduction in negative gamma. We know that we had gamma fall off yesterday. We had our daily OPEX yesterday. Huge puts fall off. We have huge puts falling off on Friday as well. And however, we still forecast high volatility for today. A 1.4% open to close move. That's a pretty big move for us today, right? Resistance lies at 430.48 and 440 or 4400. Support shows, and we'll look back on this chart. You see it up here, right? This is that zone of resistance, volatility somewhere up in this area here, right? And support shows at 4330 and 4300, right? So 4330 is roughly right here, right where we're sitting on. We'll actually switch these out here. Let's move this up here. 4330, right? And then our next support, we'll move this one up here, is 4300, right? So we're going to look right up in here, and we're going to look for our support. That's 4300 right here, right? We already know this channel that we're in. We're looking for this to hold here this morning. Matter of fact, I'm going to move this, somewhere up in there. Somewhere up right in there. I'm going to look for another bound. We might as well sell it all the way down here. For the past several weeks, I've been looking for a rally catalyzed by a post-FOMC implied event volatility reduction and OPEX. Accordingly, we felt that a bullish Fed response could pull forward some of the OPEX rally. Market movement so far coincides with this outline. The volatility crush is quite clear. Shown below is the VIX term structure from Monday, blue versus today. This curve, which the barometer of IV, suggests a decrease in value of the S&P 500 put options. As put options lose value, those that are short puts have to buy back short stock hedges. This is the Vanna trade, right? Along with a decline in IV, we saw a big stock rally in time passing. You know, yesterday or the day before, I posted that the easiest trade for you to take, because you had some vol crush even on the call side, was to take spreads, right? Pick up spreads because you won't deal with that vol crush. I even noticed it trading yesterday that even though I was making gains, they had to be in the money calls on zero dates. There was no money on outside the money calls yesterday or the day before, or on the put side either. It had to kind of be right in there. Those add to the put destruction. Take, for example, the value of March 18th, 4,000 put, chart below. There were greater than 100K of these open for Friday's expiration, and the value of those was decimated from Monday into today. Our takeaway here is simple. This was a short cover rally through put destruction. Short cover rallies are inherently unstable. The other major signal we picked up yesterday was a total lack of positive call deltas in the SPYs and the SPY and the Qs. You can see below that SPY traders are fairly heavy call sellers. Appears to be in the money call sellers into the AM short stock cover. And then after 1 p.m. through the FOMC flow was neutral. The QQQ chart was similar. If the Fed tripped some macro buy signal, you'd think response from call buyers and put sellers would be significant positive deltas. We didn't see that yesterday. That is the key. We saw short covering yesterday, but we didn't see an over, like the double. We didn't see puts lose value, and we didn't see an overwhelming buy from retail or from banks from the announcement yesterday into the close. Right? So if the Fed trips some macro buy signals, you'd think the response from call buyers and put sellers would be significant positive deltas. Right? Looking forward, we still have 30% of total deltas in the SPX SPY Qs set to expire tomorrow. From the gamma perspective below, you can see how much is set to expire. Light gray area is shaded, and note that 4,300 is a major support strike, and that's right down here at 4,300. Okay, they're not going to want to trade below this, and they're not going to want to trade higher than this 4,400 right in here, somewhere in this zone right here. Accordingly, we think OPEX flows will continue to be supportive of the markets into Friday. However, we are currently having a hard time finding data that implies options-based support into next week. This would change if we see a pickup in call flows and or a push above 4,400 in the S&P. This is key down here. We're not seeing that flow. We didn't see it yesterday. As a matter of fact, I looked yesterday. I'm going to bring this up for you real quick. Actually, I can't right now. Hold on a second. What I'm going to bring up at some point is I'm going to bring up a chart that shows the call flow that came in yesterday was all dated for the 16th. There was minimal dated for the 18th. There was some, but there wasn't a ton far dated out and farther out of the money. We didn't see 4,500 calls dated 2 weeks or 3 weeks. We didn't see any of that. We didn't see any kind of call flow. The majority, like 80% of it was dated yesterday for the 16th, 20% for the 18th. So we know typically what happens on days an in-between OPEX day and the SPY. If you're not going to see the bid come into the market, you'll see us trade sideways or even down and killing call options. You remember, you know how in the past we talk about, hey, if I'm going to buy a 1 date or a 2 date or a 3 date, so there's that middle day where you've got overpriced call options. So we'll look for that today. We'll see if Friday strike calls are overpriced this morning, and see if they need to lose some value before you buy them for the close on Friday. We're going to keep our eyes out on Flow Algo for a bid into the market. When we are seeing that, we are actually seeing on the advanced decliners, a bid in the market in real stock purchasing. We've seen it for the past since Monday at least, or I've seen it at least since Monday. But what they're buying is interesting, and we'll look at that this morning as well. All these 52-week low companies that have been coming in for the past few days, like Wingstop. You saw it in, I got a list of them. I actually have a list of them over here I'm going to look at real quick. I saw, and as a matter of fact, I made a couple calls to some traders out there where I was talking about, hold on a second here. But you saw 50, anyway, I have to bring the list up in a little bit, but I had a list of them. There were a list of these companies like Twilio, like weird companies that are on dog days, 52-week lows. They all caught bids the last 2 or 3 days. Matter of fact, you saw SPY was up on Monday, I think. It was green, and the market was red, like Apple was down. So you're seeing a rotation going on early for OPEX, and you more than likely will see that OPEX rotation continue, even though there's a bid in the market. You might not see, let's say, a SPY fly until after Friday, this Friday, or even as far into the 31st, believe it or not, of March. You might not actually see it. What does that mean for you? It means that right around now is 2 things you need to be watching and be careful of. You need to be really fucking careful that this buy of the market is fake, right? And they're not going to sell this market down. You need to start looking at stocks that have been beaten down to their lows almost of March 2020. If you're going to take them long into June, right? Companies that actually produce something that can handle inflation. We'll get into inflation later, but companies that can pass inflation along to their customer base, and of goods and services that people are going to buy no matter what, even if inflation is high. We saw that move into those companies Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So you can buy and hold those stocks from now, let's say into April or June, still worried about the market selling off. And also, if you're going to take a position in options, the only safe bet really is to be taking like call flies or taking call spreads in the money that are dated out into April, June, even possibly even into June, as we trade from now into end of month. And if let's say you're like, oh, Cap, I missed yesterday, Cap. I didn't buy spreads yesterday at the bottom. I was too afraid down at 425. There's probably a chance of us seeing a lower number between now and the 31st. It could be this Friday, and it could actually be the 31st of March. Where we say another dip, it's possible. So if you're like, oh, I missed a Cap and I don't want to do it now, there's probably a chance for you to buy again a low somewhere this week. I would say somewhere between Friday. You might see it down to 420, and you might even see it down to 405. But it's not going to really matter if you buy a call spread that's nice and wide and it doesn't expire until, let's say, April 31st or late June. So you guys can start to take this market long if you're still afraid. And we're going to talk about what FOMC really meant. We're going to talk about the risks associated with it, if they're going to sell this market down, if we're going to get uber, super duper bearish, if you're going to see the rotation trade where there's a bid in the market and they trade us up to, let's say, 450, and they pull the rug on us and send us down to 400. That's fine too. But the key is you have to take these trades to a price, and also you can put some risk protection on. We've talked about putback spreads. I would be looking to put some more putback spreads on somewhere around 440, 4400, or even 4500. You can put on some putback spreads, date them out 3 months, right at the start of an OPEX period, right? Or excuse me, a quad witching. Throw them on for 3 months. I think it's I forgot off the top of my head, but it's like you're selling puts and you're buying puts outside the money and inside the money. They actually pay money. They actually pay you money if the market continues to go up and we don't have a risk off event. So add 10% of your pile into there. Around 4,400, add some. Around 4,500, add some, and take this market long as of right now. As of right now, there's rotation into our market. So we're going to scroll through this real quick, and we're going to be done with this. We're already done with this. We're going to look at this chart real quick here, and we're going to look at some support, right? We're looking for some support off the bell at 9:30, right at this 433.00, we can call it. Not 5.9, probably down here a little bit. Maybe making a little bit of 433.0, and then we'll look for another bounce down below. This is what I want to see, 4,300 down here. I'd even like to see a dip. I'd even like to see something like this. We'll do a poly line here. I'd really like to see something like outside of a trading range, maybe down here, and then we take this higher. Something like that would be nice. Another thing I'd like to see, another option I'd like to see would be something like this. We trade down below here, right? And we come up, and there's a rejection here, right? If we get this rejection, you'd see like 2-time failure, 3-time failure. And then we start to head lower here. That's another nice trade down below here, right? So that would be a nice trade down here. If you're super bullish today, you're like, hey, Cap, I'm super bullish. The only thing you're looking for then is what? If you're bullish, you're going to look for a green bar up here, right? And a rejection. The rejection is going to start here. Let's say it gets as high as here. Then you're going to take your money and run somewhere up there, right, as it trades back down, right? So that would be the next option. And then the last option would be that we trade something like this up here, right? And we get a rejection, you get a fake green bar. That's another one of my favorites. You get the fake green bar off the bell, right? And we actually bounce down below here. And then we actually take it up higher here. So be aware of all these support and resistances today. Make sure that you know that if you're day trading this, that you are a reaction trader, right? We don't need to see the first move. We just need to see what the reaction is. And can we take it short then? Then can we take it long here? So I'm going to remove this real quick. And if you really want to know what I think happens, if you want to know what my take is on today, it's going to be one of those two. We're either going to green bar it up. Let me start here. And then we're going to reject down. I think eventually by Friday we're going to wind up somewhere down in here. That's what I think happens. Something like this. If we don't do that, I think we're going to trade somewhere in this zone. Now, if we don't green bar it up and reject automatically off the bell, if we start to trickle down here, I'm going to be looking for some support and then take it long for another rejection above here. There'll be some rejection at some point in this area above. I don't know if it's right off the bell. I don't know if it's a bounce down below and then a rip higher for a rejection. But if you want to take this short, this is a perfect zone for you to take this market short. You can wait for this to happen. Or if we start to trail off right off here, you take it long, and then we'll take it short again down into Friday's close. Paul's saying there's a gap at 417 down in here. Yeah, I could see us trade lower. I don't mind taking this down to 415, 417. I don't even mind us trading this down to 4050 into we can even look at a different time frame here. If you want to see it, you want to see how nasty it can get. You guys want to see where it can actually trade to. This is the 31st down here. It's nothing for us to trade down to 400 to just trail this. Hold on a second here. There's nothing saying we can't have one more capitulation move down into the 31st, way down in here, right? Just trade this right down. But we do have puts rolling off where we are right now. The only thing that you have to be concerned about here is if you watch real money selling or if you watch calls come into the market. If you don't see calls come into the market, if you start to see more hedging take place either here or if you see hedging taking place, if you're a futures trader, keep your eyes open on the futures market. If they take the in the money put options in the cash market and roll them into futures going short, where they can short down the overnights all the way down into 400 down here heading into the 31st. This could be a whole rotation phase, and then you end up getting fucked. You buy in too early as a bull, and when in reality the real buy is down here into April and June in the future. Now, I want to talk to you guys about something. We got a few minutes left. We got like 15 minutes left out there. So I want to talk to you guys about something. Okay, I'm going to try to make this quick and simple here. Okay. Now, yesterday, inside, I've got some other charts for you, and I've got some stock screeners. As the day progresses here, I'm going to bring up some screeners for you, show you some stocks as the day progresses that are down around their 52-week lows, stuff that looks tempting to buy into for a long hold, 1 to 3 months. You don't necessarily have to buy this stuff down at 4050. You don't necessarily have to be like, I have to wait for rock bottom cap. These are like 1 3-month holds. You can buy them soon, this week on Friday, next week into the 31st. You can even buy some of them now. Some of these stocks have not been participating in the sell-offs as aggressively as other stocks have. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. But for right now, I want to talk about yesterday's FOMC. Now, it's weird. I'm watching bears say some fucked up shit, and I'm watching bulls say some fucked up shit. And none of them are making sense to me out there for either side of what their takeaway is from yesterday's FOMC. Now, there are some fucking problems. And I don't like to bring up politics, but I think it's leading me to politics at some point. Now, there's two sides to this trade, right? And there's a bunch of stuff going on with this. So, number one, inflation is through the fucking roof, okay? It is through the roof. You can see it right here. This is the Fed chart, okay? You can see where we are currently, right? Last time we were up in here was, we drove up into here, was way back in 1973. We did it again. We did it again somewhere in 1978, roughly right here, December 1978. Look up a chart in December 1978 and what we actually did to try to fight inflation back then. I gotta mute this. Hold on a minute. I want you to be keyed in on this because rates were high back then. You had Volcker, right? They had rates that were like 25 basis points, 30 basis points, 15 basis points. And there's a couple problems that we had in here, okay? First of all, we raised rates through the roof, right? And when we started to see a steep decline in inflation, we also came into a recession. And there's a few other things, though, but the tools that are being used right now are not potent enough to reverse inflation. So yesterday you've got J Powell saying we want to price control, right? We're trying to price control. They can't price control. And the way the rates are right now are not enough to price control. The other issue that we have right now, of course, is warfares, right? We have fears on war on commodities, right? It's commodity scarcity. We also have people taking advantage of inflation right now when they shouldn't be. And we have another issue here right now, which is the tools the Fed is using are not potent enough to stop runaway inflation or wage inflation as well, right? They don't have the tools. And furthermore, they didn't discuss QT yesterday. So, like we talked about the tub in the past, they're not going to start QT. They of course QE has ended. They've stopped their bond purchasing or the corporate debt purchasing, but they haven't begun to remove this money from the market. So no QT is bad to stop inflation over here. Not that it really does or really doesn't, but they're not going to stop the inflation. They're not going to stop it with the rates as low as they are. They're not going to stop it with QT not being implemented, even if that's another. Yesterday he called it another Fed rate raise in a way by introducing QT, but he hasn't done that. And then the time frame that he took yesterday of saying, oh, all this should go away. We should have shortages should go away in 9 months. And inflation should start to go away in 9 months, in 1 year. In 1 fucking year. And even if they did in 1 fucking year, and we continue up here, if this chart continues up here on the right-hand side, and let's say magically, right, you see that come down, each time we've had that happen, it's marked by a major recession. Major recession. Okay, so first of all, rather than spreading it out over, let's say, 2-3 years, so that we got a great market, let's say, for a couple more years, 2-3 years, he's saying, no, it's going to happen in 9 months. It's insane. It's never happening. He's been wrong every single time in everything he's said. And as a matter of fact, the Fed is like a skith. They come through and like a hammer that hits a nail. But it's always too late by the time they slam the hammer down. And here's where the real issue lies. More than likely, we've got a Senate election coming up this fall, and then we have a presidential election in 2024. There's no way they're going to control these prices in a year, right? And furthermore, what they're going to do is my thought process here is it ultimately leads to two things. They're going to try to manage the rate of inflation, but extend it into, let's say, 2024 November, so that you can get or at least this is what the perspective of the current president is, right? You don't allow an actual recession to kick in or hit until after the election in 2024. You manage inflation until then, and then they claim that they'll fight inflation after that next election. So what you end up seeing is a couple of things happen. You'd see Main Street get poorer for the next. Main Street would be devastated over the next 2 years. Let's call it. Basically, you'd have Main Street get fucked over. You would also see inflation rise. You would see the housing market do well for the next couple of years, believe it or not, because rates are so low. And you would end up seeing the stock market trade to stupid highs. Like you would literally see our stock market trade. So you'd see probably Tesla at like 2,000 or something insane because of inflation, because of the value of the dollar, and furthermore, you're only the people getting fucked are going to be people with variable rate mortgages, people with credit cards with variable rates, right? On credit cards, you're not going to see as much of an impact in the used car market, but we already know that the car dealers are saying we're not going to increase inventory, right? We're going to create artificial shortages. And the other issue is that people can't put money into savings accounts and make actual for the increase in inflation, right? You won't be able to keep up by putting your money into savings account. So basically what they're telling you is you have to take risk on as a wealthy person. You have to buy real estate and you have to invest in the stock market to beat inflation. And inflation is going to run rampant during these 2 or 3 years. So what are you going to do with your money, right? What are you going to do with your money so that it doesn't lose value over 2-3 years? So in my view right now is changing to, and then the last option would be where you got banks that are like, oh, we're going to be the market guardian, and we're going to drop the market, and we're going to drop the market down as rates increase over time, and we're going to keep the market safe. I don't believe that for a fucking second. I think the fucking banks are greedy fucking old greasy old men, and they're going to take it, squeeze it for every dollar that they can. I don't think that they're going to self-regulate the market so we don't have another crash. I think that they're setting this market up to trade into a giant fucking bubble. It's going to take 2-3 years, and then I think there's going to be a large crash at some point 2-3 years down the road. Now, with all that said that I'm telling you here, right, you're going to see a moment like this in 1974. You're going to see another moment like this in 1978, something like this, and inflation rage out of control because 2 points, 3 points, 4 points, 5 points, none of that helps. QT doesn't help. None of that's actually going to stop this runaway inflation. It probably is tied, in my view, to politics. So you get elected, the economy's great, and then you get your last 4 years, and hopefully that president, whoever that is going to then clamp down, pull a Volcker move, and raise rates to the roof and literally slam us into a recession or a depression after the election is over. That's what I think at this point. Now, I could be wrong on this. I have a conference that I'm going to attend in the next day, and I have to sit in and listen to these guys, these weirdo macro smart guys, and what their viewpoint is if the banks are actually going to sell this market out, or if the banks are actually going to attempt to do the right thing for the next couple of years and try to help tame in inflation. But I'm not buying it. The way that he talked yesterday, right, I'm not fucking buying it. And I'm trying to connect the dots here, and it's weird because I'm hearing bears say this is hawkish. I'm hearing bulls say this is hawkish. I'm hearing bulls say this is dovish. I'm hearing bears say too dovish. Like I'm hearing all these weirdness and cross-channel takes on where the market is. And to be honest, because of that, I'm in a weird place myself. But I got to tell you, right? I got to tell you, my instinct and gut feeling from the past is that it was super dovish. That the Fed is going to fuck this market. They're going to fuck Main Street, and they're going to drive this market to all-time highs. All-time highs. Bubble. We are set up right now, as of the talk yesterday, to turn this market into a giant bubble over the course of 2 years. I'm going to call it sometime late 2024, somewhere in there. We're already in 2022, so we got, well, I don't know if it's 2 years, somewhere around 2024. You'll see us peak at an all-time, or not an all-time, but near an all-time high here. You'll see someone, I guess, someone's talking in the background about microwave and stuff. So I want you guys to be aware of that. I'll know more information over the coming week. I'll have a better grasp on the macro picture of where we're actually heading. The one thing you can watch in the background are going to be the credit markets. If the credit markets, if junk bonds doesn't buy it, if you start to see it in TNX, you start to see it in the 20-year, any of that kind of stuff, the bond market's going to tell you truly what's going on in the background, the underlying mechanics of the market as we trade forward. But even if we trade down to 405, right? Even if we trade down to 405 onto the 31st, that doesn't mean shit in terms of us still trading into a bubble. It's a small moment on a much larger chart and a much larger market mechanic that could send us to some stupid highs, to out of control, just wild. Wild. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. So if you're listening into that, I'm going to push this over here for you. Slide this over because I'm missing some of your chat in there. Yeah, I saw the QT schedule in May. I saw the discussion. It's still talking about. It's still talking about. And it's still not high enough. You have to understand the rate of increase in inflation, right? The rate of increase, where we are currently right now, right? 2%, 5%. The regime is not strong enough to fight this. The shortages that we have are not strong enough to fight shortages. We're still seeing shortages. And then furthermore, if you're looking out there, I got some other numbers I want to bring up for you later on, but I've got a bunch of other charts for you that show where people are spending their money out there. You will see Main Street get fucked first, and you will see rich people, wealthy people like me that can't compete with inflation have to put risk into the stock market. If I can't get it from a savings account or from bonds, I'm going to have to get it from real estate, and I'm going to have to get it from the stock market. So just be conscious of that as we move forward. And we're going to switch over now. We're at 924, and I'm going to bring up some stocks here in just a minute for you. Turn this off here. I'm turning that Fed off for you. And bring this down here. Yeah, let's see that. I can hear you guys talking in the background. It's pretty wild. It's kind of making me giggle. All right, so we've got Bookmap open. We got the SPY feed up. We should have, if you guys want me to look up in the chat right now. Let me get a paper and pen here. I don't know where my pens are. I want to write down some tickers to look up for you guys. I'm calling the interns. I'm like, I feel like the dad from the 1980s. That's like yelling from 3 rooms away. You're like, Mikey, come down here. And you guys can still see me on camera. That's dope. So I'm still here. Hey, Winky Face, how you doing, brother? Good morning, Winky Face. How are you? Turkish stock market style. That would be death of money as reserve currency for sure. Amazon cap. Yep, we'll bring up Amazon in the background here for when the market opens. We'll load this bad boy up so it's hot and ready. Can I have a better pen than that? Is this one of your pens? Your school pens? I want like my expensive ones. I think Maggie stole them from me. My new pack that I just got. You don't think that they know that we can hear their conversation on Discord? Yeah, I'm hearing all kinds of good conversation in the background. Just a heads up, if you guys are logged into the Discord, you want to mute your microphone. Good to see you, Winky. I'm doing great, man. Oh yeah, they got me a crazy art pen. They didn't get me an actual. Good morning, Andy. How are you? So we'll let Amazon load up here in the background. We'll add, and I've got some new indicators from Bookmap. I just haven't loaded them up yet, but we will get some new indicators here today, tomorrow. You got all choppy on your end. Hey, Josh, good to see you, my son. Good morning, Mark. Good morning, Andy. Good morning, Clapton. Of course, we'll do Tesla at some point. Yeah, they zoom up. Mary, I love trading Amazon. It's one of my favorites to trade. We've got 2 minutes left here. Good morning. Yeah, we're going to hear something on that Discord that we don't want to hear one day. It's hilarious, too. Yeah, good to be back, without a doubt. Good to be back. I hope that this stream doesn't get knocked off today. We'll find out as we see this open happen. Give me a second here. I need to watch the flow myself too. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. I got the setup now, boys and girls. I got the setup. All right, let's see what happens here off the bell. Good morning, David. How are you? Someone speaking Russian? Good morning, Vegas. How are you? We'll take a look at Amazon right off the bell here. What's going on with Amazon here? Not a hell of a lot on Amazon currently. Quiet on the Amazon front. Move this over here. quiet. Opening bell quiet so far. 9:32. Are you guys? Let me know in the chat if you're getting. Let me know in the chat if you're getting the live flow in the chat. Let me know in the YouTube chat if you're getting the options flow as it comes in. Tesla. Yeah, I got Tesla coming up here in just a minute here. Configure some add-ons, put a hero indicator in there. Close that up. Yeah, time and sales. We could do time and sales and just the cob. We do time and sales on this side. Maybe that helps you guys out a little bit. Do time and sales. I don't think it needs to be that. I think that's as small as we can make it. Make it right about there. All right, that's good. Raise this up a little bit. Give me just a second here. So just give me a second here so I can kind of get that. Yeah, Discord invite. Let me see. Let me get a Discord invite for you guys. Hang tight. I'll throw a Discord invite in there for you. Good to see everybody. Good to see you, Zach. How's everybody out there doing this morning? Okay, so if you're just joining us, hold on here. Oh, you know what? It'll log me off if I log in there. I can't do the Discord invite right now. I apologize. Someone else will have to invite you. I can't right now because it's weird. It'll like log me off of. It'll log me off of Discord if I do on a different computer. But if anybody out there has an invite or can grab an invite for the App Captain's Alpha, if you're just joining us right now this morning, we'll look at Tesla real quick. We'll see what Tesla's looking like. Not a whole heck of a lot on Tesla right now. Let me see here. We'll look higher and lower on Tesla. Buyers down below at 750. 800's got some decent support, better support at 750. Here indicator is neutral so far. Lots of sellers up here on Tesla up at 900. Just so you can see this kind of corresponds with that 4,400 level in the SPY as well. Here indicator is slightly green over here. Showing 273. Small bid coming in the market this morning. Not a huge market is quiet. Probably still trying to. The market is probably still trying to digest the implication from FOMC yesterday. It was a really weird take on FOMC yesterday. I don't think that was the expectation from most participants. What was going to take place. Here indicator is green though, or yellow, right? We call it yellow, but it is positive currently at this moment at 4865 on the market. What do you got? Oh, your wife's boyfriend. Thanks for dropping in a Discord invite, brother. Good job. Good to see you, Chansu. Lone Wolf. Yes, I'll accept your thing right now. Hold on. Hang tight. Follow requests. Gonna accept those right now. Give me just a second. All right. Got some burn going on the options side of things. Puts are losing a little bit of value here. Looks like it's starting to look like we're getting a little bit of a bid into the market right off of the bell here. SPY is trading higher after we've got two green bars. Looking for a little bit of resistance above at 435. Let's call it 435.93. And we got a little bit currently right where we are right here at 434. But hold on, let's look a little higher here. Let's look higher. Yeah, right up here, 435.50. And then let's see if we find some more resistance up in here at 437.75. And then the golden child above at 440. We'll see if we get this rejection. See if we can bring 440 up here. A little bit of ice above here, 440. A little bit more ice above here at 437.62. We have slightly more buyers than sellers currently in the market. Hey, Hit Mikey, good to see you. The Bullard meme. Fed talking about the balance sheet reduction starting May is no bueno. You know, the one thing I want to say about that, right, is they're still talking about. They still have not. They're like still talking balance sheet reduction. They're still talking QT, but they still haven't done it. And it wasn't definitive. It's still, that's one of the key things about, the balance sheet is that you're not seeing the actual reduction. And so as long as they're talking about, it still makes the market bullish. It still does, whether you like it or not. They're not definitive on it. And so I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the bearishness from that. The QT should have been discussed. Hold on here. All right, so we got a little bit of a bump on the VIX this morning. Keep an eye on the VIX. The VIX is starting to turn up slightly as it comes online at this point. It is nice to see some call expansion this morning. If you're just joining us, we added a live stream into the Discord with options flow so that you can have the YouTube stream up and running. And then you can also have the Discord open to watch live options flow. It's in one of the voice channels. I think it's the daily stock market chat. You can go in there. I can hear you guys talking in there right now as well. So if you guys are discussing topics, I can always listen to you in the background. If you don't have a link to the Discord, I think your wife's boyfriend just posted one, so you can pop in there. Some great traders in there, and they'll get you into the chat so that you can actually watch the flow as it comes in. What I'm looking at right now on the flow is some decent expansion right now into April. You're seeing some April calls come into the market. You should see more of this as we trade into OPEX, as we catch a bid into the market. You can see FSOY has some flow for June. NEO has some flow for May. SLB is in April. American Airlines has some flow for June. RLX, I think, has got a ton of flow coming into it right now as well. Yeah, you know, Doughboy, that's the one thing is the one thing is that QT was discussed, but it's been discussed, and there's no insight, there's no aggressiveness. Yeah, there was nothing hawkish in that. It's weird too because bears all over social media are like you know, that wasn't bear, it was a dovish Fed, and then you got bulls I see saying it was a hawkish Fed, and some seeing the opposite discussion depending on who you speak to. Okay, yeah, there we go. So looking for that trade higher off the bell. We know that we've got some resistance higher from there. I'll bring you back to the spot gamma levels and the levels that we have charted here if you're just joining us, so you can see where resistance is. Let me see here. Bring this one up for you. Just so you can see we are trading higher. You should see some resistance if you see where my cursor is, somewhere at this 435 or 436.99, and then again above at 4,400, somewhere up in here. Somewhere up in here, you should see some resistance. I'm going to be looking for, from this point, for this bounce down below here. Let me see if I change that here. Matter of fact, I'm going to change this to a better color here so you guys can see the trade. And this trade this resistance should begin right here or slightly higher. We could trade above here or even as high as 440, 441, and then we'll take a short. If you wanted to start adding puts here, if you want to start adding puts here and then get more aggressive, as we can move this over here into Friday, call it something like this. You could start to add to a position here or even higher in here. Anywhere from here to this 441 or so, start putting on puts and look for a short in the market somewhere in this zone as we trade higher here. Is this helping you guys? Yeah, he was neither dovish nor hawkish. He was exactly what he needed to be. I doubt that, but that's okay. I've heard that comment out there. I've heard that from other people as well. He was exactly what he needed to be. That's not really true. If you look at the underneath mechanics of our market, it's not exactly what he needed to be. And I'm fine with that. I'm not actually in the camp of we need to be aggressive with rates. We need to be aggressive with QT. But you have to be aware of what's the internals of the market, the internals of the economy, and be aware of what actions they're taking and the impact that it has on the market and the economy. And so if they don't do those things, how does that translate into our market? In my view, that means the market goes up drastically. I think that the market forms a bubble. I think that it comes to the point where down the road they're going to have to get so aggressive that it'll be wild. The aggressiveness, you put it off. The aggression that'll need to be made to tamper these things down will in turn create a recession or a market crash of some point. But I don't think it's here right now. I think that it's now. The buck's been passed. At least at this point, the buck's been passed, and even if you got aggressive in 9 months, it's not going to matter at that point. So I think you're going to get runaway inflation, and I think you're going to also see the market go to all-time highs as of right now, just as of today. My view may change. I have some more work that I have to do to figure out how bad this market sells off. Because leading up into this meeting, my viewpoint was that we could be in a bear market down to like mid 300s, mid 200s, somewhere in there over time, depending on how aggressive we get. That we would hit and go into some sort of a slowdown in the economy and in our market lasting a year or two. If they postpone it, the natural thing to do would be to make the market rip to all-time highs and then probably a bubble at some point. And we just postpone. I don't know if that's making sense with that right now. So there is my charting right there. We'll see if this pans out. Here, and here is what you're looking for to take some form of a short. Somewhere in that vicinity. And I'm going to mute that charts. We're going to mute that. We're going to go back to the, you see some resistance above here at 850 on Tesla. Cumulative indicators slightly green. This is what today looks like to me. What I'm looking at right now looks like rotation. Looks like banks are buying what they want to buy. The focus is not in driving the market up per se. And my expectation is going to be that from now into at least Friday that you'll see the whole quad witching thing, right? You're going to see rotations in and out of stocks heading into quad witching and setting up for the next quarter. Matter of fact, I should have left that. On my chart, I should have left up where I think it's going to roll, where the market's going to roll over. Let me see if I can get this. Yeah, it's weird. I'm not getting the. Hang tight here. I'm lucky that I didn't sign up for that for longer than a short amount of time. Okay, so give me just a second here. I'm going to look some stuff up for you. I'll bring a screener up here for you. And we're going to look at some charts here. All right. First chart I'm going to bring up for you. Hold on here. Okay. The first thing we're going to take a look at is this is one of the stock screeners that I use. This is FinViz. I've got it checked off for price above the 20-day simple moving average, right? The float short is over 5%. And then price above the 50-day simple moving average. I've got the price above the 200-day simple moving average checked off here, right? The average volume is over 500,000. The IPO date is within the last 3 years, right? And then the sales growth quarter over quarter is over 30%. This is a key. Sales growth quarter over quarter, over 30%. And this is, I haven't been able to use this screener for some time. Recently, we've had a lot of conversation about catching knives, and I've talked about why bother catching knives when you can look for companies that are growth companies, right? You can look for growth companies that IPO'd within the last 3 years. Why bother finding these growth companies that have bad news constantly, right? So you're looking for year-over-year growth. You're also going to look at these companies I'm going to show you and look to see, you want to be checking their last 3 guidances on their reports and see what their expectations are for future growth. And it's weird because recently I haven't had a lot of tickers show up, but I have had tickers show up this past week. I've had a bunch of tickers show up. So we're going to look at some of these tickers and see what they're doing here. So the five that have come up this week are GFS. We'll look at GFS here. You can see that there's been a consolidation phase, and they just actually squeezed higher here to $70. So sometimes the tickers that come up in here are good companies to track. Sometimes they've already made their moves. We'll look at JXN right now. Here's another one. This is another one that I keep my eye on, JXN. You can see this impulse move higher to 42.45. I'd be looking for a price target above of $50 on JXN. So there's another good one for you. We've got Sweet Green. This one's already made its move, but you can see this beautiful trade down, consolidation phase, and then a trade higher to $40. This one's probably got a little bit more room left. There's some resistance above here between $40 and $45, but we'll check these out on Bookmap here in just a few moments. We'll check out each one of these tickers. We've got EVGO. A beautiful consolidation phase down here, right? Nice rip higher. Looks like we're making another move here on EVGO as well. We're going to keep it. Actually, I want to watch this one very closely. EVGO. And then we're going to look at our. Same kind of a deal, right? We sold down, had lots of buyers, came down, consolidated down here at $2, and have sprung higher to a high of $5, and now looking for another bounce down below. So we'll take a look at all of these tickers quickly on Bookmap. And these should rotate in and out. These should rotate in and out every week. You should see new tickers come in every week or two. You can usually find 1 or 2 tickers to trade. And the best part about this screener is instead of catching knives, you're actually catching momentum. And we've talked about this in the past. Why bother catching a knife on some stock like Facebook that's falling and trying to time it when you can just jump directly into a stock and find out where it's actually heading, okay, and where it's going. So we'll look at GFS first. This is Global Foundries. Give me a second here. Now this one has already made a move higher. That's right, boys and girls. This one's already made its move higher. It's coming into some resistance above. You can see, though, that the sellers here are not actually here until we reach 74.84. So look for a sell on 74.84 and 75.72. And then let's look for below. What you can do with this chart is you can look below here at 67.63 down to 65 for some support. Looks like some major support though down at $60. So keep your eyes. Let's see if we can get this. Hold on here. Let's see if we can hang tight here. So real support. Set an alert at $50. It's just set an alert on this ticker on GFS for $50. And if you set an alert on your charting software, have them send you an alert. If it never hits, it never hits. What we're going to do here, what we're going to do for the next week or two, during this OPEC cycle, what we're going to do is we're going to look at some tickers every day, and you're going to create a watch list on your own charting software. Get yourself, I don't know what you guys trade with out there. I hope you're not trading with Robinhood, but even if you are, download some kind of a legit charting software, right? I'm going to show you guys something else, okay? So I'm going to bring up, I guess we got to start at the beginning for some of you out there. Okay, so this is the SPY chart, okay? See my cursor over here? And you see this support line that I have here? This channel, right? It's this channel. I can right-click on this, and I can create an alert so that every time we touch this, right? See how it says create alert at 42780? Every time we touch this, it's going to send me an email or a text and say, hey, Cap, we're touching down here. So then I would pay attention again to the SPY and be able to find out if it's something that I want to buy, right? I could set an alert down here, right? And if it touches down here today, tomorrow, next week, however long it takes, it doesn't matter, right? And if I set enough of these alerts and chart enough of these tickers out, what happens is I can, I'll do one right now. We'll do GFS. So we'll do GFS. So look at this thing. It's just ripping higher, right? I already know that it's going to probably sell off somewhere above here at 7369. So I'm going to look for resistance at 7369. Almost right. This might make a nice short right here. Believe it or not. This might actually make a nice, oh wait, where's that? It's not 7369, it's 75. This is where the short is. So 75 bucks. There's a short here, okay? You could set an alert to short here. Set an alert on your own charting software. And then I gave you another level down below to pay attention to, right? I said pay attention to, what did I say, 50 bucks? Now, it might bounce at 65, but I told you to pay attention, or to pay attention to 50 bucks. I know you're like, oh, it's never coming back down here again, Cap, at 50 bucks. But if you were to create a list of, let's say, 200 tickers, 150 tickers, right? I got another one here at 65.75. Or I got another one here. Well, hold on a second here. I got another. Hold on a second here. One here at 71.63. 71.63. Right there's one. And then we're going to do another one here at 70.23. 23 right there. And then I'm going to do another one here at 65.61. Right there. Right? So I got all those set there, but the big one is down here, right down here, 50 bucks. This is where the real money is, believe it or not. So this is where I'm going to look to buy this ticker. This ticker has great future ahead of itself, and it's got some resistance above here. So in the short term, just in the short term here, do your own due diligence. Just to do your own due diligence. We'll look for that right there. And then I'm going to set a second one over here. One more. Because we know we can dip even lower. In reality, if you're a bull, you're going to set your alert right on this line right here. And you're going to create an alert right down there, okay? You can change it from above or below. Just do above, and then it'll be price, right? And we'll save that. So now I've got an alert set here. And this will send an email to me saying, hey, Cap, we've traded down below. You might want to take a look over here. You maybe pick up another long here. Okay, so that's GFS. Next one we're going to look at is, hold on here. So you got GFS. Next one we're going to look at is JXN. Jackson Financial. So we're going to look at this one next. I think one looked better than the other. I think JXN actually looks great. I can't remember, but I think JXN looks unreal. So we'll bring up JXN next. You start looking at these companies, and then you don't really care what they're doing. You just care about the basic fundamentals in a company, right? You care about. I'm going to chart this one out for you right here. Actually, JXN looks fucking gorgeous, by the way. Looks gorgeous. Man. It looks gorgeous. JXN looks banging. I'm saying the F-bombs, like F-bomb this, F-bomb that. JXN looks like it's going to squeeze. JXN definitely looks like it's going to squeeze. I mean, look at that green bar for today on JXN. Let's look at JXN. We've got more sellers than buyers currently in JXN. Look at that squeeze candidate. Real quiet in here. And we've got 41 and 45. So let me go back to the main display. You guys can see where that buy and sell is, right? So I'm going to, boom, bring this up right here. And I'm going to show you the move here, okay? I'm going to show you this nice consolidation phase here. I'm going to draw another one down in here. So we know, right, going back to December, if you bought this, boom, sold off. Bought this, boom, sold off. Bought this, boom. This is number 3. 1, 2, and 3, right? They're going to say, oh, this is a double top, Cap. This is no double top. This is consolidation in here. That's exactly what this is. Let's look at this on 1 year. Now let's look at the 5 year. Let's look at a 1 year. Look at that gorgeous consolidation. Push up higher, consolidation, consolidation. Where is it trying to go? It's trying to go to a higher price target, right? And we said 45 was where resistance was on it above here. So we'll look to see if this rejects or if it squeezes. And even if it doesn't hit, let's say it trades higher here and it starts to sell off. Let's say it trades here and it's not able to squeeze higher and it just starts to come down. We'll set an alert for right down here. And we'll just keep trading this. This should be a winner. Absolute winner, right? You got 1, 2, 3. 3 times it's been a winner so far. So we'll set an alert on this bottom right-hand side here and just create an alert. And if it's above, we're just going to save it. So now we've got an alert set for 1, 2, and 3. So that it gives us an alert for the next time that it comes back down here. JXN. Squeaks, or SG looks like it's already done its thing. We'll look at hour next. We'll look at hour loop. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Absolutely great. $1.80. right? We can see that it's broken out of its consolidation phase, consolidated, it has moved up, right? And we got another one coming down over here. We got a high of $10. Whoop, hold on here. I don't know what happened there, but things got weird. Nope, I don't know what's going on here. Okay, is that working? It's really wonky. You guys see how that's happening like that? Look at that. All right, we'll dump that. I don't know what's going on here. Chart doesn't like it. Somewhere right there. So what are you looking for here? You're looking for some kind of a rejection above, right? We'll give a price target above of 46949. More consolidation here, or a break above, and then a straight shot north here. So we'll look to see if this can break out from this channel. And so we could take this now. It's at $3.80. You could probably take it to 475. We'll look this one up on Bookmap and see if this actually tells the truth or not. The ticker is hour, and you can do your own due diligence. Look these companies up, find out what they're talking about their futures are, like what's going to happen here. We'll look to see if this actually pans out here. I'll mute that. We're on hour now. We've got more buyers than sellers currently in hour, and we're looking for sellers above at 479, 474, and real sellers above at 542. And that's just about where that resistance plays out there. And then, of course, you're looking above now. You can see a new price target of $7. So if you look back on that chart that I have here, and you can see the resistance is here, right? And then I put this up to 7, but it's lower. It's $7 even. There you go. There's your next one right there. Great play. This is a great play. And good consolidation. You're not chasing fucking falling knives, right? Not chasing falling knives. You're looking for something that's moving, something that has interest. Why bother chasing a knife when you can just follow along with stocks that are on the move higher, right? These are stocks with bullish context. Falling knives. Stop changing falling knives. We'll look at SG and EVgo next. Let me see if I can mute this. Hold on. Okay, so we'll look at, what are we looking at? EVgo, unsubscribe. We'll look at SG. Sweet green. And these change every week. Every week I've got companies that come up. So we got SG, and then we're going to do, I don't think we did EVgo yet, so we'll do EVgo. 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 You guys like EV, right? All right, so we are on EVgo. Take a look at it. It's got more buyers than sellers. Shocker. And we'll look up SG. Look at SG. Banging. So we'll look at SG now. Look at this gorgeous consolidation down here. Dip below 2487 twice now. 1 and 2. Trade higher both times. Here's another one. Traded higher again. We'll draw another one right here. Right? Got a nice little resistance point here. Trading a little bit above its weight. So we'll look for where resistance could be. And we know that it's traded above its first resistance. We know that its next price target is probably somewhere higher. We got some trap buyers probably hiding up here. Right? And the last place for trap buyers is probably higher at 53. Oh, no. And again, higher at 56. You got some guy back here. Probably capitulated down at $21 and just sold his ass out of there. Just sold his ass out of there. Look at that. Just crushing. Oh, wait a minute. We got the more of that weird chart and shit going on. because all these companies are new. All these companies are new. Look at that, gorgeous. Just bam. And then we're going to look on to spot gamma real quick. This is SG. We can see we've got resistance at $39.11 and $40. So we will mark off, hold on a second here. We'll mark off $39.11. Some sneaky Pete's up here. That's why I like somewhere in here. And let's look higher. See if we can actually trade it to $43 or $44. Looks like it's 46, 44, 46 is the real money. $46. And boom. Okay, so I just added in these dotted lines here. This is where the resistance is showing up on spot gamma. This is where I think resistance is. It looks like it's a little bit lower, right? See a little bit lower resistance. You can mark this however you want. Hang tight here. We've got more buyers than sellers currently right now. And we've got heavy resistance at 39.61 or so. Somewhere up in here. So I'd like to see something like this. Right? Come up here, trade, bounce. And then I'm going to look for a buy anywhere below this yellow line. Anywhere below this line. Anywhere down here. So we get a rejection. And what we end up doing is we end up consolidating for the next move higher. So set an alert on this one right here, 33.19. Doesn't mean you have to buy it here, right? But if this ended up like capitulating, move down for 3 seconds, down to like $30 or something, bounces off, buy that for your next move up. You can see consolidation. You can see a strong move higher. Why bother about catching knives? Why be trying to catch something out there that's currently going down or consolidating when you're literally on its way up right now? Okay, now this might not be the best pick for today. There's a couple better ones that we already went through. But next we're going to look at EVGO. And so we're going to look at EVGO next. So I don't understand why we're constantly fighting with catching knives when you've got stocks here that are we've got stocks here that have consolidated and are pushing. I mean, just look at that, right? Traded to 20, sold off, boom, down to $7. Consolidation didn't even last. They're like literally, boom, one quick bump, and it's on the move already. How many times do you guys go out there and you're trying to catch some shit like this, and it just keeps trading down and down and down and down? In reality, we've got stocks that are on the move. They're literally moving higher right now. How do you trade stocks would be the next question. How do you trade a stock that's on the move higher? Well, you just set some supports, right? You set some classic lines like this, and you make an alert here, right? And hopefully it comes back down. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, right? You can see that we can even move this higher here. And if one of these sets an alert off for you, you can come back to it. Let's say you set like 200 of these alerts, and all of a sudden you see that EVGO is bounced here, right? In like a week. And you get an alert in the morning, you're sipping your coffee, it's 4 a.m., and you're like, ooh, look, EVGO's come down. Let's find out if it's going to actually bounce here so I can take a long position to trade it higher. And EVGO's first resistance is at $15. $15. Clear skies to $15. $15 right now. Boom. That's actually where resistance is. And so I'm going to show that one to you right now. And we've got double the buyers on EVGO. Double. Look at the CD buyers versus CBD sellers. Your first resistance is higher. You got a little bit of resistance here at $12.95, a little bit of resistance at $13.84, major resistance at $14.89 above here. And you've got buyers just waiting down below at $12. Just buying it up, trying to rip through this resistance here above. So EVGO, I like that trade as well. We'll get back to the SPY, and we will look at back to the SPY. See that ricochet move on the SPY? You see that ricochet right here? Let's look at the SPY real quick. I don't know if you guys can see that. Let's look at the chart on the SPY. Wait a minute. Whoopsie. You guys see this chart right here? Let's look at the SPY chart. You guys see the SPY chart? I don't know if you guys are able to see here's the other chart. I don't know if I recently, this is the EVGO chart. Let me see if I bring this EVGO. There's that EVGO chart right there. This is the SG chart right here. And let's go to SPY. Some consolidation. Nice little consolidation zone in the SPY right here. We'll see if the SPY can trade higher. Price target above is going to be 439.05 and 44172. We'll see if SPY can trade higher, consolidate, and make a move higher here. Just keep an eye right here. I want you guys to see this right here. You guys want to see a better context of what we're looking for here? What's this descending line here? We'll look at this in a larger time frame. Let's look on a larger time frame. How far back does that little white line go? It's right up here. I want you guys to see this, right? See right here? Bam, right? See that 47327? See it above here? 45773. This is the last hope for the bear. And where is it right now? Right up here. Right here. This is exactly where we are. So we're right at the last point of resistance. We should be breaking above this moment. And that comes down to right here. So 3 months ago, if you go all the way back to early January, this is the highest point that we've traded to in the descending channel on the SPY. A move higher and consolidation above is bullish. Bullish on the market. This is the last one, boys and girls. Can we get enough? Can we go higher here, or do we reject off of this line right here? Big question. If you're a bear, right, this is the time for you to be taking short, right? If you're a bull, this is the time for you to wait for the banks to make this happen for you. What you want to, if you're a bull here, right, what you should be doing at this moment is taking profit. I'm going to show you what you're looking for if you're a bull. You're going to look for some kind of a move like this, right? So this move here is going to fuck you up if you're a bull, but then you're going to be taking it long, taking this long here, right? But if you're buying options, I guess, or if you're going to pick up some options with the next trade here, you're not looking for a rejection here. You're looking for some kind of consolidation and the next leg higher. If you're a bear, what you're looking for, of course, is you're not looking for a trade sideways here. This means we're going up. You want to be seeing either a hard rejection, which we haven't seen yet, or you're looking for like a super hard rejection, or you're looking for something like this, right? Can't get up higher, and then we start selling down here. Sorry, I gotta get a program to draw on this shit for you. So you're looking for some rejection in here if you're a bear to take this lower at this point. So this is a no-go zone for bulls at this point, and this is a no-go zone for bears until you start to see the rejection take place. You'd rather pick it up as it starts to roll over, rather than you want to be looking for the rollover here rather than, and then pick up the rollover. Rather than grabbing short here, you just wait until it rolls down slightly, then you know that you get a confirmation. Another good confirmation for if you're a bear, another good way to take short, hold on, is you don't take it yet. You wait for the first sell-off, right? You don't get in yet. It'll come back up, right? And it'll act like it's going to bounce, but it's not. And this is where you'd actually take your short. You'd actually wait to take your short until this move over here. You don't enter this. You wait for confirmation. If you want to be safe, you'd wait. You'd pick it up here, and you'd actually take this move for the move lower. Does that help any of you out there? I hope this is helping you guys out there. I hope I'm able to show a better representation of what's going on in the market currently. Let me know if this helps. Yeah, so Chase is asking a great question. What does Bookmap say about this inflection point on SPY? And you see it right now, right? We're looking at Bookmap right now. So what are you looking for? You're looking for more questions to be answered. You can see that there are sellers above. You can see down here we have some absorption of sellers though, in buyers versus sellers. You can see that the options market is showing negative. My assumption would be with this is that you're seeing call holders taking profit, and you're seeing you're seeing call holders selling calls, right? And people buying puts here. So what would you do? If you're a bull, you could take on some protection here. Even if you're going to take it long, you just add some put spreads in the money here. Know that we're going to come back here at some point in the future, even if we trade higher. So you probably see some put buying, or that's what you're seeing with this hero indicator, is call selling and put buying. You see the negative divergence already started or beginning here. You're seeing heavy resistance above though, and you're seeing real money buying at the same time. So let's look higher and see if there's more sellers above, and you see them here at 440.09. So no, I'm not a bull here at this point. I wouldn't be a bull until we break through resistance above here. Let's call it at 437.80 or so. Possibly even as high as 440, and then take the next leg higher. This is where you want to be short, somewhere in here. Is this helping you guys out there? Is it helping bouncing back and forth between the charts and Bookmap? Yeah, so I've got some puts. I've got 420s for March 18th. They cost me 22 cents. So I've got some puts to 420, believe it or not. Way down here, right here. Oh, I can't even show you guys. So hold on, I'll show you guys right now. So I'm on this chart right here. I've got some puts. So what I'll do is I have puts here. I will cut them loose, anything above 440. And my price target is, hold on here. Nope. Dang it. God damn. Hold on here. You guys want to know what my price target is? Hold on, right here. So 420, that's my price target. So, hold on here. I don't know what's going on with this computer today. So that's my price target. I've entered some puts. What I'll do is I'll average into them as we trade higher. If they go down to like 10 cents, 15 cents, somewhere up in here, I'll grab more. And they're dirt cheap right now. They're pennies, right? 20 cents for puts down here. No problems. No problems. And if we trade higher than right here, let's say you're like, oh, Cap, I'm not bearish at all. right? If we trade higher from here, I spent that 20 cents, 15 cents, 10 cents. I'll pick up some calls to go higher, to go higher into Friday up here. But so from right in here, I've got puts, 420s. You can see my projection from now into Friday close. Is that helping? I'm hoping if this helps. Oh yeah, baby. So you guys see now what my thought process is on taking a short here. And you know, if I burn 20 cents, if I burn 15 cents and 10 cents some up in here, let's say I burn like it's not a lot of money. It's small and the payoff is huge. What do I care? Right? I've already taken this long. I've already made money on the long side here, so this is nothing. And if we trade higher here, I'll pick up a long here. No problem. I can pick up a long above 440. If we start trading and holding above 440, I'll pick up some longs here and pay the money for the longs, the expensive calls to go trade this higher. But somewhere in here, right? And even if it trades to here, I can add more puts here and just short this down into Friday's OPEX, which I'm assuming we've got some. My assumption is that we've got a shit ton of calls. Well, not assumption. I've already looked at the gamma. We've got a ton of calls up here that they don't want to expire in the money on Friday. So my assumption is we trade lower somewhere between, here, and here. So I'm going to scale into a short position. Well, actually long puts. I'm going to scale into it currently right here. I'm going to add some more right here, and I'm going to add some more right here. Right? Doesn't matter if it takes us all day to get here. Doesn't matter if it takes us to end of day to get here. Doesn't matter if it takes us to get right here. Either way, I'm taking a short on the market in here. All right. So hope that helps. And we're going to switch back over to off the charts and back to the book map here. And we'll see if this market starts to roll over or not. And even if it fakes out, I'm going to be calm here. Just keep adding to my position. And we'll see how this market rolls over here. Also, pay attention to the VIX. Let's take a look at the VIX here. We're going to bring up the VIX real quick. Dude, I love having all this shit going on here. You guys get to see what the options flow is currently in the market. We're going to look at the VIX, baby, VIX. VIX, baby, VIX. How does Cap trade? It's hard sometimes just showing you guys book map. It's hard showing you guys just book map sometimes. All right, so let's take a look at the VIX here. And so we're going to get back to the charts here. And we're going to look at the VIX real quick and see if we can see in the past you've had some support back here on February 17th. You've had some support back here on February 25th, right? And we traded higher, rejection, rejected, right? Traded back down, rejected, and we're trading back down here. We've got some pretty decent support we've traded here in the past. We've got this blue line down here would be one that I'd be looking for without a doubt to be buying, shorting the market, right? So my trading plan right now is that we bottom and maybe we come up here. And then we find some rejection above, and then we trade down here at some point. Whoop. Hold on there. Or that we trade even higher here into Friday, right? So you see this trade higher on the VIX into Friday. And then, let's say Monday, it actually starts to fall off. And what do? We end up buying the close on Friday. We see the VIX fall off from Friday into Monday. And from now into Friday, we actually see the VIX make a move higher. So that's my That's my thoughts on the VIX. Now, if you're a bull and you're like, hell no, Cap, we're going higher. I can see that trade too, right? Here's the VIX. If the VIX ends up trading down into let's say down here for Friday, the next question you would have would be, are you saying that we're going to keep trading up on Monday? It's possible, I guess. I guess you could have a Vanna trade that just keeps going on and on. We have this stupid melt up that takes us to 450. I can see that happening. But I'm gonna buy the 20-cent cheap puts here and trade against that. That we actually consolidate somewhere in here, and that this consolidation actually leads to a move higher. This right here, this move here is a consolidation, and that we actually trade this higher unless we get some headline news or something that I don't know about. Boom. So thinking about what's actually happening. A little bit of a rollover currently in the SPY right now. You see the rollover taking place in the SPY. Oh yeah, my puts are making money. Woohoo! Not a lot of money, but they're up to 26 cents. So I called that one out to you just a few minutes ago, right? I mean, it's not a lot. I mean, it's fucking 10% or something. 10% in a trade. But look at that. Your live stream is paid a little bit. Probably lose it all. I'm probably going to add in some. It's a good point that you're making. I'm probably going to add in some moving averages here, and see. I'm gonna give me just a second here. Style. Get rid of that. I'm gonna get rid of the 20, the 50, and the 200. Hang tight here. I gotta work on 20, 21, the 50. I gotta create a moving average on this computer. I got a new computer. 100, 200, done. Give me just a second here. Seven, 21, 50, 100, and then I'm skip the 150. I guess I could do that. 200, and then I'll throw the 150 in there. It's a shit ton of moving averages. Yeah, I'm not gonna be I'm gonna be looking for a bounce here on 430.46 maybe. Yeah, wait a minute. No. Give me just a second here, guys. Trying to work on a tool here. tool. Let's see. Let's see here. All right, there we go. Oh yeah, baby, there's that roll. Where's the yellow? Give me just a second here. All right. There we go. All right. Sorry, I'm back again. I had to build a, the Fed is always projecting. All right, let me read what you guys are saying inside the side of the, hold on here. Dismiss. Okay. Some weirdness going on in the chat here. All right. Good. Hey, Cody. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well out there. Thinking about IWM. Yeah. If you're looking for a bounce trade here on the market, I don't know if it's current. Well, let's look at the SPY real quick. Sorry, I was paying attention to something else. I'm like looking for the bounce trade too. Sorry, I was working on a. Let's take a look here and see where real support is on the market. Watching a lot of negative flow come into the market currently. Just a heads up on that. Watching puts come in on Tesla, March 18th, 830p, $266,000. CVS puts, AMD puts, INTC puts, American Airlines puts, small money. Prior to that, there's big money on calls. Just looking for some weakness, I think, in the market. So that's the question, right? Are we going to roll over here? We're not going to roll over here. Hero indicators turning up, though, on the SPY, so be aware of that. If you look down the bottom of your screen, you will see hero indicators been turning up since what time? Since 9:40. So it's currently at 10:41, right? Now we're rolling over here, but you're seeing the hero indicators show green here. So when you see a divergence like this where we're trading higher, yesterday I posted a divergence in the hero indicator. Let me see here. I think yesterday, let me look at this real quick here. Close this up. I'll show you guys this right here. Yesterday in Twitter I posted. See my cursor? Yesterday in Twitter, we were right here. I posted, see my cursor? Right there. I posted yesterday and I said, hey, there's a divergence in the hero indicator. Even though it's showing that we're going up, I said there is a divergence that we're trading down. You should have taken this trade yesterday and made fucking bank down here yesterday. And so right now we're selling off in the market, okay? So it looks ugly where we are right now, right? This looks ugly on this chart. But I'm going to bring you back to the hero indicator, okay? And the hero indicator is telling a slightly different story where we are currently. So we're going to just take a look here, and I want you to see right there. It goes back to 9:38. So for the past hour, calls are coming in right now as we're selling off, right? So what does that mean? It means that currently, right, we're not exactly selling this market just yet. You're looking at some dip buyers, some consolidation going on here, and you see this yellow line. You want to see this hero cumulative break below this red line below, this CVD sellers. See this CVD sellers? You want to see this hero indicator break below to start getting uber super duper bearish, because otherwise what's happening is you're looking, and it's starting to break through right now. You can actually see the sellers overcome the buyers on the SPY. I'm still short right now, just as a heads up. We're now up to 27 cents on those puts. They were 22 cents, I think, when we bought them, right? So we're almost at 50% right now. Watching some buyers step in currently where we are, trying to maintain on the SPY right now, so that you're going to say, hey, that's a bull flag cap, and this looks like a bull flag because we have divergence going up. So you want to be paying attention to this and see if this hero indicator can continue to be moving higher, even if we're selling off, to protect yourself in case it is an actual bull flag, just consolidation for the next move higher, or if the hero indicator turns down and makes us trade lower at this point, right? So let's look back real quick on this candlestick chart. You saw resistance above here at 437.23. You're seeing this consolidation in here, and the question becomes: do we trade, even if it's just down here, right? Boom, and then we make the move higher here. So that's the question, right? Do we trade down there? Do we not trade down there or not? Currently, is the trade even bigger heading into Friday down over here? Is the trade actually... Hold on here. What am I doing here? Weird. What is going on here? I got some weirdness going on here. Why is that happening? Hold on here. Got some weirdness going on. Okay. So is the trade just down to here? Is it just to find more support for the next move leg higher? Is it something that trades all the way down into this Friday close here? Or is it going to slingshot higher? Is it just a consolidation phase, I guess is the question. Right? Is this just a consolidation phase for the next leg up? You could also look for some support down here currently where we are. So right now I'm still short this market. I'll keep adding to it if I need to as we go higher. I don't know what the fuck is going on with my charting software. This is bullish, right? You can see that it's bullish, but this is the move. You see the move? Sideways trade, right? Think you're going higher, and then boom, you trade down, find some support. Boom, trade down, find some support for the next move higher. Do we trade higher right now? I don't know. You know, I'm watching SQQ puts come in right now. I'm watching racks and racks of SQQQ calls come in. They get a high algo score if you're watching inside of the Discord. Just saw 1, 2, 3, 4 racks of SQQQ calls. March 18th, 42C for a grand total of $400,000 against tech. Happy St. Patrick's Day, Paul, my brother. I hope you're doing well out there. Hope you're doing well out there. Happy St. Patrick's Day, my brother. My family is from Ireland. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm going to leave you on Spot Gamma right now. And you guys can watch Spot Gamma here. I'm going to take a quick break, like 5-minute break. Keep your eye on this hero indicator because there is some divergence right now. We are rolling over slightly in the market, whether you want to admit that or not. I don't care what Spot Gamma is saying. I'll be honest with you. No offense to Spot Gamma. We could be trading higher. And I saw some TQQ puts earlier, but right now, currently, there's still divergence in their own hero indicator. I expect us to roll over. I will attempt to take some profit down here at 431 and then maybe re-enter a short as we move forward. I just need 5 minutes. I'm going to go take a piss and grab a cup of coffee. My coffee is cold. I'll be right back. Yeah, my family's from Galway and Inishgill, and where else? And Galway and Inishgill. Matter of fact, I'm only first generation in this country. My grandparents' lineage is from Ireland. Hope you're doing well, Paul. Oh yeah, baby. Print me some puts, baby. Print me some fucking puts. I can't go anywhere. I gotta see if these things print. Give me some money. There goes a print on some puts coming in. We're making some money on some puts. We're making some money on some puts right now. We're making some money on some puts. Yay. I need a new mountain bike. I'm about to order a new mountain bike. Print me some puts. Print me some puts, baby. Print them. Print me some puts. That was the call from this morning. Hope you guys are making money out there. Burr, baby. Burr, baby. I love Galway. Oh, yeah. So there's a question. Good question, Cody. So I'm just going to try a different news service. I just bought a different news. So I got into a fight with Trade the News. I'll get them back on here again. I promise. I'm gonna go to Benzinga Charlie. I think at this point and try him out one more time. But I'm gonna make the rounds here because I'm a little pissed off currently at Trade the News. I got into a fight with one of their workers over email, and it was really fucking nasty. And it was this big long to do. I've had the same problems right now. I'm having the same problems with, believe it or not, with Bookmap right now. I'm having some issues, and I have to deal with them because I just kind of found out that Bookmap's been overcharging me for like fucking like 5 months, like for a lot of money. So I'm like talking to this guy from Bookmap, and it's like this. They're talking to the support at Bookmap. They don't think you have a life. They're like, his life is just Bookmap, and which means I have to talk to them for like an hour and a half, and I have to do my own research. Yeah, their fucking website's too much information sometimes. So I signed up for a different news channel, and it hasn't been playing, and I don't know why. So I just canceled that one. Matter of fact, but when I get back here, I will have a news service back up and running for you guys in the next 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes, okay? Give me just a 5-minute break. I'll be right back. I won't be gone long, like 5-10 minutes, and I'll be right back with you guys. Good question, Cody. Give me just a minute, okay? I just need a quick break. Yeah, just a heads up out there. I'm still on a break, but give me a second here. But I just want you to be aware that my puts are gaining a little bit of premium right now. So just be conscious of that, even if we trade higher. Price target below, if we can get there, is at least 433. But I just want you to be aware that even though getting a little bit of a bid here, but watching a little bit of interest on the put side. So I see some calls, some interesting calls. 435C for Friday, 60,000 contracts, but then there's a ton of interest at 430p, and there's some interest at 425p, and then 420p as well. Kind of a mixed bag right now. But I am short this market at this point, and I think it's going to roll over. And part of the reason for that too is if we're going to trade higher into on Monday, right after OPEX, I think that the trade high. I don't think you're going to see huge market moves higher during OPEX. Sometimes you do, rare. Normally, you see the market on quad witchings. You see them roll over as the market makes a decision for what it's going to do in the next 3 months. You don't typically see like Vanna rallies over quad witchings. It's just not that. It's just rare. It's not really the usual. Yeah, I'm still taking a break. I'm eating an apple right now at the moment. That I want to eat an apple live on the air. Just like 5 more minutes. At the same time, what I was doing was I was looking at. Show you guys what I'm looking at here. Take a quick break here. So, what was I looking at? Just so you guys can see. So over here, what I'm looking at is I'm looking at the SPY, right? And I was looking at Facebook to see if there was a potential for a rollover. I'm watching over here Microsoft's either looking to dump or squeeze higher. Right? You could be looking at this as a bull flag here. But there's a divergence in the small divergence in tech currently. This is looking pretty spiky here, right? But at the same time, sometimes these bull flags aren't real, right? Sometimes you'll see this, and in fact, it's weaker than it looks. And Facebook looks really strong right now, right? It's been strong for the past few days. I like the Facebook trade, of course. I like buying Facebook, and there's a huge gap. It's a beautiful gap right here needs to be filled. So there is a kick-ass long trade in Facebook, believe it or not. But I'm looking at other tickers to be like, hey, is this looking kind of roly-poly here? And does it drag down maybe Facebook at the same time? Right? This is actually looking pretty bullish here. It's looking at an ascending triangle to, I forget what this is called, but push up, push up, push up, and then bam, we go higher. So I'm just keeping an eye on something like this. Some kind of a face ripper right here. Right, you'd be looking for on Microsoft. And then I'm going to be looking at Tesla and just checking the internals of all of these. This trade actually worked out pretty well, this downward move here. Where does this trade go? Does it actually trade up to 872? How much room does it have if it rolls over? Does it actually trade up higher here? Going to look at Apple as well. And just looking at that same thing over here, right? Not looking, it's kind of looking healthy, but not quite. This isn't the version of Webull that I use too often. This is one on another computer that I'm looking at right now. So this could be very bullish right here. Right, 1, 2, big move, larger move higher, strong move higher, or we start to roll over here. So what am I looking for right now, right? I'm looking for a bid into the market, looking for a waterfall of calls. There's a little bit of calls coming in, but I'm looking for a waterfall. I want to see a waterfall of calls coming into the market, and I'm looking for large-scale buyers. We're seeing that on the SPY right now, and we're looking at some call action come in right now to see if we can push this up higher. Same thing over here, right? Whole market's kind of at that point where the question becomes, do we crank higher here? Right? This would be a huge move for the bulls. Or do we start to roll over here? And so I don't have the answer to that at the moment, so I'm just trying to look around. We know that the advanced decliner, matter of fact, I'll try to bring up the advanced decliner here. We'll take a look at the AD line. And hold on here. Let me mute that real quick. Give me just a second here. What I'll do is I'll bring up the, I think it's on Trading View. Give me just a second here. I usually look at it on Thinkorswim, the AD line. But I think we can. See if I can look at this over 5 days. I thought this was supported on weekly. Oh, Christ. Hold on a second here. Excuse me. So I'm looking at the AD line. It's kind of nice to see right here, right? This is August 20. Wait a minute, am I on the wrong? Hold on here. Give me just a second here. Being a pain in the ass now. So you can see here on the 21st, this is really nice to see here. A little bit of push down here on the 7th of March, but for the week on the 14th, this is this week right here. This is the important thing you want to be seeing, right? Advancers are overcoming decliners. This is the AD line right here. Still a battle between the bulls and the bears, but the bulls are winning currently. You want to be seeing this right here. It's a nice wick to be seeing. You can actually see other examples of that in the past. Then we sell down. We have plenty of room here to be moving up. So we're going to keep track of this advanced decliner, but the advanced decliner is very nice right now. Some accumulation back in December, January, and February 22nd. Of course, we're at March 22nd right now. So we're going to keep an eye on this on advanced decliners, make sure that everything is all in good in the market. And if we're going to roll this over, I am short the market right now. I think that we look for more consolidation. Then we have the breakout further down the line. It's somewhere here in the 18th or the 21st, or possibly even deeper on the 31st. Bulls want it right now. Bulls don't want to wait. Bulls are saying, hey, look, we got puts rolling off. On Friday, we got puts rolling off on the 31st. All these puts are going to roll off, and the buyers are going to step in here. My thought on this is it's hard to say because you don't normally see OPEXs just blast off on like today. You'd see it blast off on the close of Friday. Lots of rotation in here. But I do like the idea of big tech. I like the idea that I've got a portfolio basket of stocks that I'm interested in. Of course, part of that basket is big tech. They're proven winners. Then comes real or companies that can pass along cost to their buyers, right? Like people have to buy certain things. And then my third part of my basket is going to be that speculative tech growth stocks that are performing above and beyond even in a shitty market. As a matter of fact, I was just looking at another stock screener over here. I think it was this one right here. You below your 200-day moving average, and then I'm actually looking for 52-week low as well. There's nothing there in new lows. These stocks are all performing today. But I ended up looking at these ones just to see where the 52-week lows are and which ones are moving. And the advanced decliner is good on big tech right now. It's showing up in that chart right there. So I'm just going to keep an eye on this if we continue to roll over or not, and how much pain there should be in here for bears before a rollover happens, or when to take along on this chart. 'Cause sometimes there's a fake out in here. Give me just a couple minutes. I'm just to finish up this apple and eating an apple, believe it or not. And we'll chat again. Can you guys hear me? It says no sound. Can you guys hear me right now? It says no sound. Saw some puts come in on Hood, looking to see if it's going to get a bounce off 1067. Seems like pretty decent support on it, unless there's something we don't know. Maybe look for a buy down here at 1024 at some point. See that rollover in Apple right now? Watch that rollover in Apple. Everything's looking, I mean, this looks bullish in the outset. But and that SPY's looking pretty good, right? But it's not the movement you want to be seeing. Like the one thing about this move right here, right? I want you to pay attention to something. This is a learning moment for you, okay? So one thing that's concerning in movements like this is you guys see moves like this, right? You guys see stuff like this, right? Rolls over, bam. Rolls over, bam, right? Rolls down, bam, bam. You're not seeing that right now, right? You'll see that in these moves. If they spend too much time around here and they can't go higher, they wind up rolling over. And so I just want you to be aware of that. We could trade higher today. I'm not trying to say that we don't trade higher today. What I'm trying to say to you is that when you're spending, we've spent now, what? So 9:30. It's what time right now? It's 11:37. It's been 2 hours of fucking around over here in this line. And we can trade higher here. But my point to you is that when you spend so much time over here, that I start getting bearish on trades like this, right? I really want to see, like, if I'm bullish on a day, like you guys want to be bullish on a day, like a day to take a long trade, you're looking more for, like, let me show you what you're looking for being bullish. You're looking for a move up, right? You're looking for a very short period, right? And you're bam, straight up, something like that, right? Like really short period, right? And then bam, move up. It's fast, right? And then about halfway through the day, you get the rollover effect, right? You start doing this kind of nonsense, right? Then you'll find a deep support heading into the close, right? And then you usually do some kind of goofiness like this. You guys know it, right? You guys know how this happens. Some kind of a deep pullback, and then we go blasting off way higher, right? This is pretty common. Like this setup right here, right, is pretty common. This is a bullish day. This is how you know that you're being fucking bullish, right? This middle of the day, get that rollover. Everyone's taking a lunch, trade down, drift down, come back up, a little bit more support, bang, we go to the top, right? Something like this is typical, what you're looking for. It doesn't mean we don't trade higher here. I'm just saying that when I'm bullish, I should just barely be catching up. I should be like, oh shit, am I gonna be able to grab this before it makes this next leg higher, right? Boom 1, boom 2, boom 3, it's up, right? It's that resistance. That's what I'm looking for. And that doesn't mean we don't trade higher. Doesn't mean we don't go to bounce off here at some point today. I'm just saying when I'm bullish, I'm looking for fast moves. I'm looking for them making moves higher. The one positive for bulls right now is you're not seeing the phishing scams, right? We see lots of stop loss scams. Market's just kind of trading slow and steady right now. But when I see these kind of moves, typically you'll see a failure at some point. You'll see this just burning, eating up calls. Calls start losing value. And if bulls don't keep buying it here, it eventually rolls over. What you end up getting is something more, something like this, right? You made some money. You bought back in. You kind of making money, but not really. Runway is running out, right? And then it trades back down over here. Kind of nonsense like this, right? And you're just like, fuck this. I'm out. I'm getting chewed up. And it gets sold off. I'm not saying it's going to happen today. I'm just saying to you that if you are a bull and when you are bullish, you're looking for fast moves up. You're going to take your money and run, let it consolidate, right? Right. You guys know all about distribution. You guys know all about accumulation and distribution. If this is an accumulation phase and it's up here, sure, I can see that. But This looks more like this. I'm going to tell you what this looks like, okay? I'll show it to you right here. Okay. So I actually bought this. Matter of fact, I bought this. I think I bought this one. I think this is Sunday or Friday, Sunday to Monday. I think. But I bought this and I bought all this. I made all this money and I made all this money. And then I took this short yesterday. And then I missed that. Well, I just say I missed. I actually took this with the wrong calls. And I got burned in this trade. But I ended up taking a short in here. And the reason is because this big move right here, right? This is actually the accumulation was over here, right? And then it moves on up, makes new highs, and now there should be some sort of a pullback, even if we're going higher. Even if it's not playing out at this moment, there should be a slight rollover in the market, and then another, even if you're bullish, another push higher. So this going so slow here bothers me right here. So anyways, we'll see what happens here. We'll see if it rolls over or not. It is making another move to the to highs up here. You guys can see what's going on up here, right? Still have some sellers above here. Still have accumulation. You can see accumulation taking place today. Rotation trade taking place today. And so I just got some puts here, and I'll keep adding as we eventually roll down over here on the right. And I'll be back in just a minute. Hey, Michael D, just give me just a couple seconds, brother. Yeah, I got a bunch of new shit. I got a bunch of new, like, I had to get a new graphics card. And the graphics card that I'm on my third graphics card, and I'm not happy with this one. I have to process video before it gets even to the computer. So whatever. I'll be back here in just a couple of seconds, okay? Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm interested more in this trade over the next few days. Next 2 days, actually. I'm interested in this trade. I'm not day trading at this brief moment here. I'm just sitting on some stuff. But if you guys want to do like a fast trade, we can at some point. All right, I'm back here. Give me just a second here. Oh, I'm over here getting weird with my I'm getting weird. Some elevator music. Yeah, I'm over here trying to in the background I'm trying to mess with there we go. Come on. Hold on here. Hang tight here. Having some technical difficulties in the background. I'm over here trying to move around some screeners. All right, so I'm back. I think I'm back. I was trying to fuck around with some stuff here in the background. I apologize. I'm over here trying to do a bunch of stuff, and I'm like, what am I doing? All right. So let's see if I can... Give me just a second here. I need to move my mic too. Oh, yeah. Did you guys just hear by chance that guy speaking in the background? You can't post anything, Ed? Did you confirm your account? I need to add... Give me just a second here, boys and girls. You guys hear a guy speaking in the background? You know, what I think I'm having problems with is... Give me just a second here. Let me give me just a second here. I am going to put you on the chart screen for just a moment. All right. Just a second here. Media source. Just a second here. Microsoft alert box. Global settings. Give me just a second here, boys and girls. Audio input capture, add source. Desktop audio. And Check 1, 2. You guys can still hear me out there. I think I have to. Think that I've got this going now. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. All right, desktop audio is enabled. Let me know if you guys hear a voice, like if I've got a guy speaking the news in the background at some point. And we will see if we hear news being spoken. Move this over. Static rain is gone now. Big static. Is it? Are you guys still hearing? Are you guys still hearing static right now? Let me know. Is it still raining on your end? Yo, you can go over Microsoft real quick. Let me know if the static rain is gone now. Give me just a second here. We're going to look at CCJ real quick. Why there's $1 million in calls on this. More buyers than sellers. Some calls just came through a golden ticket on CCJ. It was March 20th, 25C. Looks like it's already made its move. It's just been cranking and cranking. It's been moving all morning. Make another step higher. $28, $28.50 and $30 on CCJ. Then we'll look at Microsoft.
Gazprom books someday ahead Yamal link capacity to Germany.
Did you guys just hear that guy talking? Yes, the question is in Microsoft, is there resistance here at 300 or not? We're currently trading at 290. Here indicator is green. More sellers than buyers, though, on Microsoft. So, you guys are, hold on here. So I look at the Microsoft chart right now. So we're looking at Microsoft, okay? And we're going to bring up the Microsoft chart in just a moment here. And what we're looking at here, right, we've got a little bit of resistance above at 300. We already bounced off 300 in the past, right? Here indicator is slightly negative, but the key here is that you've got more sellers than you have buyers on Microsoft. And so the question becomes, does it start to roll over or not? How deep does it roll over? This is showing firm support at 270, right? 270 is where it kind of took off at. And we're going to look at the hero indicator on this chart, right? So this is what I want you to see, okay? So someone was asking about Microsoft. So I'm looking at Microsoft as, like if you look at the Microsoft chart, go back to the Microsoft chart, right? Just look at the chart. Chart looks like it's going up. Like this chart looks like a nice, beautiful bull wedge, right? Like we're going to trade this bitch up. That's what we're going to do. So I shouldn't even be saying that, but boom, price target above 300. We already know what the resistance above here at 300. I don't know what this thing is doing here either. I've got some weird shit going on. Like we got artifacts and stuff. So the question becomes, though, is this going to trade up to 300, or are we going to make a power move up here, or are we going to roll it over? So, or does it do something more like this, where it just doesn't make it, it just keeps falling? Right? That's my question. Is it coming over here, or is it going higher? Now, there's a divergence in the market currently. Just whether you believe this or not believe it doesn't matter. The fact is that there's a divergence in the market right now. And if you look here, and wait a minute. So if you start to look here on this book map, right, and you start to look behind in time, it's now 11 o'clock. It's not 11:15, right? What time is it now? It's 12:08, excuse me. But the hero indicator has been crossing negative on Microsoft. So if you're looking at Microsoft on the outside looking in, it looks healthy. Like it looks like it should blast off here. But if you're looking on the internals of Microsoft, it's not looking like that. It's looking like it's going to trade back down to this 270 down below. Now, if Microsoft were to trade down to 270 right now and you're a bull, you're going to get fucking your ass blasted in here. You're going to get your ass blasted in here. So I'm trying to look at the underlying tickers within underneath the hood of the Qs, Microsoft being one of them, Apple and Amazon, Tesla, all these other companies, and saying to myself, hey, is this actually going up? Is this going down? Do we have more sellers than buyers? SPY looks like we got lots of buyers. Everyone's like, hell yeah, we're buying the SPY. We're going up, but then the leading indicators of the SPY are telling a different story right now as to what's taking place in the market. I'm also concerned with the basing going on in the VIX. The VIX hasn't sold shit off yet. So I don't know what everybody's saying about the VIX being sold off. I'm looking at the VIX right now. And it's sold off a little bit. It's sold off down to 2606 currently. Traded up higher to 2785. Sold back down. It's now on 2604. So I'm wondering, does it trade higher or does it break here? So it's either basing right now or it's going to have a capitulation move down. We're getting close to it. If we look at the VIX right now, right? Here's the VIX, and the question becomes, is this basing? Like, is this a basing pattern over here, or is this not a basing pattern? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is on this right here, what this is right here, if this is basing, right, or if this is looking for a move down higher. Do we end up getting the capitulation move down, forcing markets higher, or is this just it's just like this right here, right? Come down here and then bam, you're gonna move up, and the market starts to sell off. So I don't know. So I'm trying to look at tickers, and if you look at Microsoft, it's not looking good. Microsoft is looking pretty bad right now. It's not looking too healthy, and Facebook's starting to curl over a little bit as well. So I don't know exactly where we are in the market per se. I am still short this market right here, and I'll continue to add to short on this market if we trade higher. I'll continue to add short somewhere up in here, mostly because of the move that we've made for the past 3 days. I was long. Matter of fact, I've been long since somewhere back here, and traded this all the way up. So 1, 2, 3 long days. I think we're getting close. We're starting to get long in the tooth here, especially with OPEX being here. So I would just keep rolling through all these different tickers and seeing what is happening in the market currently. If we're going to make this leg higher, if you guys are just tuning in right now, there's a few things for you. So this white line that's at an angle here goes all the way back to January. So it starts way back here on January 4th, right? You see we had a kind of a touch back here, another touch back here on the 10th, right? Touch bear, we sold here on the 13th, we sold here on the 10th or so, right? And we're right back up in there right now. Now, I'm bullish right now in this market, believe it or not. I'm actually have changed my view. Even if we trade down to 405, I'm bullish, macro speaking, at this point, because my take is that the Fed is going to blow this market up big, like big down the road. So do we trade above this? Probably trade above this at some point. We break through. If you're going to make this power move in here, and then you've got puts rolling off, should we trade up higher? Yeah, I don't think not think that we don't, but I do think that there's possibly a relief coming in down here for the next leg higher. I think we do head into, and then I don't think you see the power move until Friday close or possibly Monday open. There could be more capitulation over the weekend to fuck any bulls in here. No offense to bulls. And any of you that don't know me, I've been a bull for. I'm still inside. I am a bull, but I do take the short trade when it calls for. And this looks to me, I wouldn't be long here. This is where the money was, and this is where the FOMO is. So even if it moves up here, I'm not interested in it. I'm interested in the next nice, beautiful, huge move higher, and I'll leave. Like if you're filling a bag up, you guys hear about bag holding, right? I fill it up, you fill it up, another guy fills it up, another guy fills it up over here, and you're trying to find buyers, and you're saying to buyers, hey, look, there's a little bit more room in here for you. You can make some money.
According to two market sources here, Russia bond coupon payments that were due on March 16th were received by bondholders in dollars.
And so the question becomes, how much room is left in that bag to fill up in here? And so what I'm looking more for is the next, even if it's not a leg down, I'm looking more for the roll over here to make that money. And then as soon as we roll over here, I'll look for the next leg up as a bull, of course, because I am long this market in general. So hope you guys can see all that, see where we actually are here. And, you know, I'm looking more for something down here, if not even deeper. Then you got a bunch of OPEC shit. You got a bunch of quad witching shit. And then you've got a bunch of spreads out there. You got the JPM collar you got to deal with. That's over here. I think that actually goes into the 31st. We'll talk about that at a later date, the JPM collar. And we've got the cowboy out there trading as well. Some of you guys probably know about the cowboy. Some of you guys probably don't know about the cowboy. We'll have to have a conversation about his ass as well. So there are other market mechanics going on here. I know that this can look very bullish, but we've talked in the past about what bullish moves look like in a day. And even if we grind higher here, even if we melt up here, this is not the trading action of being bullish. I'm sorry. So I know what bull days are. I trade bull days all the time. You trade them for years. I just charted one out for you on this daily chart. What a bull day should look like, and this looks more like a rolling over kind of day. We know we can have a move higher. If we have a headline news that sends us higher, that's possible. We can get that in here. But just so you know, the longer we trade sideways, as we add those days up, what happens, right? We end up trading sideways and down to consolidation, and then we find that consolidation and that power move higher. That power move. The power move. Hey, stayed humble. Good to see you. So that's what you guys saying here, right? VIX is falling off a cliff. It should. So Chase brings up a good point. So Chase is saying that VIX is falling off a cliff. It should. VIX. This is the thing. VIX should fall off a cliff between now and Friday. There's no reason why it shouldn't. These puts should lose value. We shouldn't trade down to 400 or anything crazy like that. Mostly due to the fact that that these puts should expire worthless. They're not going to pay and print the puts down at 400 for the 18th. We kind of already knew that heading into FOMC. There's still a lot of calls though, way higher. That already in the money, believe it or not, from months ago. So we I want to see, or not in the money. They haven't come into the money. They're not going to want these to come in the money higher. So I think if I had to guess that into Friday OPEC, so we burn all these puts down below. We're going to burn all the calls up above, and we're going to trade sideways and down into Friday. That's my guess at this point, no matter what it looks like out there. And the VIX should fall off at the same time. That can still happen. You guys can often see the VIX move higher when we move higher, and you can see VIX roll over, and we still trade sideways and down, even though the VIX is showing something completely different. So that was extremely loud. I'll turn that down lower then. I'll turn that that voice down. Thanks, Josh, for saying something. Your favorite macro indicator points to a crash in the next 3 months. Well, we talked about that this morning. We cover Tesla yet? Who is the cowboy you're supposed to tell us who he was a while back? What's the macro indicator? We'll look at Tesla real quick, and let me switch over here for you guys so we can see Tesla. There's two cowboys basically, right? There's what's his name there? Hold on a second here. There's basically Carl Icahn. There's two cowboys. There's Carl Icahn, and there's douchebag. What's his name? Not always, but I'm forgetting his name right now. Who's the guy that called the crash back in 2020? And they put huge spreads in the market. They put giant fucking spreads in the market. And they do it when we're at bottoms, and they do it when we're at tops, and they're trying to fuck each other at all times. So we're cresting back up again at this resistance point. I'll switch back over so you can see it on. Show you the same chart again. We'll get a little bit closer so you guys can see. So you have one move up here, right? Bounced off it. Another powerful move up here. Nice, gorgeous support here. Coming back up almost to the pin, right? Second time. Almost to the pin. You can see it again on Bookmap. See if I can show you guys here. And you're also watching the divergence in the hero indicator here. So we'll see if we can break through and trade higher here. I will give this a move higher to 440 or as high as 440 so that I'm going to stay short, I should say, up to 440. And we'll see if we find resistance, if this is a rolling over move in the market, or if this is actually a move to break out of a long time. I mean, this is a long time. This has been going back 3 months, right? It's been going back since the beginning of January. This is the high point of resistance in the market. So we'll see if we can squeeze higher. We're now trading to 437.07, 437.10, 437.15, 437.29. We'll keep an eye here and see if it can continue to trade higher. And the spot gamma level for today was a max of 440. If you can break above 440 up in here and settle above 440, then the next target is 450. You got shorts being squeezed out. I'm still in my short position. I haven't left. I'm still in here. So I don't think I can get squeezed. Maybe I could get squeezed, I think, but I'll hold and add at 437. I'll probably add some right now, and I'll add some more at 440 for the rollover. Yeah, it's Bill Ackman, not Atkinson. Bill Ackman is the other cowboy. And so they trade against each other inside the market. And I'll bring up their trades for you guys and show them to you. You can see where they're pulling out spreads. They're buying and selling large spreads that tend to make the market move into the direction they want them to. Yeah, Bill Hellis coming Ackman. Did I see the Peter Schiff tweet? No, I didn't see the fucking tweet, but I did see some people freaking out about it. I didn't read the tweet or whatever. Schiff's a fucking jack off if he's talking about Zelensky. That guy is a fucking beast. That fucking Zelensky is that guy's got balls bigger than anybody out there. I mean, you guys think, right? Even if I saw another tweet about how many state reps and senators are veterans. I'll tell you what, okay? The number of our politicians that would hunker down in a bunker in the White House or some shit like that, or in Capitol Hill, fucking maybe 1% of them, maybe. Zelensky doing what he's doing, balls of fucking steel. Nobody can say shit. I wouldn't short Tesla right now. Deliveries are also around the corner. Agreed, Josh. Tesla on the high, 856. Rich, out of touch with reality, fucking moron. Yeah, exactly. Hey, John, how you doing? So we'll look at Tesla real quick here. Take a look at Tesla. Tesla's at its same resistance point right above here at 856, 860. Good place to take some profit on Tesla. And then if you think we're going to make another move up on Tesla, you'd pick Tesla back up again at 861, and you would trade it to roughly, some volatility moving all the way up into the 890, 900 area. Take a look up here again, right there. If you can get above this area here, this area of 861, get above 861, 829, take the next leg up for 900 on Tesla. A beautiful move on the SPY, trying to break out from that resistance channel. We've had this resistance channel here all the way back to January 4th.
TV, the French finance ministry is partially being evacuated due to a terrorism threat.
Uh-oh. Terrorism threat in France. I gotta check something. Hold on. I think Zelensky gets too much praise. No, I don't. I think he should. I think it's the praise for Zelensky is deserving. I think we don't have too many heroes out there. I think it's fine to give him praise. I think our heroes are rare. I think he's a good person to get praise. I think if you look at him, I saw a video of him yesterday, and he looked like he'd aged 20 years. So I think the praise is fine. We knock so many people down out there that looking at a guy like that is not so bad. Guy said there wouldn't be an invasion right up to the invasion. He's begging the U.S. for help now, but wouldn't take our word that Russia was going to invade, put all of his citizens in danger. Yeah, I think that he can't. I think that they knew that they were invading. I think that has more to do with other stuff. Cycle breakout. Time to cover shorts. Yeah, no, I don't agree with this at all. I think this is just to hurt. I think this is just meant to squeeze shorts. That's all it's meant for, Chase. Yeah, I think he has to be diplomatic. I think he can't scare. He doesn't want to cause fucking chaos with the population either. And they also need to keep people to defend. I think there's so many mechanics in why he did or didn't or acted the way that he did. That brings up the other question, right? If there's ever like a meteor coming towards the world where they tell you you're going to die, and of course you've got scientists that say, "Oh, we'd tell everybody." And the reality is they're more than likely not going to tell you that the meteor is coming to kill all of you until the last few minutes. As a matter of fact, in the it's just like the warning system. And remember when they announced the nuclear bomb or a rocket was launched to Hawaii? I think they had like 15 minutes to find out. And there were stories of people like trying to climb into sewers and stuff with their kids. I think I remember one of those stories. Some guy tried to climb into a sewer with his kids. You create a lot of fair panic amongst the populace. They can get into trouble, and you can cause more harm than good sometimes, letting someone know when something bad's happening. So that's always it's one of the philosophical question. Do you tell everybody that bad things are going to come? Or do you kind of lock them in and then tell them at the last minute, hey, this is what's happening? Vic's still rolling over right now. Now trading down at 25.61. Tesla up 15 on the day. Apple still bouncing off its resistance here. Even Apple still bouncing off its resistance here. Nothing's really changed for me. I'm not day trading this at all. I am looking for a short here. That's it. All I'm looking for here. If we trade higher from here, if we can trade higher than 440, I'll take another long there. But anything in here for me is not anything I'm interested in. I think I bring up 440 here. I said 440, but it looks like if we break above 438, if you can actually break above 438, I don't see the sellers at 440 anymore. I mean, you guys can look here and see that there's no sellers. A little bit coming in, just starting to come in at 439. Maybe they're hidden sellers, not sure. I might add some more shorts here. Hold on. Well, not short, but long puts. better to chaos when Russia wasn't invading rather than the chaos after they invaded. I don't know. See the clip of American guy who went to fight for UKR base, got bombed. Lots of English Americans died. They had no gear, so he and some buddies left and went for the border. No, didn't see that.
According to TASS News, Russia's sanctioned lender, VTB, says that they will hand over servicing of foreign securities to other financial companies.
Don't Look Up. Check it out. Yeah, I think I saw that movie. We're trying to go short into next week or just mañana. Where is the resistance for Tesla for the high? Sunday is spring solstice. Shit may hit the fan on Monday. Gold has turned and started back up. This looks pretty bullish. We're adding puts here. Arrows off the charts. Yeah, so this is all of this here is to be expected. Everything that's happening right now is to be expected. Nothing that's happening right here. We talked about this morning that we could squeeze higher. We talked about the 3 places I said I'm going to add puts here, here, and here this morning. We're talking about where the trade was. I want you guys to see this, okay? I want you guys to see where this trade started. Talk about this all the time, and I understand where you guys are coming from. We're going to look at this one more time, okay? Show you guys where the trade was. Trade was down here, right? Trade was actually started back here. And there was consolidation. Look at my cursor down here, okay? And this was for a move higher. Right, this shit's blasted off. Now, does that mean that the trade doesn't go until we get up here? I think that it can. I don't think that there's any issue. I have no issue at all with this trade going to right here. Like, I got no issue. I don't care if it's here. I don't care if it's here. I don't care if it's right here. All right, I have no issues with that trade. But what I'm looking for is a trade, a halfback trade of some kind, somewhere down in here to jump into. Okay, so now that doesn't mean this happens, but puts are starting to get cheap over here, right? And they're going to get cheaper and cheaper as they roll over here. Now, you're gonna have bulls saying we're going to go higher, higher, higher. We're going to 450 right now. It's possible that we do, but you have to understand that the trade. Right? The trade was way over here. And even this move higher, it's kind of like being down here and a bear saying we're going lower, when the reality is you wanted to position for higher here, right? So sometimes that takes 1, 2, 3 days for that move to take place. Sometimes it rolls right away. But on the downside move, right? So we could trade up even higher here, and my take is that we still roll here at some point. This can happen right here. It can happen up high here. It can happen over here. It doesn't matter. So I'm starting to take a short position to roll this market over. I want to capture. I want to show you what I want to capture, okay? The move that I'm trying to capture. I don't know if this works. Hold on. I need to get up like a pen or something. Like, I want to capture this move here, most of this, and not get caught in this. And I don't want to get caught in this. And the same goes this way. I want to capture most of this move. I don't want to be buying shorts here or puts down here. I want to be or shorts over here. So you're going to see that squeeze here, right? And you'll see that squeeze here. And the same thing happens down here. You'll start to see this capitulation moves down here. You'll start to see bears or bulls say, oh, God, Lord Jesus, we're fucked. We're not going to get anything here. And so that's what I'm looking for. Some kind of sideways and down. No matter what we're being shown right here, right now, means nothing to me. Nothing. The only thing that would mean anything to me, if you wanted to squeeze me out, I'll show you exactly where it is. I'll show you how you squeeze me out. I'll show you exactly how you squeeze me out. The only way you can squeeze me out is if you did something stupid like this. You did like this. That would squeeze me out. Something like that, I'd get fucked. That move right there, totally fucked. But even then, my puts are cheap. They're like 10 cents, 12 cents, 20 cents. They mean nothing as we trade or hopefully we trade this down. So you might be asking me, well then, Cap, why aren't you taking this long today? I'm just not day trading at this moment. I'm working in the background on mechanics of this shit. So to be truthful with you, I just had a monitor go out over here, so I'm working on my monitor. I'm working on some other stuff we have going. I've got 1, 2, 3 computers going, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 monitors going, and so I'm just trying to get this thing set up. And actually, at some point today, I have to turn the stream off and move some shit around, physically move some stuff around, so that I can have a better viewpoint of what's going on. SPY pushing higher while Apple and Misfit are down. Haven't been able to make a new high of the day. Yeah, exactly, Josh. Yeah, I'll get you guys. That's another thing I have to do. So I've got Discord rolling. I've got fucking I have to log in on another Discord. Such a pain in the ass. Like, not you, it's me. I have to log in on Discord on this computer here, and I got to do it when I'm not live streaming on a different username, so that I can get you guys post invites into the chat here for you. So if someone could help someone out in there, I'd appreciate it. With a Discord invite, there we are live streaming the options flow in the Discord today. We've got K-Web calls coming in right now. We'll look at K-Web. We'll look at the cumulative hero indicator is excellent on Tesla right now. If you want to pick this trade back up again on Tesla, you're going to pick it up above 861.44, 862, and take it to all the way up to 900. Give me just 1 second here. All right, so we're going to tell you guys something. This is hilarious. So all that noise that's in Discord, yeah, all the noise in Discord, that scratchy noise you guys are hearing, that's from somebody who either doesn't know their microphone's on or doesn't know they can mute their microphone. Or if any of you guys want to mute that person, you can mute that speaker. That's not me. Just so you know, all that feedback is coming in Discord from somebody else.
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
I think that's Chant Sue that's in there talking inside the chat room.
Just an update on the evacuation of the French Finance Ministry. The evacuation has ended. The staff are going back to work following the bomb threats, according to the police.
Sorry about that.
According to France's President Macron, the French state should take a greater stake in EDF.
All right. Sorry about that. I needed to take a break there for a minute. I do real estate on the side. So I don't know if you guys know that, like buy and sell houses and stuff like that, renovate houses. And so I was talking to a guy about some homes. So maybe you guys want to see these homes? I could bring them up. We could look at them. You guys probably are not interested at all, are you? And that kind of stuff. So I buy houses, I'll buy them, flip them, rent them out, Airbnb, that kind of stuff. Which news feed am I using now? What is it called here? Hold on.
Just a heads up, President Biden as well as House Speaker Pelosi currently attending the Speaker's Lunch. We have just provided the live video to that on the feed if you'd like to watch along live.
Let me take a look and see. Whoopsie. You guys are interested in real estate? You guys want to see the houses? You guys want to see how to make some money? You guys want to know? Do you guys want to know how to fund your do you guys want to know how to fund your excursion? Hold on a second here. All right, so we're squeezing higher here, looking for 440. We'll see if the market can squeeze higher to 440 or not. And we're going to talk about some real estate here. So we'll see if we can squeeze higher. Look for a price target above of 440. See the sellers are up here. Looks like they're coming down currently right where we are at 437.75. See if the market can trade higher into the end of the day here, or if the market's going to roll over.
More comments from France's President Macron says, I will talk in the coming hours to both the Ukrainian president and Russian president.
We'll also take a look at the...
Also seeing some more color as France's President Macron states that the French state should take control of some EDF assets.
Let's look at SPY real quick. Or not SPY. We're going to look at the VIX real quick. And we're getting a little bit of a bounce here. If you look closely at this chart here. And we sold off down below, right? Bounce, and then we're traded lower. Tagged a nice low down here at 25.61. We want to see continued selling of the VIX to keep going down, and hopefully this is not some kind of a consolidation trade higher here. I am short this market currently.
Does not rule out going to Kyiv, but only if it's useful and at the right moment.
And we'll continue. Well, not looking at the VIX here, but looking at the SPY. I'm looking for a rollover here as we head into Friday. Some kind of a pretty severe selling as we trade lower here. Now we are at resistance across the market. We've been at resistance here. We were here at resistance starting at 436.53 or so, and we are at resistance again above here at 438. Supposedly, Spot Gamma is claiming that we should be able to trade as high as 440 today before we find some real resistance. They're also claiming that if we trade higher than 440, let's look at closer here. If we're able to get above 440 today at some point, then that's very bullish. We break through. What happens is we end up breaking through volatility, and we have clear skies above at that point to take this much higher. And here would be the ultimate price target above at 450. The price target if we can get above 440. But anywhere that we are, well, right where we are right now is all volatility. You can see that as it's been happening all day long. Just lots of rotation in the market trying to get us higher. We are at some resistance here. You can see this resistance point that we're at right now. And we're just a big, giant, solid grind. Just getting ate up. Yeah, we'll talk about being a slumlord here in just a minute, okay? We're going to show you guys this. If I own and flipped 28 houses in my life. Oh, you did? Giannis has owned and flipped houses. We'll look at 2 right now. You want to know how to make money. We're going to teach you guys how to make money right now. So here's the deal, okay? If you let's say you're making some money and you're like, how do I make money? And you get a job. And then you get a job, and then you get a savings account, and then you get yourself a 401k, and then eventually you find the stock market, and you found a new way to make more money. You found Bitcoin, whatever. There's risk in that, right? So if you're a portfolio, you want to have a portfolio.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
So if you have your portfolio, right? You've got some money in the bank, right? That you pay your girlfriend or your boyfriend because they're broke and poor. And then you've got some money tied up in some real estate, right? Your first one is a home, right? Let's say you try to buy a home. It's not a depreciative asset, right? And then you've got some money, let's say, saved up in a 401k or something. And you've taken on some risk with, or not too much risk, but Bitcoin or something like that, or an NFT, whatever it is, whatever your poison is, some gold. And then you found the stock market, so you want to put some risk on to make high profits, and then you want to protect those profits, right? If you take $100 and you wager it and you make $500, let's say, or you make $100 off that $100, you don't want to leave that 100 that you made in the stock market. It's a high risk proposition. It's not that you don't risk the first 100 again. It's that the money that you made, you want to put somewhere else that's a little bit less risky. So how do I deal with that, right? So you're like, hey, Cap, what do you do with your money? So one of the things that I do with my money is I buy houses, right? I used to take on tenants, and I don't do that anymore. Too many problems with tenants. Well, first I started with I'd buy them, rehab them, and then flip them. And the taxes and the time and the bullshit and the cost of materials and the cost of labor, believe it or not, is very expensive, right? Risky. And I've seen guys get caught with houses that are like, you buy a house for $150,000 to $300,000, and then you're in a high price market, and they try to do a rehab, cost them $100,000, $200,000. They try to sell for $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. That's all fine and dandy. But usually, if you get, there's a couple things you have to think about. And let's say the market turns on you, and you're in a nice neighborhood, you're gonna get fucked. And I've seen it happen too many times, right? So my take on on investing in real estate, for me at least, is I try to buy houses with cash and with cash money, and then I try to fund. I used to fund flips or rehabs with hard money loans. So I don't know if you guys know about hard money loans, but I find a house. I'm like, hey, I'm going to buy this house. It's going to cost 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 75 grand. And they will front me part of the rehab money, and I have to have it rehabbed in a time frame. Be like, hey, it's 3 months or 6 months, and then there's points that you pay them, and you have to get the house on market. You can't live in any of that kind of shit. It's a hard money loan, and the VIG starts at month 3, month 6, whatever, and they usually take 10 points or less. It's your first deal, they might take 10 points off you. If it's you've done multiple deals, it goes way down, 3 to 5 points. If you've done multiple deals, or they know that you can make the money in a positive time frame. Anyways, all that shit and noise and bullshit. For me personally, I don't do that anymore. Now what I do is I try to buy and hold, and I try to buy and hold these houses, and I don't rent them out to regular renters. Too many problems, for me at least. So what I do is I try to buy and hold and then turn them into Airbnbs, because then I don't have to deal with a tenant. I can unload the workload onto a housekeeper and a property manager, and that pays, or I can kick these people out if I need to. There's no, you don't have any rights if you're an Airbnb renter. If I don't like you, you can get the fuck on out, right? So for me, and I don't have to rent out that often to make what I would make in rent. So that's my story at this point. No more buying and flipping, no more rentals, none of that shit. Just Airbnbs. And specifically, if you're in a place like, if you're in a community like, let's say, Detroit or Cleveland, or lots of places in Minnesota is a good place. Ohio is a good place. Minnesota, any kind of like up and coming neighborhoods or cities. So if you look like an up and coming city, right, they're being gentrified, or they're making a comeback in some way or shape or form. Usually they had a period, 10, 20, 30 years, especially in the Rust Belt, where they had decay, urban decay. And these towns are reinventing themselves, these cities. But within that, you find that there aren't a lot of options there's usually still industry in these places. Lots of engineers need places to stay. But there aren't a lot of options for business travelers to stay. There aren't a lot of hotel options, nice hotel options. You'll find like an engineer will come to town that has to work on 5 or 6 gas stations, and they need a long-term stay, right? So Airbnb does this thing where they offer long-term stays. They offer 1 to 3 month rentals, almost like a sublet. And there aren't a lot of hotels available that are nice for an engineer, let's say, to come to town and spend a month, 3 months. Also, when people, let's say someone escapes a poor neighborhood, they get a college degree, or they make it, let's say out in Hollywood is a joke, but let's say they make it out in Hollywood or something, and they want to come back to visit their family that still lives in these neighborhoods. They don't really have options. They have to travel to see family. So I buy these houses now and turn them into Airbnbs. So you have an option, somewhere nice to stay, secure. It's pimped out. It's beautiful, and that kind of stuff. So we're going to look at a couple properties. So my guy just called me and he said, and this is another crazy thing. For the last 5 years or so, you could get great properties at auction, tax auctions, and people are upside down their taxes. And so I often would get properties at auction, but most of these towns are reinventing themselves. You can't really get a decent house at auction anymore, and specifically in Detroit, although that is changing. A lot of people in many communities around the U.S. have not paid their taxes during COVID, and now they've. Matter of fact, I just read an article that said that there's 16,000 homes coming into the auction this year for unpaid taxes. So this year's tax auction should be a good one, believe it or not. And you might say, like, well, why are you buying these houses and all that kind of stuff? Well, because it's real estate. You buy real estate, and I'm gonna look a couple of these up right now that I just got offered. So you buy real estate because it's a safer investment. If you take care of the property, you renovate it properly, you put tenants or yourself in them, you live in them. That's how neighborhoods become gentrified. You move there, you live in the house that you bought. I live in the city on a house that I bought. Hold on a second here. I'm an active member of my community. Let's see, does that work? Hold on a second here. Yeah, a second here. Okay, 5. I'm going to show. So you say, I can't afford to live in LA, because I used to live in LA, right? Lived in LA, Santa Monica, lived in Vail, a bunch of other expensive places. Let's say you're a young person and you want to start making money out there, right? How this has been done since time immemorial is you find a place that is undervalued, and you move to those places, and you become a part of the community, and then you live there, right? And you start to buy properties. They're cheap. They're They're cheap. They cost anywhere between like $10,000 and $100,000. Between that, sweat equity, loans, whatever you can get.
From sources, Italy approves the gradual phasing out of COVID-19 restrictions.
19457. And this is how you build wealth. You don't actually build wealth from the stock market, believe it or not. Some people tell you that you do, but it's not. I'll tell you how you build wealth. You build fucking wealth by owning real estate. The more properties that you own, right, the more leverage that you have. And you upkeep them. They generate income for you. You get tax breaks. You own a property, you own an Airbnb, you can get a check from an Airbnb. Let's say you're like, oh, I bought a house for, let's say, 10 grand. I renovated it for 30 and I sold it for 75, let's say. Just say, right? So you get this quick payment of 35 grand. You had to wait 2-3 months to work it all out. You end up getting big time taxes. 30% of that goes taxes. You're left with 10, 20 grand. It's an okay paycheck. But if you get someone to pay you $1,000 a month for the next 10, 20 years, that's some serious money, okay? Serious money. And even in Detroit, believe it or not, rents right now in Detroit are $900 to $1,200 for a single-family home, which is great. It's outstanding. Airbnbs making like $1,500 to $2,000 a month, depending upon where they're located. It's pretty serious money. So I'm going to show you guys. Closing all my trades to attend this real estate seminar. So I'm going to show you guys. So when you start doing this stuff, what happens is you end up meeting people, right? You end up meeting attorneys.
The UK government set to publish an energy supply plan next week.
You end up meeting. Let's look at
UK PM Johnson seeking to reduce dependence on Russia.
Looking at a little bit of a rollover here. Tagged out at 43792. We'll see if we can find some support here on. See if we can find some support down here on 43680. See if we can make another move higher or not. And we'll see if we'll trade down here and then make this move higher. Or does the market begin to roll over as we head into Friday? Now, so let's think about that, okay? Let's say you're a young guy out there or a woman, and you're like, I can't make it. I'm on Reddit anti-work, and my job sucks, and I can't buy a house, and I can't buy a car, and I can't buy this, and I can't buy that, and oh, woe is me, right? You can say that shit all you want all day long, but the reality is, for you to make it in this world, nobody's going to help you. Your job isn't. Your parents can't. They can, but they can't. You know, most parents can't help you that much. Your girlfriend, boyfriend, they're not going to help you. You have to really, literally pull your pants up. And you're like, well, I can't. Well, you can. If you move to one of these places, you fucking can. So, anyways, you meet these people, and then there's properties that come offline. They're not on the market. And if you meet enough like attorneys, real estate agents, stuff like that, they call you up and say, hey, do you want to buy this? Do you know anybody that wants to buy this? So I just got a phone call. And the guy said to me, hey, do you want to buy these 2 properties? And I'll talk about this stuff later too, because sometimes what I can do is I'll buy but not buy this property and then sell it to somebody else. Okay, so this is another part of this business. So, and then we'll talk about that another time. But for right now, these are the 2 properties I was just offered, okay? This is the first one. This is, don't bother looking this up because it ain't on market. Ain't nobody fucking buying this house. All right? But this is 5236 Vancouver Street.
And we should shortly be expecting the results of the Fed's reverse repo facility usage.
5236 Vancouver Street, okay? It's off market. It got renovated. We'll look at it right now real quick. There's some problems here. Now, first of all, this house got renovated, okay? It's got a great yard. It's actually in some newer pictures. The whole yard is fenced in. But there's some bad houses here. It's a bad house right there. It's all boarded up. That's an occupied house. This is an occupied house. That's good to see. You want to see stuff like that. But all these, you want to find out if these are scheduled for demolition or if they're on the list for, there's a rehab program in Detroit where they'll sell these houses in auction and then developers will come in and develop this stuff. So you want to find out if this is on the development list or not, right? And there's more over here. Some of these are occupied. You can always check by lawns if people are living in them or not, or if people are taking care of them or not. This does not look occupied, and neither does this. But there's a positive to this house, okay? And that is that downtown Detroit, downtown Detroit is right here. And
86 counterparties take $1.66 trillion at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
And so this house has been renovated, and I'm not going to tell you the story behind how this house became available, but this house probably could sell for right now, probably sell $35,000 to $55,000 in its current state. I could probably buy this house today for anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000. No taxes owed, no water bills, none of that stuff. So anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000, I could buy this house, put a renter in it, and in 3 years, I'll have my money back at most. 1 to 3 years. 1 to 3 years, I'll have my investment paid back, and it'll just be free money. Free money from this point forward, which is kind of neat. So this house right here just got offered.
PM Draghi says that Italy is ready to impose new restrictions if the COVID situation worsens.
Now, see how this neighborhood kind of sucks right here, right? So you want to find out if this neighborhood is on the master plan. Detroit has a master plan. Is it going to come back? Because this house, if this neighborhood comes back, is going to be worth probably $100,000. Okay, easily $100,000 if this neighborhood is on that plan. And I'm going to show you a neighborhood here that is on that plan. So this neighborhood here and this house right here. See this neighborhood right here? This neighborhood is beautiful. See how this neighborhood has actually been renovated, rejuvenated. People have bought and renovated. This area is being, you can start to see that all these homes are well taken care of, right? And this is the neighborhood you want, right? I want this neighborhood here. But to be honest, you don't want this neighborhood now. You want this neighborhood before it becomes this. So that when it becomes this, your property value goes through the roof, right? You double your investment, right? This is beautiful. So my point behind it is this. See this house right here? So this house right here had a house fire. And the comps in this neighborhood are right around $100,000, $200,000, believe it or not. So this house had a house fire. I was told the house fire was not that bad. It didn't gut it. It didn't blow through the roof. You can't see smoke coming out of it anywhere. Now, the deal on this house is they just want out of it. This is another older person that just wants to get out. The insurance is willing to pay $15,000 towards the renovation of this house. So I have to drive over here today, take a look at this house on the interior, and see how much it would cost to renovate this, even after the house fire. So $15,000, maybe another 10 to 15 grand, hopefully, or I'd go as high as maybe 30 grand, 20, 30 grand. That's going to put me right at, it's going to put me at a buy price at like 20,000, maybe $20,000 at 50, cost me like 50, and they can probably sell this house for $100,000. So that's a quick 50 grand. I'll probably walk away with 30 grand or something like that. But with that money, that 25 grand plus the extra 15, I could probably put a GC right on site here. I wouldn't have to check on it. Come back through, and this is only going to make money over the years. So there's the two houses that I'm looking at right now to buy. Now, if you wanted something even cheaper than that, there's something called what's it called? The Wayne County Tax Auction. Now, this Wayne County Tax Auction doesn't take place this year until September, October it starts for 2022. This is what you want right here, because there's nothing attached to it. There's this other thing called Building Detroit, where you can get a house for like $500. Don't ever do that shit. If anybody tells you to do that shit, there's so many ties to it. Dirt cheap, but like you got to bury your power lines, all kinds of fucking nonsense. You just go here to this auction site, and they'll add, this year they're going to probably add like 20,000 properties to it. And then you get a list, and then you bid on them. You can get like a list for like 20 different properties. You bid on them, you drive around, find the house that you like. And another thing that I do is if I find people living in any of these houses, if they're occupied, I'll offer the owner to pay off their taxes and pay them money to get out of the house. So let's say you were upside down, the state or the county was going to take your house. Let's say you were upside down like 10 grand. I'd give you 10 grand to pay your taxes off, then give you another 10 or 20 grand to move. So you have somewhere to go, and your property taxes are paid off. You're not on the hook for that. It's another workaround, and not even doing the auction. That way, it comes out of the auction. I don't have to bid anybody else, and then I get the house. and it's actually been lived in, so it usually needs less renovations. So you get Is the buyer liable for property back taxes? Good question, Mr. J. Rambo. So there's a bunch of stuff wrapped up in that, okay? So if you buy a house through the Wayne County tax auction, you have to pay off the back taxes if there are any, and you can search to find out if there are any. I think it comes. No, I got that wrong. If you buy it from the Detroit Land Bank, taxes are taken care of. If you buy it from the Wayne County tax auction, the starting bid includes the owed property taxes, and you have to pay off the next year's property taxes in advance when you close on the house. Now, if you're buying a house like these that I'm going to try to buy, I just do a tax search on them. You can do a tax search, and then if there are any taxes owed, it becomes a part of the negotiation. Like, hey, I know you owe this much money, and you don't buy the house without the water bill, because the water bill is attached to the home here in this county, which is really fucking crazy. Are we moving up here? Sweet Jesus, look at that. Just cranking. Pumping on up to 438.03. Consolidation and another move higher, another squeeze higher to the melt up here. 438.03. So what you're looking for is so when you do the deal, they have to pay the taxes off. Or it's a part of the deal that you pay the taxes off. One way or another, you try to you don't close the deal ever without any encumbrances on the property, and that has to do with the type of title that you get. Right, you get a warranty deed in your title. You don't ever. I don't do quick claims. Some people do if they're only going to be rentals. They'll do quick claim deeds, but I only do warranty deeds on homes. So if I live in New Jersey, how do I? A bunch of questions. Yeah, you bypass the auction. I bypass the auction. Yeah, so what I do is there's a bunch of different ways you can buy these houses. The first one I do, my most successful one, is when I get the list. You go to your county, wherever you live, right? Some places you can find them. You go to the first thing you do is you find the first thing that you do.
According to Interfax here, Russia's Novak says that energy supplies from Russia are to remain stable.
So the first thing that you're doing here is, dude, dude, even with these squeezes, none of these calls are printing that fat. Spreads, baby. It's the way spreads are printing fat. The first thing you can do is you go to your county and you or call your county and say, hey, when do you have auctions? Because they'll have court step auctions. Some counties only do court step auctions. Some counties have an actual auction time of the year where they hold an auction event, depending on where you live, and they'll give you the details. Now, if they put a list out there, sometimes they ask you to have, you have to have 10 grand that you put into escrow, or 15 grand, or 20 grand, or a percentage, or even depending upon the number of properties that you're going to bid on. There's a bunch of different rules depending on where you're bidding on houses. But what you want to be doing is you want to be looking for, I'm going to scroll back over here. So you want to be looking for, well, what you're looking for, we have some resistance forming above at 440 and 439. What you're looking for is you're looking for places where you can find cheap houses. So if you live in New Jersey, right, you have to find a neighborhood that's coming, or that's beaten down, in a county that's beaten down. If you're living in New Jersey, you have to consider moving. If New Jersey's like ripping or whatever, if the real estate market's excellent there, you have to be willing to move, pick yourself up, move somewhere else. If you're looking for just a rental in a different place, like let's say you're living in New Jersey, but you want to buy something to rent out to somebody else, what you do is you find properties in a different city, and you can buy them through ads. They have Facebook groups where rehabbed properties already been rehabbed. When I first started, what I did was I went on Facebook, found a real estate group here in Detroit. I got some addresses. I flew into Detroit, and then I started to actually physically inspect them. And then I signed a contract and bought houses, right? That's how I got started doing it. They were already rehabbed. My first one was already rehabbed. Ooh, nice. I picked up some 440Cs there at like 98 cents. They're up to $1.30 now. But I think I'm going to cut them loose here in just a minute, trying to offset the cost of my puts that I'm in. So that's what you do. You take your money. Now, let's say you're like, I'm poor, I'm broke, right? You have to have some kind of money. You probably, if you're going to buy a house on like dirt cheap, you probably need to have some form of cash. It has to be like, I don't know, somewhere around $10,000 to $50,000 to get started. And you're like, well, I don't have $10,000 to $50,000. The truth is, right, you got to get like a partner and just start banking their money, or you make the money off the stock market. And if you can come to the table with like 10 to 50 grand, you can get a hard money lender, and they'll back you for the other half of that money, and they'll back you to flip that house. So I just sold those calls real quick here. That was a quick 25%. All right, so let me see what you guys are talking about in here. We got some weird shit going on. All right. Stepping on toes. Yeah, of course. How do you bypass an auction? Fuck, you get the list, and you literally drive from house to house. And if you see someone living in there, right, you try to get them out from underneath, because they're going to get fucked one way or another. The county's going to fuck them, so you're getting them out of their tax liabilities, and then you're giving them a way to get out, right? You give them 10, 20 grand, and they're like, hey, I can rent something somewhere else. I know of some people who pay this tax, and probably then suddenly you own the property, kind of gray area, but it is what it is. Yep, I've done that before. Spy trying to catch a bid. It caught a bid. Trying to negotiate. It seems like it's possible to take down a bit, melt up. How do you find the owner? How do I find the owner in a house, right? That's a good question. Typically so there's a bunch of different ways you can find an owner in a house. Typically you go to a county tax payment. I don't know if I should tell you guys this stuff, but most counties you can pay your property taxes on through a county website, and you can usually just search the property. You don't have to do an entire title search. You just search the property number, and it'll give you a way to pay the taxes, and then it usually lists the actual owner of the property. If it's an LLC or a corporation that owns the property, you can then do an LLC search or a C Corp, S Corp search, and then you find out who the posted agent is for the owner of the home. I should have sold those calls. They're now up to $1.32.
Discount rate action by New York and Dallas directors.
Should have held those calls.
That's the Fed discount rate approval is a formality following the Wednesday rate hike.
So what else are you guys doing here? Let me see. Where's Tesla melting up to? Let's take a look. Nowhere. You're looking to, we talked about taking Tesla long over 863. It has broken above and breached major resistance. Next price target above would be 900. You've got some other areas of concern here, 868. You've got 879, and then you've got 887, and then, of course, 897 here above. It just smashed through a huge area of resistance that was down here between 860 and 863. Good job, Bulls. Woohoo! What else are you guys saying here? Wait a minute. Tesla. What are you guys saying in here? Yeah, the property tax information, the name is public information. Absolutely. Yep, not hard to find. Not hard to find who owns a house. Not hard to find if they own so another crazy thing, right? So in this state, not all states are like this, but some states up 100% on misfit calls, right on, and misfit calls on in most
According to the
states.
Italian Prime Minister, sanctions on Russia can be strengthened further.
Lot call flow waterfall coming in on flow algo right now. You can see flow just pouring in right now. XLV calls, misfit calls, Apple calls, Tesla calls, SPY calls, BA, QQQs, and Apple calls. So on like this state here, water bills can be attached to an individual or to the house. You have to, in every county, wherever you're looking, you always want to know what kind of liens or debts. You'll do a title search, but you always want to know, like, generally speaking, why people are losing their homes. It's typically from water bill. In this state, it's typically from water bills and tax bills. They get underneath on them, and they're fucking crazy. They like haven't paid a water bill in 20, 30 years. They're upside down like $15,000, believe it or not, in a water bill. Or they're upside down in their taxes, 3, 4, 5 years unpaid taxes, and that's how they end up losing their homes. Now, when it comes to mortgage, when it comes to like a foreclosure, mortgage foreclosure, I don't fuck with mortgage foreclosures. I don't bother. There's still money. The banks have to make the mortgage back, and I'm not interested. There's not enough, for me at least, there's not enough money in there. I'm looking more for even and you'll find these tax auctions even in nice neighborhoods. They're only looking for the taxes to be paid, and then it becomes a bidding war amongst the buyers. It's the only properties that I buy now. I should say I do estate buys from attorneys. I have off-market properties, and I buy auction properties, pre-auction or at auction. I find the best deals there, and I have the best gains from those properties. And you know what else? I feel like my experience with auctions that are mortgage auctions, like I feel like a lot of I don't know if you have any auctions you guys have been to. It doesn't matter what kind of auction it is. There's a lot of amateur bidders out there.
Seeing from Punchbowl Sherman saying the Senate, saying Schumer says they will amend the House bill next week and send it back to the House.
And there are a lot of amateur bidders.
Sherman says Schumer is talking the chips bill on the floor.
There are amateur bidders that overbid for properties, and there are inside bidders trying to bid up bids on properties. So if it's something we're through like a county, it tends not to happen. Sometimes it does. Sometimes you'll find big real estate flippers that'll outbid and overbid for properties, or they're trying to accumulate properties. They'll overbid, but I found less fucking around in county auctions. Yeah, we stream daily. I try to stream daily. I used to stream daily. I'm just getting back into streaming daily again right now. If you guys are just joining here, there's a few things you need to know. Try to join us in the Discord room. We stream or started to stream options flow as it comes in live within that Discord. So you might want to join us in the Discord. There's nothing hidden behind a paywall here. Everything is free. This is a free sub. And then we were live streaming every day, and then I had some equipment upgrades that were not working out for me. They're starting to work out for me, as you can see here now. We'll take a look at the SPY chart and check in on the regular chart outside of Bookmap and see where we are. So Spot Gamma, this morning's Spot Gamma report did put a ceiling at 440. And they also made a note that if we trade higher than 440 here, that you should see volatility go away. So we'll take a look here. We're going to just go back, because I know some of you are just joining us right now. We're going to go all the way back to the beginning of January here. This is way back on January 4th, right? And we started trading down into this negative channel here, these two thick white lines right here, this one and this one. And we traded out of bounds, of course. But generally speaking, this was the trend down. And even within these out trading outside of these bounds, right, of this negative channel, there were some points of reference. And this one right here, we just broke out of. Just so you guys can see, we've finally broken out of our upper resistance of a negative band here, okay? Now, within that, there is a volatility zone. I'm going to show you where this volatility zone is, and that is right here. And so this is by a spot gamma note would be that in here, this is volatility, okay? And we are in negative gamma down, or we're negative gamma actually down, or this whole thing is fucking negative gamma, believe it or not. But this is a volatility zone, right? And this zone here. Spot gamma's note today was that if we were able to break above, let's say we break above here, and let's say we consolidate.
Sync from Blankfiend saying 7 projected rate hikes were not so hawkish from the Fed.
Yeah, they're not hawkish. Nothing about that statement yesterday was hawkish. So if you break above this volatility zone here, you should be able to make the next leg up to 450. Okay, that there's no volatility here. That would mean that rather than erratic movements up and down, you're going to get more. It shouldn't go like this. It would be more of you'd have less volatility and more like a stretched out move higher over time to 450. This is when volatility is crushed. This is when things get positive and we tend to move slower towards an upper target, okay? The violent moves tend to go away when you start to move into a more positive environment. You get out of a volatility zone. So that's where we are today. We'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of this here. If we do meet this 440, we should see a pullback here. Anywhere from 436 to 440 is volatility. So even though we've traded this high, there is an expectation that we will get a rollover in the market, even if it's just a pullback over time into Friday or even into Monday, and then for the next leg higher to 450. All right, so let's bring this back up here. Get rid of charts. We'll look at Tesla. Tesla's still fighting around. See the resistance above here. Tesla currently where we are. Though there was a huge resistance here at 860, 861, and the bulls just wrecked like a wrecking ball, just destroyed. We'll actually look at it back here. You guys want a sexy chart? Here it is. Let's see. Let's show you guys a nice, sexy, beautiful chart. This will make you get you guys all giddy. So you can see this beautiful chart right here, going back to this morning, right?
US defense official
Major resistance here.
More than 1,000
Just
missiles on Ukraine.
Just destroyed, consumed by buyers here, and now the bulls have their eyes set on some support here, and then the next move higher to 900. See if I can move this back over here again. Right there. Give me just a second here. Move back over. We still have squeezing going on the SPY. Looking for a price target above of 440 on the SPY. Also watching a breach of the VIX, breaching below 25.61. Now it's trading at 25.51. You're also watching all of these puts that are out there that were held for in anticipation of the March 18th expiry, just getting destroyed right now. This is how you squeeze bears out that were short down to 413 or so, that didn't close their shorts and didn't close their puts, and they're getting squeezed currently up to that 440 level. There's nothing above.
Draghi says we need different pricing for renewable power versus gas.
There's nothing above 440 until 450. If you go back this morning, we went over the spot gamma this morning. You can go back, pause the video.
Draghi says the EU needs cap on gas prices.
And it should show you, it shows you where each level is. Where it shows you where volatility is, where gamma levels are. You can go back there and pause the video every morning and just scroll through and take note of where all those levels are. Matter of fact, we'll bring it up right here, right now for you. I'll bring it up for you guys. So every morning.
He says there is no plan to increase borrowing now to curb energy prices.
So we'll go back over the report from this morning real quick so you guys can see what's going on here. Okay, so futures at 433, overnight highs at 43.67, right? With yesterday's rally, there was a sharp reduction.
Germany's bear box saying Germany will send more troops to NATO's eastern flank.
Forecast high volatility for today, a 1.4% move from open to close. We are already at, what are we at right now? We're at 0.87% move so far today. So we do have more room to move today, right? So we'll trade within this range over here. Resistance lies at 4348 and 4400 right here. Resistance is at 4400. Support shows down here at 44 or 4300 and 4330. Okay. They also talk about the IV crush on puts throughout this day. You can always pause this and take a look to see if we're going to trade higher or lower. That they're looking for further volatility crush. Now, these proprietary levels that are down here, right? As you look through here, you're going to be looking for strikes within here, right? The spot gamma, absolute gamma strike. You can always pause these videos in the morning, come back through, and then just do a Google search and what does absolute gamma mean, right? So that you can find out, you can see that it's at 440 up here. You'll also see every morning we have 0 gamma levels, put wall support, call wall strike, CP gamma tilt, delta neutral PX, and then we've got net delta. Then we've got key support and resistance. You can see these levels here, and in here you'll see the volatility triggers at what levels they are at, the put walls in chart form, and then if you guys really want in the morning, what I haven't been doing for you guys is I have the script for. I actually have the script for. Hold on here. Let me take a look. Why is it not over here? Hold on here. Give me just a second here. It's not showing over here. I could show you guys this. So I have the levels. I have a script for TradingView, and I have these levels here. So these are the actual. You could actually chart these yourself if you guys take a look at this. So this is the SPX levels, and this is the SPX and ES levels. 0 gamma, large gamma strikes, combo strikes. You can Google search what all these mean. Volatility triggers, right? And then combos and the put wall down below. If you guys want me to, I could start slamming these in every morning to the charts and update the charts every day on TradingView. I used to use these. I don't use them as much as I used to, so that you guys can see where all the support and resistance levels are. If you guys are looking for the levels above, as of today, right, 4,400, 4422, 4448, 4450, and then 4487. You can make notes of these, or in the morning if you want, I can just bring these up for you. If you want to look for the key levels for SPY, they're right here. So you can see 440, 442, 444, and 450. Same thing goes for NQ. They give you the same thing for NQ as well. And here are the NDX and NQ prices right here. And then here is the RUT. I used to follow these more closely and track all the indexes. Now I just basically use it for the SPY, and that's all I end up following myself. But if you guys want me to do this, I could have an intern. I have 2 interns. I could get these interns to chart these and possibly even get you guys an invite to those charts every morning. Let me know in the comments if you want to see these on like a TradingView chart that I share with you every morning so that you have your key strikes every day. Let me know. You guys love these lives? I'm not seeing all this. Teach us, please. Yeah, I've got the script to auto-load them in TradingView. It's not really an indicator. I don't think it's an indicator. The one that I've got is
Italy's PM Draghi sees slowdown for Italian economy and no recession.
I have to cut and paste them in. So I have the script, and then every morning I have to go in and I cut and paste them in. It takes like 5 minutes to cut and paste them in every day. But if you guys want me to do it every day, I will.
From senior U.S. defense official saying U.S. has anecdotal indications that Russian troop morale is flagging. Draghi says no one in Europe expects there to be a recession this year, but the economy will slow. Just to repeat that.
440 calls are now up to $1.64. They were trading down on the last move at like 98 cents, so they're up 50 cents at this point. It's pretty good on those 440Cs. So we'll head back over to get out of the charts, and we will go back to where the gamma is, or where the sellers are. And they're hiding up here at 440. They're starting to show themselves above here. We'll see if we can actually trade as high as 440. We'll see if we can trade higher than 440. And you can see all these sellers. You see all these sellers above here? Just nasty sellers. Look at these sellers.
Lipper C $3.1 billion
Just
in outflows.
Nasty sellers above here. These sellers want to take over here. You can see them. I want you guys to see this above here. See, this is called ICE, right? All this white that you see above here. This is a huge band of sellers. So we're going to take another look above here.
It says U.S. high yield funds see $1.65 billion of outflow.
See how high these sellers actually go. There won't be clear skies from here until you get above 442. So 442 on the SPY. Right on, Garrett. You guys are learning so much today. Yeah, I'll get let's see if your wife's boyfriend so tomorrow I'll be able to cut and paste Discord links. Right now today I can't because I'm running DeBears. I'm running Discord on a different computer, and if I have 2 instances of it running, it kicks me off. And I'm running options flow, live options flow in the Discord right now. So I can't today, but if anyone out there can grab a link to the Discord and pop it in the YouTube chat, I would appreciate it. And I'll get a different username on Discord to run it on another computer here tomorrow. Now, where's the tomorrow expectations? What was the question? You'd like to yeah, we'll get a Discord link in there for you guys. I do want you guys to know that want you guys to know that we have a great trading community out there. They're all trying to help each other. Our trading community is wonderful. It's not a bunch of crass shit talkers. No, everyone's trying to help everyone make money here. People have different levels of experience trading and investing, and so they're all here trying to help you. So if you're not in the Discord, you probably want to join the Discord at some point and find out how we trade. How we chart. We chart with traditional charting methods, and then we layer that with volume or market and volume profile, and then we layer that with gamma and volatility levels, and then we layer all of that on top of it with live bookmap with where the real buyers and real sellers are. Now we're making our way higher, 439.68 up to 440. We'll keep this nice. We'll expand this a little bit and see if we can make a nice, beautiful touch above here. Looks like 439.98, and then slightly low at 439.91. We'll look to see if we can trade to this resistance point on the SPY, heading up to 440. This morning when we started talking, we were talking about whether the Fed was hawkish or bullish, and my take was that we're going to run this market up to not just all-time highs, but possibly create a bubble. There is one note I want to make within that, and that is that there is talk on the street that they will make you comfortable to 450, thinking that we're going to create that bubble, and then they're going to crash the market or bear market this thing again. So just be conscious as we head towards 450 for a big turn in the market. But I am very bullish in this market. My stance is against that at this point due to what the FOMC said. I've got one more. I'm in a meeting today and tomorrow about the macro viewpoint and the Fed's take on this, where we're headed. The market is headed for the next couple of years. But if anything, if you go back and watch the original show this morning, I discussed what actually happened yesterday with JPOW, and it was not what I think bulls or bears wanted to hear. It was very loose, in my view, not hawkish in any way, shape, or form, and the time is running out unless you slam a hammer down. And the hammer, even thinking 3 to 5% is a hammer, it's not. You're talking about a hammer that would need to be like 15 or 20 or 30%, and they're not going to do that. So what does that mean for the market? It's going to get run up at this point, and it's probably going to become a bubble at some point over the next 2 to 3 years, and it's probably tied to politics. Now trading to 439.85. We are looking at some resistance above here. We did ricochet above here, slightly lower at 439.87. We'll see if we can get one last push. Sometimes you'll get that rejection, and then we will do that push. And instead of just the pin strike, we'll make it slightly higher. So we'll see if we can trade higher from 440. We'll see if this is the time when bulls take profit off the table. Those 440Cs are now at $1.80. I think they were slightly higher there for just a moment. Still seeing lots of calls come in, lots of call flow coming into the market currently. Nice trade higher today. It's a total of 7 hikes. You'll hear people use 6 hikes, but it's because we have 1 hike right now. It's 1 plus 6, so 7 total currently. But it doesn't really matter what the hikes are at this point. The dovishness from the Fed yesterday sets up inflation to rage. The only people that'll pay that price on inflation raging are poor people. People like us that have money, that you own a house or you have your money in the stock market. That will be the safe haven. It's forced buying of the stock market so that you can outrun inflation, basically. So you can't save your money in a savings account. You can't save your money in a bank account, a checking account. You're not going to be safe in bonds. In all honesty, the Fed is basically telling you out there, there's no way they're getting rid of inflation in the next 9 months. They can smoke and crack thinking that. So what's going to happen is my money and your money has to be put into something riskier. And so, and people with money have to put it into 2 places. It's going to be into real estate. I had a negative viewpoint on real estate leading into the Fed.
Says half dozen of Russian ships are off the coast near Odessa.
I think you're going to see the real estate market currently blast off again, and you will see the stock market blast off again for the next 2 to 3 years.
Betas boost U.S. bank net interest margins.
It is the only way that cash will outrun inflation is in the stock market. And so you're seeing that play out this afternoon. You're seeing the market move higher. We are now 440Cs are now at $1.82. Very nice. Good to see. We'll see if we can get this one last move higher here up to this 440. Beautiful day for bulls. The beautiful 3 days, actually 4 days. It started like 4 days ago. But beautiful 3 days for bulls here. We'll take a look one more time at that chart because it is goddamn sexy. gorgeous move for the bulls. And some bulls are saying, hey, Cap, we're not going just to 440. Take us to the homeland. Take us up to 442. Take us up to 445 into the bell. Make it nice and strong. Complete this move higher in this channel moving higher. There is one point to be made here. You do want to see this line right here. I want to point something out to you guys. I want you guys to see this if you're a bull. I want you to see this line right here. So this line right here. Am I here? See this line right here? You don't want to cross this line on the way back, okay? So somewhere in here.
Excess liquidity of U.S. banking system should insulate it against a potential increase in deposit pricing from rate hikes.
This is your defend line right here, okay? This is your defend line. You defend this all day long. If you want to get super, duper, duper bullish, you want to break above this line. You want to break above here. Let me here. I don't know why this isn't working here. You want to break above here, and then you don't want to leave this area here. This is super bullish. Anything up here is the doorway. This is the doorway to 450. Okay, so if you're a bear or bull, you don't want to break this. Even if we dip down, you can dip down below, but you have to maintain
White House
this.
Press Secretary Psaki will shortly be speaking. For those who would like to watch, the video for that is available on the feed.
This opens the door to 450. Okay? And this here is your defend. This is your buy the fucking dip. You don't want to lose this area here to remain bullish. Okay? This is your buy the dip zone down here. You want to, even if you have to consolidate, even if it takes a month, I'm going to show it to you right here, okay? Even if this takes you consolidating here, you don't want to give this up. Once you start to break above here, even if you consolidate here, this is your doorway to 450.
In the coming days, despite setbacks.
You guys understand all this? And you don't want a reversal here, because I want the reversal here. I want to see the reversal here. I want to see the sell-off. I want to see it down, a nice dip down below here, even if it's brief, and before we take this next trip up to 450. Oh, Invesco is in here. That's right. Invesco knows exactly what's up. Invesco knows exactly what's going on. So if you guys don't follow Invesco, you should be following Invesco on Twitter. He's another very intelligent trader and investor. He knows exactly where the levels are. He knows exactly why the market's moving up. He knows why it moves down. Pay attention to him. I think he even puts a newsletter out there. Follow him on Twitter if you don't already. Yeah, you can respectfully disagree. Okay, so this is a good question. I like this. Let's, Greg's bringing up a good point. Cap respectfully disagree on the 2 to 3 year take. There has never been an instant where all-time high is coming while Fed is doing a QT. Even if you think the Fed stops its plan, it only does so after a big pullback. It's a very fair point. So we're going to look at something.
That's just a U.S. official saying the drones that the U.S. is sending could help resist the Kiev siege.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna bring something up for you guys. It's a very fair argument. So we're gonna look at something. We're gonna take a look at something real quick, and it's a very fair point. Okay, good to see you, Invesco. Without a doubt, we're gonna do something here real quick. We're gonna take a peek at something here. Okay. So
those who would like to read the Newsweek article about the US saying Iran nuclear deal can be revived in the coming days despite setbacks, the link to that is available on the Financial Juice newsfeed.
And this is we're gonna look at something here. You guys don't always. I know you guys don't always get this. New York Composite. Give me just a second here. I got to go all the way back. 1978. We're going to talk about something here. We're going to go way back. So we're in kind of a similar situation. Not exactly, but similar enough to at least similar enough that you can see the impacts and effects of inflation. You can see the impacts and effects. Give me just a second here. It's a good chart to watch, okay? And I'm going to show you guys something here. I want you guys to see something here, okay? This goes all the way into 83. And we're going to talk about, hold on one second, the Fed inflation chart, okay? And you actually heard some people asking yesterday, runaway inflation, runaway wages, right? So we're gonna do something right now. We got a chance right now to look at this. So we're gonna look at this because there's more involved in this than some of you guys understand. Okay, so let's look at where inflation is right here. Okay, this is real inflation, not real, but we know it's fake. We know it's higher than this. But I want you to see where it's at right here, okay? And the point, now I'm not a bear, I'm a bull, okay? I want you guys to understand that I am a bull. My point to you is this, is that QT has not begun. And the longer that you put QT off, the longer that you don't increase rates aggressively. And there's some other things. We've got shortages. We've got artificial shortages as well. And we have too many people working right now. If you go back and check the news back in 1978, okay? And there's another time as well. I want you to look back here, okay? See this level right here? I want you guys to see this level. See this level right here? And you can see it happening here back in 1973. And you can see it again take place right around here in 1978, October 1978, okay? And I want you to see this movement down into 1983, back here, July 1983. It's critical, okay? And now we had huge rate increases. We had no QT, right? We had QT. So we have huge rates trying to control runaway inflation. And right now we're right at the point of having runaway inflation in the market. And now if you, let's say you're saying, oh, we're going to get aggressive, Cap. They're not aggressive right now. And as the longer it takes to get aggressive, right? And you start to say, well, they're going to do 5% or 10%. You would literally need like 30% by next year. And you've got J-Pow saying, hey, inflation is going to be controlled with 5% or 30 BPS, 50 BPS, 150 BPS, 30 BPS, 300 BPS in 9 months. It's just not the case. Not for where we are. Okay? Not for where we are. I'm going to show you an example of this and what happened to the markets when this took place. When this inflation went up, when you hear bears right now say, oh, we're fucked, it's not that we're fucked. The market's not fucked. Main Street's fucked. Difference. Wall Street's not fucked because what actually takes place, I'm going to show you the composite index. This is 1978 right here, okay? And once you start to get this runaway inflation, this is now September, October, right? The market actually fucking rips. This rip actually goes boom into January of 1980, right? Now you also have, believe it or not, Jimmy Carter loses his second election. You had a Reagan come in, very similar, right? He doesn't want that to happen. So what happens is if you want that second term, you're going to have to do what they did, the same thing, right?
Fox's program saying the House is now debating the bill to suspend normal trade relations with Russia and Belarus.
And here's where the bubble comes in, from up to 1980, and then again all the way up to 1983, right? And then it just keeps cranking and cranking, and the market just moves uncontrollably into 1987. This is where the first real crash happens, is in 1987 here, okay? But I want you to see these violent moves. I want you to see back here in 1978, right? This is pretty much where we are. Excuse me. This is December and October, right? And I want you to see this, okay? This is October, and we're right about there. We have this nice move down, but we climax up here and climax up here. So if you're talking about where is the market going to head, I respectfully think that the market's going to trade down to, let's say, 2,600 or 3,600 or some kind of low number, right? As long as this inflation rages, you are going to see violent moves in the market, and you will see the market move drastically higher. Okay, so this process, this is with aggressive rate increases in the market. We had aggressive rate increases, and all it did was pin it down enough so that it would spring even higher farther down the road. So I'm not seeing this bear trade much lower. I'm actually going to say that I see the trade inflation raging and the trade in the market actually going to extremes from this point. Yeah, the balance sheet runoff is still talking about, and even the balance sheet runoff is not that big. It's not as big as you think that it is. I know that you think that it's big, but and I realize that it's just like a rate hike. But you're talking about our rate hikes are so small right now that they're not big enough to be consequential. If you were to say, "Hey, we're gonna do QT and we're gonna throw in 30 points," I would say, "Fuck yeah, you have a good chance of it." Of stemming it. If you said, hey, we're going to go after the oil producers, we're going to go after the wheat producers, we're going to start to put price controls on, I would say, yeah, you get a good chance, right? We're going to put price controls in the market. If you said to me, hey, yeah, we're going to start laying people off at work and we're not going to raise wages, I would say, yeah, you have a good chance. But for what we're doing right now, when you're talking about price controls, right? Price controls have not worked, and they're not going to work. They're certainly not going to work with the stance of the Fed right now. So no, I don't see the trade lower. I did see the trade lower into this FOMC meeting until I saw that this is being kicked down the road. I think it's tied to politics. I think what it is that you have politicians that don't want to make the mistakes, quote unquote, that Carter did. I think that they want to keep the Senate and the presidency.
UK Foreign Minister Truss is ready to trigger Brexit's Article 16 before Northern Ireland elections.
And so then I think what truly happens is you see the Fed be lenient in rate increases, and I think that you're going to hear the QT talk about for the next couple of years. Next 2-3 years. I don't believe them, and I'm not believing it anymore.
Truss has told officials to be ready to trigger Article 16 from next week in an attempt to force a quick deal with EU over the Northern Ireland Protocol.
I'm not buying it.
The Foreign Secretary has lost faith in negotiations with the EU and wants Boris Johnson to warn the European Commission that Britain is ready to suspend parts of the protocol if a deal is not struck before elections in Northern Ireland in May.
Yeah, you got some golden tickets coming in right now. Golden ticket puts against...
The PM is understood to be ready to deliver such a warning, despite fears that a full-scale diplomatic row with the EU could fracture Western unity against Putin.
Hang tight here. Let me go back to a chart here. And let me get off the charts and get you back onto SPY. And I'll show you Tesla as well, see where Tesla's kicking around at. Still grinding at these higher resistance numbers, 871 now. Now still trading higher from what we talked about earlier, 864. Talked about picking it back up after 860, 861, starting to eat away above here. Now trying to make a move at 880, looking for 900 in this volatility zone on Tesla. Now, even with all that said, right? Even with all of that said, we'll go back over here. So even with all that said, on a larger scale, charts, let me bring some back up here. Even with all that said, right now, right?
Those who would like to read the Times article about Truss being ready to trigger Article 16 before Northern Ireland elections, the link to that is available on the feed.
Even with all that said, do I think that there's another move down to 405 or 390? Yeah, I think that could be on the table. It wouldn't shock me to see a move it wouldn't shock me to see this, this move here, right, to 450. All the bulls feel safe. They're like, woohoo, everything's great. And then we trade down to that 390. It'll actually go lower at that point. 395, let's say 396 or something like that. Hold on. Wait a minute here. Hold on here. You could see that move. I don't know why the fuck this is happening, but all right. Let's call it there. It's a bad drawing. Okay, but this move could still take place over here, and this could be the real bottom down here at 400 or 390 or whatever. That you're roping in the bulls. The one thing I made a comment on Twitter. I said you can't trade this market ever again, and I agree with this still in this statement. You'll never be able to trade this market like you traded it in 2020, 2021. You have to trade it to prices now, not just buy the dip and hold forever. Do I think this can happen? Sure. Do I think after this, though, that we could trade this up to some stupid high? Something like this, like literally 500 to end of the year? Yes. I think where we couldn't before this FOMC, yes, I absolutely think we can trade this higher. 490, 510 by end of year. Do I think we certainly roll over up here at 450 lower? I don't know. On a smaller time frame, do I think we can trade down to 420 then make a move up to 450? Yes. 430 up to 450? Yes. This is like different time scales, of course. I think I see that. I don't see the one thing that I don't see is I don't see like, and I'm a bull. You guys have to understand. I'm like bull, but I don't see this. I know that some of you want to see this, but I don't see this in the next 3 weeks.
Seeing from U.S. loan funds.
I don't think you guys do either. Some of you do.
$18 million of outflows in the week to March 16th.
Some of you see that in the next week. You guys want all-time highs like this week, and I get it. I understand what your point is. A little bit of a rollover currently in the SPY. A little bit of profit taking coming off the table. Shorts picking up a little bit more. You've also seeing some golden ticket puts come in if you're inside of the Discord. You can see the flow as it's coming in. A little bit of a rollover in the markets here. You want to see this level get held and maintained. You can if you're a bull and you want to see it trade into close possibly. We can chart something out here. If you want to see some kind of a move, maybe we trade down here and you're hoping for the last shorts to cover up in here. That's always on the table. It's possible that we could do that. That this could be a potential play. That we make one more leg higher to that 442, 450 to squeeze every last bear out here. So keep that trade in mind as we head forward. That we could have that. Now I want you to look here, okay? And I want you to look and see. We're gonna see if we can bring this closer. I want you to see this here. It's this trade that's taking place, right? Broke above resistance here, right? Smashing above at 440, smashing back down some sellers, but looking like we're finding some support where we are currently. So be aware of that if you're a bear, and whether we can hold this level and trade this higher. If not, we'll look below for more. We have another control point down below at 436.26, right? And we'll look real quick. We have that VWAP down here, 436.28, right? And so let's look real quick and see it on a regular chart. 436.28 is right down here, right? So you see it right down here, 426 VWAP. So maybe the trade's back down. Even if you broached VWAP for a moment, bulls could try to take it higher again down here. You don't want a breach of this. You want this to hold at some point. And we are currently on some kind of a support level here, right where we are right now. Right where we are, you don't want to see this breach or intraday, right? Next hour, half an hour. If you do see it come down here, it's showing up where VWAP is. No, interesting how these all tie into each other, right? All right, so there you go. See if this gets held. Keep your eye on the Hero cumulative indicator. Make sure it stays in line with the move higher. If you see a divergence where it starts to head down, you'll be looking for lower prices at this point, if that happens. If not, it continues the Hero indicator, the yellow line, continues to head higher. You should see a bounce and another attempt to get higher into the close. You'd be looking for the real high is 443.47. I don't know that we get there. Maybe we just get to 440 or above 440 into the bell so that we are actually out of a volatility zone. I agree with you too, Josh. Fed has to choose between recession and inflation. They chose inflation. Massey G, you got it right. Massey G made a point. It's pretty fucking simple. The Fed has to choose between recession and inflation.
U.S. Secretary of State Blinken is currently making some comments. We have just posted out the video on the Financial News feed if you do want to have a watch along.
So Massey G made a point, and it's very simplified and it's easy to follow along with. The Fed made a choice, right? And they made a choice between recession and inflation. And I promise you, you are going to see inflation fucking on fire. On fire. And the longer that they allow inflation to rage, which that's what they're doing, what they're going to try to do is to temper inflation long enough for an election cycle. That's what's really happening. To get through a midterm Senate and a midterm presidency election into 2024. So when you're asking me a question like, how can you say this is going to happen for 2 years or 3 years? I'm going to explain it to you. They're going to try to pump the brakes just enough to temper inflation as inflation rages for the next 2-3 years. All they're doing is postponing a recession at this point. And the longer that they postpone it, the worse it's going to be down the road. In that time period, we are going to trade into a fucking bubble like you've never seen. Doesn't even matter if the Fed comes out and talks about or even adds QT in May or in September or by December. The longer that they hold off, the bigger the hammer needs to be. And if you start to go 2 years, in 3 years, eventually something will break, and that break will be not a recession. Matter of fact, postponing a recession, it could be even worse. It could be a market crash into a recession, more so than even a recession, right? Rather than pushing us into a recession, it would actually become into like a bad moment in the market. And I don't believe banks. I think they're greedy as fuck. I think fucking banks will milk this. I think that producers will milk this. I think that commodities will milk this as long as they possibly can. You can see artificial inflation right now and artificial shortages being created right now. Nobody gives a fuck about the guy on the street, and it doesn't. It looks like the Fed sold you down the river if you're a Main Street person. I'm sorry, that's what it is. In my view, I'm not trying to be pissy here about this, but Massey G has nailed it on the head. Had been nice with some old-fashioned capitalists. So there's Fed Keynesian SPY breaking down a bit. Exactly why it'll happen. Okay, Greg Tonis, thanks for the thoughts, Cap. Don't think the 70s inflation analog fits for multiple reasons. Earnings next Qs will not be good. Revisions down already started. I agree with that as well, Greg. The revisions are down, but I think the revisions are down based upon a Fed with a different viewpoint and outlook. But I agree with you, Greg. What you will see is you'll see less products come out, and you will see layoffs in these companies, and that will produce profits for the stock market. You will see that happen before you ever see the market roll over. It'll take time for that to happen. But I agree with you, Greg, on that. I think it's just stretching it out is the point I'm trying to make. Everyone will keep loading up on puts expecting the crash and downfall. It just won't come. Dan saying LOL. What are your odds on a new what? I missed this one. Hold on here. What are your odds on a new low this year with your new bullish outlook? I think it's still there, Steven. I think we're trading the price. I think you'll see more. I think you're going to see volatility in the market now. Even if we trade higher, you're still going to have volatility in the market. I don't think it's going to be a straight shot up. It's not like we've got QE anymore. But I think that you have jagged moves, but ultimately leads towards a bubble currently. Yep. Josh doesn't agree. That's okay. Inverted yields. Nope. Oh, sorry, this weaken the dollar and lower oil prices for us, and hence lower inflation pressure. Oh yeah, they're gonna trust me. They're gonna do all they can to lower it. They're gonna do all they can. They're gonna do all they can to lower it. They're gonna sweet talk you. They're gonna sweet talk you. They're gonna sweet talk you all day long. They're gonna tell you that the dollar is gonna be lower. As a matter of fact, the deal with China, where you're watching the reinvestment in China, that's to get goods cheaper into the U.S. but you're going to see parts of the market that they can't control prices in. So you might even see Main Streeters spend less on durable goods, spend less on some discretionary spending, but they're going to get nailed by commodities. They're going to get nailed where they can't. They have to pay for gas. They have to pay for some. As a matter of fact, you're seeing some rotation into a lot of stock the past week, where people have to buy certain things. Some people have to buy Apple phones, right? No matter what, believe it or not. So you're seeing a bid into big tech this week as well. Can I post the Discord? Yeah, I can't at the moment post the Discord. Well, wait a minute. Let me see if I can. Hold on. I might be able to post the Discord. Hold on. I can't at the moment. I will be able to tomorrow. Maybe someone out there can post. Josh or your wife's boyfriend might be able to post a link to the Discord. If not, I will have that. I don't have the ability right now because of the way I got the system set up. But I will ensure that tomorrow I can post the Discord link for you in the YouTube chat. They probably don't want anybody in there. I'm just kidding.
Blinken says Russia may be planning a chemical weapon attack.
A recession? Fuck me. We were looking at a recession. We were looking at a recession from a tightening right now. QT right now we were looking, even if it was a minor one for 2-3 years. But the longer that it gets pushed off, right? The longer that it gets pushed off, the market, you can't put your money anywhere to fight or to beat inflation. So you're being forced into investing in the stock market. You're being forced into it. Not you, but like somebody with money is being forced to buy real estate to outpace inflation and to outpace savings accounts, outpace rates. There's nowhere to hide. So you have to buy the stock market. You don't have a choice. That's basically what they're telling you. Well, that's my viewpoint right now. This has only been 2 days. I have some more research to do. But from all in all, where we are right now, I was not expecting that Fed announcement
Blinken adds that
yesterday.
the Russian economy is in freefall.
Nice. Russian economy is in free fall. Fuck yeah. Another thing to look forward to. You should see a ceasefire. I haven't told you guys this yet. There are some estimates coming out that you should see a ceasefire in Ukraine in the next 3 weeks. That should bolster markets as well. So mark that on your calendars, okay? Mark Captain Jim James telling you it's March 17th, okay? Within the next but by mid-April, you will see a ceasefire and a cessation. I don't know if it's Ukraine folding. I don't know if it's a peace deal, but the idea is that there will be one within the next 3 weeks. So mark that on your calendars out there. Come back and tell me I was wrong in 3 weeks. Say, Cap, you were wrong. Hey, Josh, thanks for doing that, brother. It doesn't matter if it is. It doesn't matter. So the longer that they wait, right, the 7 rate hikes won't be enough. If they were going to throw the hammer down, they would have already thrown it down. The fact that they're not throwing the hammer down right now, right, shows that it's like cumulative. Over time, you can't just raise by 0.2 or 25 BPS. You can't raise by 50 BPS. You have to start raising like percentage points. You guys understand that? Like, it's as time passes, it's not enough, right? The Fed's already admitted that they should have cut it off a while ago. And so they're passing the buck. And there has to be a reason why they're passing the buck. You have to remember that the Fed, to an extent, is a political appointment. So there's politics behind it saying, we don't want this right now, right? There's politicians that are saying, fuck, if we go into recession right now, we're going to lose the midterms and we're going to lose the presidency. So what do? I promise J. Powell and Yellen, right, that if you just keep us in office, which I would expect out of both parties, this has nothing to do with political party. It would have been a Republican would do the same shit. Democrats, same shit. It's all about power and money and greed. The party doesn't matter. Get the party out of your head right there. It's all about power and money. So what they're going to promise is, hey, look, what we'll do is just get us the Senate, get us the second presidency, And because I'm a lame duck, I promise I'll put the hammer down for my last 4 years, and it doesn't matter because we're already in power anyways. That's the promise. There's a reason why we're not doing it right now, and I'm telling you what the reason is. The reason is because of power. It's all it is. Greed and power. Greed, power, money. Remember that. Greed, power, and money. That's always is. They want to crash the economy with a great reset. No, they don't. They just want to fucking make money. It's always about money.
US Secretary of State Blinken says China is refusing to condemn Ukraine aggression and seeking to portray itself as a nuclear arbiter.
A little bit of a rollover here in the SPY.
Blinken says China has responsibility to use its influence on President Putin to defend international rules and principles. Blinken says we will not hesitate to impose costs on China.
Yeah, 20,000. Well, so you guys, let's talk about that, Massey. So I saw 7,000. They'll never do that. 20,000 people died. Russians have died. Yeah. If yeah, one of the weird
Blinken
things.
says Biden will make clear to Xi that China will bear responsibility for any actions it takes to support Russia's aggression.
They do that 100 BPS raises. Well, even if you did, it's not going to be enough. That's the problem. It's not going to be enough. The 20,000 Russians dead, you know, I've heard all kinds of arguments against or for, like, they throw in their conscripts first and this is how they fight and all that kind of stuff. I'm telling you guys what, modern warfare has changed a lot. And when you have two modern armies fighting each other, like modern, with a will to fight, we haven't seen fighting like that.
Blinken says the US is concerned China is considering aid to Russia.
In quote-unquote first world countries. And
they are concerned that China is considering directly assisting Russia with military equipment.
In a long time, you got people out there that are like, oh, well, Iraq this and Iraq that, Afghanistan. I'm like, bullshit. I'm like, Fallujah 1, 2, and 3, you saw that kind of fighting for brief moments in time. If you think if we had Fallujah 1, 2, or 3...
Blinken says, I have not seen any meaningful efforts by Russia to bring war to a conclusion through diplomacy.
If you've seen Fallujah 1, 2, and 3 right away, consistently, persistently, one side would give up immediately. And if that was happening to us for weeks on end, you would eventually see a ceasefire, one side or the other. I don't know the ceasefire if it'll be Ukraine or Russia, but you will see it one way or another. No matter what Russia says, you will see it. Now, let's say Ukraine wins or through attrition.
Blinken says Putin's remark yesterday suggests he is moving in the opposite direction from diplomacy.
Yeah, if you start, let's say if Putin says, I don't give a fuck, I'm going to put the meat grinder on, I promise you that meat grinder can get uglier than it's ever been for most modern militaries. You guys, I saw they were saying that they sent drones. The U.S. said they sent 100 drones. It's not 100 drones. It's like they sent the drone systems have like 6 to 12 drones in each system. So the U.S. basically just sent, I think it was like 600. It was either 600 to 900 kill drones over to Ukraine. It's insane. It could decimate the Russian military. Now, I'm not giving it to Ukraine or Russia to win, but the escalation and what this war is what can happen in this war, you're talking about grinding a military down to dust, and that includes the Russians. But they'll be forced. So between the economy and the resolution of the military conflict in itself, and the kind of support that's now going into Ukraine, it wasn't 100 drones. It was like 600 or 700. No one touched on that. They were actual systems and not the actual drones. Each system has like 600 to 700. These are like 3-foot long drones in a tube.
April future set about $3.21 a gallon.
And you shoot them like a mortar. You shoot these drones off like a mortar. It's like a flare. You pop it off, and it shoots off, and then you've got an operator or a navigator
Saudi
that
Crown
navigates.
Prince and Japanese Prime Minister spoke on phone. They discussed the developments in Ukraine. Saudi Crown Prince stressed the importance of maintaining OPEC Plus agreement. That is just according to Saudi state media.
Well, I'm on puts right now. I'm holding puts. I've been day trading some calls and these rips, but I keep adding to a put position, just so you guys know. If you guys want to know where I'm at, I'm holding and adding to puts for a rollover, and I'm trading these pumps.
U.S. crude oil futures settle at $102.98 a barrel, up $7.94 or 8.35%.
Yeah, so I'm trading these pumps up. What do you call that when you're bearish and bullish? I don't know. We still are seeing at this time. Let's see if we can take a look at. Still seeing a nice support zone down here at 43.80.26. A little squeeze higher again. We should see capitulation into Friday on anyone that was short or holding puts from way back when, past month or two. Still seeing the hero indicator positive. Looks like it keeps touching lower, then works its way back up to the CVD sell line. You're going to also look for more capitulation into Friday due to the put roll-off. There should be a nice play from the Friday close into the Monday open once all of those puts roll off as well. Currently 2:33 in the afternoon, 2:34 in the afternoon. Still trading higher. Any kind of a consolidation flag is ripping higher. Nice straight melt up all day long since this morning.
Gas April futures settle at $4.99.
Trying to retest the upper bounds here. Bulls want to see us close above 440. Critical for bulls to trade us above 440. Not critical. The real critical point here is staying. The real critical point. If you're a bull, what you really want to see is, I'm going to click over here. Just want to see a close above this yellow line right here. Basically the white line, not the yellow line, but somewhere down here, right? Somewhere above 436 or so. You want to see that close. In reality, if you're a bull, you really want to see, if you want that 450, you really want to see a close above 440 flat, 4400, so that we can trade this higher break out of this channel. I don't think we can break out of this channel. I think we roll this here. But if you are a bull, you do want to see a close above 440. It's out of the volatility zone. It gives you new breath into 450. Personally, I don't see that happening. I see, let me see if I can bring this back over here. I see a roll over here to some extent into Friday, and then the trade to pick back up on Monday morning.
Blinken says there will have to be accountability over the Ukraine war.
Turn this down a little bit here. Yeah, so if you're like super duper bullish, you want to see it close above 440. This is volatility in this zone here. I still see the rollover and then find new support, take some profit off the table. And then you also see this trade restart back up on Monday when we get more puts closing on Friday's OPEX. You guys want to see Tesla? Just grinding higher, baby. Tesla's just grinding higher. Grinding higher. Grinding higher. Switch that back over for you guys to see. Tesla, show you guys Tesla real quick. Still have some resistance above here between 880 and 900. SPY, we are sitting on some support here on 438.50. This is good to see. We talked earlier about this 436 number, right? This is that line in the sand, 436.62. This is also the VWAP. You could trade below it briefly and then pop back up. This is really the buy the fucking dip kind of the zone, right, that we know about. And even if we just stay in this area here, this is positive for the bulls over time. The one thing, the trade higher to 450 though does not begin until you get above 440. Once you get rid of all of these sellers above here, you can then trade with ease and confidence to the 450 mark. Yeah, Paul, the dump to 428 seems on the table. I'm in some puts right now. You guys want to see Twitter? You guys shout out some tickers. If you guys are looking for some tickers right now, don't go crazy. Don't send me anything where you're bag holding. TWTR. So look up Twitter. We'll load up Twitter real quick. You guys see how faster this stuff's loading up too? Shit's money. Twitter sitting on resistance right now. $37.47, $37.71, and 38. This is major resistance right now on Twitter. Hair indicator is very positive though, so I'll give you that. You can see the hair indicator here, the cumulative all through the day. It's very nice and positive. Maybe you could get a nice squeeze. See that bounce off behind here around 1 p.m. Looking for more buyers to step in to squeeze higher. Could get a squeeze off Twitter here. But market's kind of at a generalized top right now. So I did Twitter for you. Worth hanging out on March 18th. Puts into tomorrow. Doesn't market usually drop morning after OPEC as new hedge puts are put on? Yeah, I think the next leg up to 450 is on Monday. And it could possibly, because of how FOMC and OPEC, because of where OPEC was this month and where the end of the month is, the trade to 450 is probably on this Monday coming up, or on April 1st, somewhere in there. mRNA. Yeah, look up Moderna.
Brent crude futures settled at $106.64 a barrel, up $8.62 or 8.79%.
Oh yeah, Michael D. And we've got Josh got a bunch he wants to look at, and then Johnny's got Zim, XPev. The key on Twitter is to take the money off the table and then trade above it. You guys know when you're here, so when I talk to you guys about stuff, here I'm going to show you guys something real quick. I'm going to let Myrna load up. I want to show you guys something, okay? We talk about this a lot. Okay, so let's just look at something here, okay? So if you're a bull or a bear, it doesn't matter. You take the trade if you know where the levels are. Because we have Bookmap, we know where the levels are. We can see where the levels are. You would take the trade from here to here as a bull, and then you take your money and run. And then if you're a bull, you'd wait to pick it back up again above here, right? And then you take it to here, right? And then you'd pick it up again up here, right? So you're in, you're out, you take your money and you run. If you're a bear, the same thing holds true. If you start to see a rejection here, right, you can then take this trade down from here, right? Have stops on. This is for bulls and bears. But you don't want to be, you want to be picking up and dropping off trades in between support and resistance levels, or you look on major support and resistance levels. So let's look at a major support and resistance level, right? So we know on a more macro scale that we have some resistance here. We're coming into resistance here, right? So this was the trade over 4 days.
Seeing
3 days, 4
Trying
days.
to lock down through all
Right, on a larger, on a more larger trade, right? That's what it was, right? So you should be taking profit here. And then if you're looking for the next trade, if you're looking as a bull, if you're looking for the next trade, you're going to be looking for this consolidation and then the next leg up to 450. The consolidation could be a day, could be 2 days. If you think we're going to go straight up to 450, it's possible, but generally it doesn't happen like that. The same thing on the way down. Whenever you're reversing, the market's reversing, you'll have that same. It was when we trade down, it's 3-4 days down, 5 days down, then it's 3 days up, right? And same thing here. Market is reversing right now. You're going to look for some moment of consolidation, and then your next leg up to 450. And so when you're asking about Twitter, yeah, you take the money off the table on Twitter right now. And if we're going to make the next leg up, you're going to wait for this consolidation, and you'll leg up on Twitter as well. So we're going to do MRNE, right? Sony. Hold on here. Oh, nope. Hold on here. All right. So we're going to look at Myrna real quick. Myrna's got room to run. Nice support on Myrna.
NYMEX diesel April future set about $3.48 a gallon.
More sellers than buyers currently right now. Hero indicator is negative, but it is on some kind of support. Major support on mRNA right now, Moderna is 166. We'll look a little bit lower here. 162. Hold on a second. We'll look at something else. Hold on a second here.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
Man, a lot of sellers
Get a free
on
trial
Moderna.
at tickstrike.com.
That's a tough one. Not a lot of support in here in Moderna. Lots of sellers above on Moderna. 180. This is all volatility on Moderna. What do I have to say about Moderna? You know what I like about Moderna is that they're claiming that there's another shot needed. Give me a second here. I mean, it looks bullish as all hell, doesn't it? I would say that it's news driven. I would say to squeeze higher here, you want to break above 173 or so, or 180. That you're gonna need news to drop. I like the idea of the consolidation from January 19th to where we are right now. It does look bullish on a chart to squeeze higher. You do have almost a double top right here. If you were to look at this if you were to look at Moderna a different way, it does look like a second correction is in store for it. There's a bear trade in this of a second leg down. So you're just looking for news. If you don't get the news that, hey, we're doing that fourth shot for everybody, you would see another corrective move down. Something like, I'll try to post this for you right now. Give me a second here. This will be the first corrective move. And then another move down right here. We will show you this one right here. This is mRNA. And you'd have one move down, right? Push higher. You could even get a news-driven moment where it trades higher here, breaks through, you squeeze higher. Hey, we're getting a fourth shot. I don't know if this was that move already. Let's say it trades higher here, but then you would continue on with a corrective movement over time. It looks like you already had it though back here. 497, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. At least in the mean term, you could look for a squeeze here. It's possible. It's possible because this is actually what had happened right here. This is your first corrective movement. It's even larger. It's a tough one. Myrna's a tough one, and I would say it's all news driven. It's beautiful. Look at that move. Bam, bam, bam. Correction over on Myrna is a fair take. You've got no support underneath down here. None. No support. This does look bullish. I'm not following mRNA right now, but I would say that this is completely dependent upon some kind of news dropping for Moderna. Nice chart actually. This looks over to me. You broke this negative channel. You're trading higher. You've got some resistance above here, of course. Trapped sellers. You can do another level above here. Another one of trapped sellers. Next level 228. And then next level, of course, 255. And next level above here. So you want to be looking for support down here. So what do? You see the sellers here, right? Sellers are here because they're trapped. So what you do is you take the money and run here. You wait for us to trade above this zone that we're on. You're going to look at the chart again, right? You can see this here. So right here at 181.45, you'd pick the trade back up again at 181, and you'd then take it to 176 or so. Right where we are, as you can see these sellers here. See all this right here, right? Like, please, Jesus, just get me out of this trade. This white ice right here, these are the sellers are starting to step in, and they come in heavy at 180. So there's some people on board to go higher. That's good to see. And so you take this trade a second time. You could, if you get above 180, your next target above would be 228 or so. And then 255, we can look higher, see where the next level is. You have some sellers at 200, normal and natural for that. And then right up here, I said 228, it's probably 224.28 for your next support. This is a nice trade, actually. It's bullish, baby. Bullish. I said I was negative on it. Not so bad. It's pretty good. I dig it. Let me see. Okay, so Josh has Apple, Facebook, Tesla. We'll look at Apple. Are you fucking with me, Josh? You are. I think Josh is fucking with me. You bastard. I think you're getting one out of me. Let this one load up. We'll look at SPY. Get a nice bounce here. Consolidation on the SPY. Good to see. Here indicator still trading up on the SPY. More buyers stepping in. They want to see that move higher into the bell. You guys are hilarious. Fucking Josh is fucking with me. So here we go. So let's look at this nice move heading higher again after some consolidation. I gotta look at the SPY chart. A nice little plug moving up, moving on up to the top, moving on up. All right. I ain't doing it, Josh. I'm not bringing up Apple. Fuck you. I ain't doing Apple, and I ain't doing GME and AMC. Unless you're being serious. If you're being serious, you're welcome. If you're... Seller's still there, 4,400. Did the sellers appear, get absorbed? Can we look at Facebook? You will peek at Apple? I'll do them all for you again, bro. I'll bring it back up. I was like, motherfucker's fucking with me. He's got GME, AMC. Fucking, of course, it's all, Apple's going to move them with the markets, right? We know that. You know they're going to fucking move with the markets. If the markets are going up, Apple's going up. Like mRNA is kind of doing its own thing. All right, Zim. I forgot Zim. I'm sorry. The chat keeps rolling through. So there's Apple. What do you want me to say to you? We're going to 180. We're going to 180. So you got 159.62, resistance at 163, support at 155. Who is Zim? Yeah, you guys want me to do Zim real quick? You guys want me to chart it out too? I always like seeing charts that I haven't been looking at. Shit like this. We'll look at Zim. We're gonna look at we're gonna check out Zim. PFE chart looks better than Zim, possibly. God damn! Like, what are you guys talking about here? Short the fuck out of Zim. I don't care if it's got 5,000 buyers. You guys are savages. What's the matter with you guys? You guys showing me porn or something? Zim, short the fuck out of it. Like, short the shit out of this stuff. Yeah. Short it to 81.54. Fucking free fall that shit down to $66. What are you, insane? What's the matter with you? I'm not looking at Zim. Get the fuck on out of here. Where do you think Zim's going to? All right, maybe it trades to $90. But it already did, right? And it got rejected. You guys are killing me. Fucking killing me. You guys want to know if it's going to go back up? You got more buyers right here. But, dude, this is bag holding central. I see you got more buyers here. I can see it. Short the fuck out of Zim. I don't give a fuck what they're selling. Get fucked. Crazy. You guys smoking crack out there. I know I can tell you weren't fucking around. I'll do AMC next. $17 dividend. No bag holding. Okay, so Bill is about. You guys are covered. You guys all think you guys are like, it's like the lottery around here. You guys are like you guys want American Depository shares? You guys want butt shares? Look up my old company, ATEC. I got you. ATEC. Guys calling out fucking, you guys are savages. Or let those load up in the background. Trying to fucking get me to buy Zim. Jesus. You need to call me back here when it was at $42 and say, hey, Cap, it's been going up for fucking, it's been going up since October, bud. It's just hold on, guys. I'll get there. Let me get. I can only do like. All right, so Billy. More sellers than buyers right now. I'm Billy. Nothing I can see there. Ooh, Billy. Oh, yeah, I like Billy. Tell me why I should like Billy. Looks like they bought it down below, huh? More sellers than buyers right now. I don't know enough about Billy to know if I should buy this, or unless we were talking about Bill. But yeah, is it ready to explode? Fuck yeah, it's ready to explode. I like it. Oh, yeah, look at that volume. You guys check out Billy, BILI. Has lots of volume, capitulation volume down here on March 14th. Good call. Ooh, yeah, good call. That's a good call. I like it. Billy, great shout out. Who called that one out? Good job on Billy. That's a sweet buy. Billy is banging. Ooh, that's a good one. Dude, that's banging. We're going to look up A-Tech. I always like seeing shit that I'm like, oh, yeah, we haven't looked at that one in a while. Oh, yeah, look at A-Tech. That's another good one. Ooh. I like A-Tech, too. A-Tech is good, too. Oh, look at... Oh, I'm going to show you guys. You guys want to see some good shit? I got some good shit for you. Look at A-Tech. Bam. Bam. That's a banging buy. Banging buy. Look at Billy. Look at this volume. Look at that volume. Oh, I like that. Look at this volume down here. I don't know if it shows up on this chart, but see that volume kick down there? More volume kick here. I like that one a lot too. I like this trade. It's a nice knife catch. Looks like it was down here. Looks like it was. I mean, yeah, it just keeps beating and beating and beating and beating. That doesn't really work on this one, does it? Consolidation, consolidation, consolidation. You have a little bit more capitulation here. I have to look it up. I want to see the ERs on this one before I pick it, but I still like it. I'm gonna look up Billy tonight. Good job on that one. A-Tech banging, dude. 1, 2, 3, go. It's a great one. Look at this one. Look at that one. That's the gift that just keeps on printing. It's a good one. I think Billy's one you just buy. Only do calls or puts. I think you just buy the underlying. This is the time of year where you buy underlying anyways. I think you just buy underlying. PE on Zim's 2. No shit. All right, so I'll go down the rabbit hole on Zim. I'm gonna go down the rabbit hole on all three of these tonight. They're all good calls. What else do you guys want me to look at? Trying to find. Okay, Apple. Did I do? I did Apple. Price target on A-Tech, 20. Double. Price target on A-Tech, 20. That's a good one. It's another good one. I like that one a lot. Makes my day. All right, so we're 2 minutes away from the power hour. What are we going to do on power hour? What is happening on the power hour? We have 2 minutes until power hour here. You know what we're going to do today? I haven't been on in a while. We are pushing up higher now. Trading at 439.39. Have found some we are building layers of support. I've got some support at 438.96. Also have some support down here at 438.39. The VWAP is way lower still, right? 436.60. This is really good to see. You want to see stuff like this. See these nice layers down here of support being formed on. See it right here? This is kind of nice to see all this white, blue, red, and yellow. Start to see this support here. All these buyers stepping in above. Very bullish on the SPY right now. Ugh. Okay, so I can't get to all of your tickers right now, and I apologize. I can only do them. Yeah, I like that, Ben. That's a good one, brother. Oxy doesn't ever show up well. It's weird. Some tickers and some indexes don't show up well on levels, and some do. Some they're driven so much by commodities that there's no layers. You got more buyers than sellers right now, if that helps you. It's a tough one to do. Oxy doesn't show up well on Bookmap. Price target $60. That's where sellers are. I can tell you that. I can tell you that there's some support slightly underneath. It's trading on VWAP. Has some good support below it, right where it's at. I'm gonna take a quick break. Give me 2 minutes here, okay?
White House Press Secretary Psaki says that Biden, in a call with China's President Xi, will have the opportunity to assess where Xi stands on Russia in Ukraine. The White House also saying that the fact that China has not denounced what Russia is doing speaks volumes.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Just to keep you posted, the UN Security Council has begun their debates on the war in Ukraine. White House Press Secretary Psaki stating it is a high concern of the US that China may provide Russia with military equipment.
All right, so we're going to talk about something here, okay? Just be conscious of something here as this is happening right now. Okay, I want you to be careful here. So I'm paying attention to the options chains as we trade. So in the background, you guys don't see me, but I have a screener here where I just have the options chain open for the SPY all day long. And I want you to see this move here, okay? This right here is a liquidation break. And there's two sides to liquidation breaks. The first one would be to hold on. This is almost like a fishing expedition, right? It will end up trading higher again. But when you see these liquidation breaks, there's two things to think about. Or a few things to think about. Why are they happening and when are they happening and what the importance is of them? What you'll see is HFTs and you'll see algorithms that will try to shake you out of your positions. Now, it depends on where it is in the day, right? Now, it also matters when it happens, if it's in a accumulation distribution phase. Not only will they try to break you out of this, but if it, like right now today, this liquidation event right here, this break, there's one difference between this break and any from earlier this afternoon. And I just watched calls go from I think they were up at $1.85 or something. Might even been close to $2, and they just broke from $2 down to $1.43. So in your own trading, if you're out there, these are 440Cs expiring on Friday. So the key point, though, is because of where we are right now and this sell-off real quick, I want to bring this up on another chart here. This is an important thing as a trader for you to understand. If some of you do and some of you don't. So you might see a move down and not see much premium leave an option. This liquidation break here is small. Real small. This move right here is small. It's tiny. But this one right here is small. There's two things you need to know about this. First thing you need to know about this is you shouldn't lose like 25%, 50%, or 30% of the value of that option with a break like this at that price. It was like $1.80. I think it might even go up to $2 at one point. But when you start to see breaks that are whacking premium out of call options, it's showing that you're getting into this, hey, we're going to hand some off to this guy, and we're going to hand some off to this guy over here, and some off to this guy over here, and I'm going to take money and run. Means that less buyers are showing up right now for those options. Okay? Now, let's just be careful. It's not like you're consolidating and more buyers are stepping in, propping up the underlying value of the option that you got. Be conscious of that. If you see a liquidation break like this in early trading and we're heading in a direction, though, what you'll see is like a steep sell-off. It's typically deeper and like way deeper. When you see them like this, hold, because they'll typically come flying back up at some point. Something, though, where we've only been down this far does make me think that call holders are selling at this point. Just be aware of that as we move forward, okay? A little bit different makeup. Is a little bit different than usual. Just be aware of that as we trade forward here. The importance of the different types of liquidation breaks and what they mean in the underlying, in the background, especially if you're seeing it in the value of your stocks. You guys all understand that out there? Oh, yeah. Dan, I'm holding puts right now. I'm holding puts. I ain't fucking selling shit. I'm buying calls and holding them for brief periods, but I'm fucking short here. I believe the run up here. I just think that we're like we talked about it. Are we at the start or the finish of a leg up or down? We're at the finish of a leg up, or at least for the time being. Whether you like that or don't want to hear that or not, I don't care that you couldn't get in. I don't care that you didn't buy the bottom. I don't. I bought the bottom, so if you only bought calls today, if you haven't bought calls in the last 3 or 4 days, what the fuck do I have to say to you? I don't know what to say to you guys. But if you're like just starting to buy calls now and you want to see 4,500 right now, you have to be in and out because the market's probably going to roll over a little bit. It shouldn't be that nasty. I'm not trying to be that. I'm being a prick saying that I don't mean to be like that. Just be conscious that profit taking is happening right now. Let's see if I can make this prettier for you. Spread this out a little bit for you here. Remember that number I talked to you about down here, 436.62? If you're a bear, you're looking for a trade down into 436.94 or so. Maybe slightly lower. Hold on here. Yeah, you're looking for that trade. Might be slightly lower.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
And you could also be looking for 435.98 as well if you're a bear. If you're a bull, my only fear, you can trade these right now, but the only thing I want to warn you of is right where we are right now in the market, that I'm watching now. The 440Cs are now down to $1.14, $1.13. So they're losing value like crazy. And it's not just the trade down here; it's also the number of people interested in calls. Just be conscious. We have it's 3:14 power hour. The bulls are hoping for some kind of a squeeze into the close. See if they can have one more dip to buy. Bears currently are looking to short this down to at least 436.83, possibly 435.98. Bears would really like to see half the day get half the day be given back, right? As a matter of fact, I don't think I can measure on this. Can I measure on this? There's some things about let's do a retracement real quick. Yeah, so 50% retracement of the day would be 436.59. So if the Bears can take half that back, they'd be happy. You guys want me to show you that? Hold on here. You can do it from either side. Don't matter. It don't matter where you click it from. So I'm just looking at the day. You can see the day started somewhere down in here. Let's say the low of the day was 433.18. And the 50% of the day, this is my line over here. This line should actually be like this. Something more like this is more appropriate. Right there. And lo and behold, 50% from peak to trough is, roughly down here, 436.65 or so. So do I think we're going there? I don't know. But there's a chance we trade down over here. Not guaranteed. We could make this move. If you see shorts close into tomorrow to Thursday, we try to do like the creepy crawly up the wall. Sometimes we'll do this creepy crawly. Do this kind of like creepy crawly thing. Then we do this creepy crawly thing all up in there, and you get the numbers that you're looking for. That's probable. Probably a 30% chance of that happening. Maybe 20%. High probability that we have something more like a failure somewhere in here, and then a move down lower. And then you can try to make this trade higher, or it fails one more time and just keeps trading lower down here. Something like that. I don't like that the premium is kicking out on the calls. I'd assume that people are taking profit here. We can do the creepy crawly thing to the top. We'll take a look at it. See if this can hold. My puts are finally green. You guys are hilarious. Check Baba. Yeah, I can check Baba, bro. All right, Josh. I'm sorry, bro. What did I miss, Josh? I'll do AMC and GME right now. Keep bugging me because the fucking stream keeps going. The fucking stream keeps going so fast that I can't get back and look at what you guys are wanting me to do. Let's do Baba real quick. I got you, brother. I'm not trying to not do him for you. Oh, shit. Baba, baby. That's crazy. I was reading all those news stories about Matter of fact, Spock Gamma had a video. I forget his name, but they just put out a video recently where the guy was like, my only exposure to equities was emerging markets in China. And he's like, I sold. He had like just sold. Whatever Spock Gamma's last video, if you watch the whole entire thing, the guy fucking sold. It's fucking hilarious. Smart guy too. So let's see what Bob was doing. Yeah, look at that fucking giant gap on Baba. Sitting on the cusp. There ain't shit down there either, is there? Look at that. Yeah, fill that gap down below.
The U.S. House has votes to revoke normal trade status with Russia. So the House vote on trade relations with Russia is ongoing, but the U.S. House does have the votes to revoke normal trade status with Russia.
Let's look at it over time here. Mixed bag right now. Looks like you got support down at 95.32. Seems reasonable. If I had to guess on Baba, I would say consolidation. If I had to guess consolidation and then a move higher. Let me bring it up on a chart real quick. Yeah, I'm not seeing I'm seeing some sellers here. You got 40,000 sellers to 36 or 361 to 404. Or 414 sellers. Let me bring up a chart. Hold on here. Okay, so Baba. Here is Baba. There's one good thing to say about, the one scary thing about Baba is, right, this is that same classic, let's look at Baba. Man, it looks like it's already done its thing. Baba got fucked up, man. Look at that shit. Look at that. Just savage. Just straight savage. God. A larger time frame? Oof. Okay, so Baba. The one good thing you want to look at is, I want you guys to look at is, do you see this right here? This is nice volume down here, okay? So they bought the dip on BABA. What does that mean for BABA? Typically, it means the banks are in here, right? You had capitulation, and the banks bought this. You didn't buy. I mean, you might have bought this, but generally speaking, the banks bought this right here.
White House Press Secretary Psaki says the US and China economic relationship is to be part of the call.
So they're going to get out whenever they feel like it. And you saw some sellers, and you're like, why are there sellers? And it's because they were trapped above here. And they just want out. They're just like, fuck it. I've been fucking a bag holder for so long. I don't trust any of this bullshit here. And then the other thing that you hear is you hear them saying that like China, we just heard a bunch of negative China news. But I'm going to be truthful and honest with you guys. I think China likes Russia where it's at. And the U.S. also wants cheap goods from China. And they'll use anything for a fucking excuse to get it as cheap as they possibly can get it, Americans, especially American banks. So this doesn't surprise me here, this capitulation move. And it also doesn't surprise me that they bought it. And it also doesn't surprise me that behind the scenes, the U.S. needs cheap goods from China. And China wants to give those cheap goods, believe it or not. They're going to look like they're partnered with Russia, but they probably aren't. And the U.S. needs China as a partner. So you got a rejection here. So all you're looking for is, if you're trading this, what you're looking for is this. You're looking for, like you're going to short this, you're going to buy this, you're going to short this, and you're going to buy this, right, until it moves higher, right? Don't fucking diddle in the middle on BABA here. So the point that I would make to you would be, set some alerts down below. You're looking for a capitulation move at some point. Doesn't matter if it takes a week, 2 weeks, or whatever. Any kind of capitulation move. I think it's going higher, believe it or not. And I might not be shorting this stuff here. Maybe for
This
a day
stream
trade.
is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows
God
you to
damn it,
actually
I gotta get
hear
rid of
order
this.
flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
I'm not
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
I'm not making any money off this guy talking, by the way. I'm going to dump this fucking thing at the end of today and move on to something else. So the key, though, is this. Is you made it here. I guess you could trade this again. You can see on the BABA chart that there's still some sellers here, right? You can see that they're above here. Sellers at
Geopolitics is, hearing from
105.
the state news agency that an Iraqi official says that 4 rockets fell in open areas around Iraq's Balad air base, leaving no damage.
And then 110, you've got more resistance above here. That makes sense. The reason why I'm saying that is because what you're looking for is you want this consolidation for the next leg up. You want that power behind the move. You don't necessarily need to be falling on swords for that. And you don't have to, it's not like you're going to miss it either. Unless you're in spreads. If you're in spreads, you're probably fine. You can see it right here, right? So you've got resistance here. Bang, bang, bang. Maybe there's that one more move. We already had that move, though, down here, which is kind of nice to see. Yeah, you can take a spread here for a trade
White House
higher.
Press
You might not
Secretary
need to wait
Psaki
for
says that
this.
Too many oil and gas firms are increasing stock buybacks instead of increasing output.
But what I would do is this. Set an alert right here. Every time it comes back down here to this line right here, my little hand is, anytime it comes back down here, you just accumulate. Whether it's now, whether it's in a week, whether it's a month, and you just keep buying every time it comes back down again. And hold. I think Baba's going up. You guys want a price target on Baba? Pretty fucking big. It's fucking giant. I mean, you got this one right here. You could just do, a measured move here. And I can't do it on this charting
So
software.
the heads of the IMF, World Bank, EBRD, and other institutions say that global economy will feel the effects of the Ukraine war through slower growth, trade disruptions, and higher prices.
Next price target on Baba, 126.67, maybe slightly lower. And then slightly higher from here, 143. I like Baba. It's falling a little bit right now, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean shit. Set an alert. Keep setting alerts. Every time I do one of these charts for you guys, create your own chart on your own, right? Set alerts on all these charts. Every time I do one of these, next few weeks, I'm going to do these every single day. And you guys are going to make your own charts, set alerts. Even if it doesn't hit, you're just going to keep it in the background because you'll get a text message saying one day, oh, yeah, Cap told me to set an alert at 91.79, and all of a sudden we hit it. You're going to look to see at that point if it's market-generated news. Is it news in the headline news? Is it just the market being weak that day that you can get into your favorite ticker? Does it mean that they're actually have some bad, if it's just resuming its trade down? But set these on every ticker that we do. Hey, Carl, thanks for bringing up the SpyX dividend tomorrow, bro. Yeah, so I have what I did was this. What I did was I signed up for, or I have Trade the News. Matter of fact, I still have fucking Trade the News, believe it or not. I still have it. But I canceled it, and I got a pissing contest with them and canceled it. And then I bought some other fucking news service, and they didn't turn on this morning. And so then I went and fucking broke down and bought Benzinga this morning, and then I canceled it because I fucking hate Benzinga too. And I think this is someone recommended Financial Juice, so I think this is Financial Juice. So I paid for them this morning, and I'm not happy with it at all. So someone recommended it on Twitter. So I'm going to fucking cancel this one end of the day and move on to the next one. Let's look at SPY again real quick. See if we can get this move up higher on SPY into the close. We bring up the SPY here. We'll probably leave it a little bit closer to there. And then see if we can actually trade this up. Get some nice little consolidation here. I can tell just from the premiums that the calls are losing value. They're taking profit. That bulls are taking profit here on their trade, which they should. And the last move that bulls are waiting for is if we do the creepy crawler to the top or if we sell off into the bell here. Looks like bulls are extending their call buying into the 18th and 25th. That's good to see. More call buying on the SPY into the close. Lots of bulls betting on this trade higher into the bell. So we'll see if they get their price target above. We'll look higher here and see if they can push it up higher. Look at that nice new tag coming above, 447 and 450. Yeah, we're getting rid of this one at the end of the day. No, I think I had Newswire. A long time ago. Maybe I'll try Newswire. I haven't had them in a while. So, if you guys, what's your favorite? You guys tell me what you think your favorite. You guys tell me what you think your favorite. I gotta do something here.
Looking now to the early market on close imbalance, it is sitting at 1.4 billion to the sell side.
Let me know if well, I gotta do something real quick, you guys. I gotta do a switch real quick. Just give me a second. Give me just a second here. Just a second here. Properties. I gotta take the monitor output. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. I think that'll work. I'm getting a feedback echo from the desktop audio source. I don't know how much you guys know about video production, but I'm getting a feedback loop echo inside my headphones, and I'm trying to turn it off right now. Just give me a second. Because I just put that source into the mixer, and I didn't fuck with the monitor on it. So there we go. We're back again. So much new stuff. There goes that price target above, right? See it right there, 44.47. More buyers than sellers, even though we've got a sell side imbalance. Not always true. Hero indicator is very positive heading into this bell. VIX is settling up a little bit. And also the 440s went down to $1.13 at one point. Now they're up to $1.41. There was a nice little buy in there for a quick play. Let me move you guys over here so I can read what you guys are saying.
So confirm now as the US House votes to revoke normal trade status with Russia.
I love Trade the News. Yeah, I like Trade the News. I got into a fight. I don't know who I got into a fight with. It was someone in their back office. In a fight with someone in their back office, and I got stinky about it. And I was like, yeah, you know what? Fuck you then. I'm fucking quitting. Then it became a big email flaming war. Maybe I'll ask for a supervisor or something and talk to them. So I'll, just so you guys know, like, I don't have any commercials on my streams. I don't sell ads on YouTube. I can, I just don't. I don't do any of that kind of stuff. Just a second here.
White House Press Secretary Starkey says that we have seen no evidence that Russia is de-escalating in Ukraine. So this is a repeated sentiment just from yesterday as well.
Yeah, I've used Trade the News on and off over the years. They're not as good as they used to be. So I've used Trade the News for at least 4 years, I think. They're very pricey. They're not cheap. They are very expensive. But they also, the other thing too is I could just read the fucking news to you as it pops up, or I could put. You know what I can do? So I can get. I can make a bot that would an AI that would just read the news as it comes in to Trade the News. It would take some work for me to design one, but there are options on the table. I just give me like the night to, when I get done with this, I'll do some more work on. The problem is that if I do it outside of trading hours, you don't really get the full picture. News squawks used to be better than they are right now. Maybe that helps. News squawks used to be baller. They've come out of favor with traders. Traders are relying oftentimes on social media for their information. Even Walter Bloomberg doesn't get it before you get it on Trade the News. So like that Newswire subscription. We are trading higher right now in the SPY. SPY is looking to make that move. We'll see if it's just to trap bulls here. I think that it is. To trap bulls, but we could see if we can trade higher into the close. It is now 3:35 with a half an hour left. I'm too busy. Yeah, I've got kids. I got a wife.
Seen
And
from
I'm
sources, the UK freshens up
trying
their
to-
plan to potentially suspend the Northern Ireland EU deal. UK's Foreign Minister Truss gave Brexit orders due to the frustrations over the EU talks.
You got a lot of shit going on. But then I'm trying to deal with this the hardware side of the stream to get it up and running for you guys as it grows, like as I'm adding shit to this stream. It's just growing pains. We've only been doing this for a couple months now, I think, right? Like 2-3 months or something. It's just growing pains. And frustration too, trust me. And of course hardware begets hardware. I'm learning that when you upgrade your hardware on one side of something, you have to upgrade everything. It's not like you can just upgrade one fucking thing. You have to upgrade everything. It's like, oh, you did this, now you got to do that. You got to do this, now you got to do that. Now you're doing this, so you got to do that. Oh yeah, you guys wanna me to tell you what I think's gonna happen tomorrow? Yeah, I don't have hunches. I can tell you every day. You guys know I trade the close all the time, everyone here knows that I trade closes all the time. I'll show you what my hunches are for today and tomorrow. Okay. So here we go. I'll mute this one right here. I'm gonna come over to this chart right here. I'm gonna show you exactly what I think is gonna happen. Show you guys exactly what I think is going to happen. So today, wait a minute, give me a second here. So today we've got some problems. Well, not problems, but what we've got is we've got a ton of calls up here, okay? And unless you saw call expansion today higher, like 450, right? Farther dated out, which we didn't see a ton of that. We saw some, but not a lot of it. More of it's in the money. I don't think you're going to see a trade higher. It says 451. We have OPEX tomorrow, or not OPEX. Yeah, we've got quad witching tomorrow and into Monday. My thought would be we'd trade down in this area next 2 days in here, between here and Monday. But this is where they want it. Somewhere between 425, maybe 435, somewhere in here. Into Monday. How we get there, you could see us trade up. The one issue with the overnight is you could see, if you're a futures trader, you'd have to, because you could see something like this. You could even see something where we tag it up in there, but then we start to trade it down. You could see something like that, and you kind of get fucked if you're holding calls into the close. We could just see the rollover as well. Hold on here. I could just see the rollover as well into this area. Could see the squeeze higher to get that price that we're looking for. The problem with doing it in here in this overnight is if you're not hedged, it could end up rolling back down. Where do they want this stuff to print for OPEX? And then what's going to happen to OPEX? My thought process is that we roll here into Monday, and the next leg up is somewhere over here, or we trade sideways. We fuck around in here, take everybody's money, and then we make the move higher. So we could do, some kind of nonsense like this at some point, and then it becomes just a shit show from here into Monday. Could even trade as low in there, and then that next leg higher. Let's get rid of that. Now, I also think that we can dip lower. There, we trade in an area, right? We expect this in here, but then we end up like briefly going down low. This is my trade into Friday and Monday.
Again now to the early market on close imbalance, still sitting at 1.4 billion to the sell side.
This here, I do think this happens. Sorry, still think that this happens here. We roll this market over into Friday, possibly even into Monday. This is Friday, and this would be Monday, and then you'd buy your calls here. It's also possible that it could settle down in there, and sorry about that. We take the trade higher, something like that. And if vol kicks off, it would take a longer period of time to make this next move to 450. Could take some time for us to get there if vol gets crushed. Now, with that being said, we've got puts rolling off on Friday into Monday, which should crush vol. And unless they re-up puts for a lower leg down the road there, let's just see a waterfall cascade of actual hedging coming into the market here. You can see this after the 4 to 4:15 hour. So for today, what would be the recommendation for today? Look for, you're going to be looking, of course, looking for this move higher. It could happen now into the bell. We squeeze higher here, or it could happen from now into 4:15. And we squeeze higher. As a matter of fact, it's already happening right now. But we could see that squeeze, try to tag that upper range, squeeze the last of the shorts out. I doubt that we trade higher than this tomorrow. So either sideways and down into tomorrow, and Monday is my call for. If you're in calls, I think you take profit before the bell today, one way or another. You take profit today. I would not hold calls into tomorrow. Hope that helps. I would be trading flat today if I was a bull, and if I was a bear, I would be putting some shit on into this bell, without a doubt. There goes the creepy crawly, moving up to 440.13. You'll see the last of the shorts come off between here, and the upper bound is 443.31. Hopefully the bulls can get up there and make a quick trade, make some fast cash. We did see 440s trade all the way down to $1 and change, like $1.13. Now up to $1.84 on 440Cs. They are in the money. And let's look at calls for tomorrow. I'm not seeing any big call structure around 450s. So 450s are at 7 cents for tomorrow. There's no option interest there. Let's look at Mondays on the 21st. And so for Monday for 450, I see 29 cents. I don't see any options interest on Monday for 450s. Let's look for the 23rd. And 450s have 68 cents. Not that big either. And for the 25th, I'm seeing some, no calls there either. They're $1.21 for 450. No one's seeing that either. 28th of March. They're $1.61.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
This shit is driving me nuts.
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Turn that shit down. March 30th. Yeah, no one, not the market makers aren't pricing in a move to 450. We might move there, but they're not pricing it in. So we'll come back here. There's that 440 tick we talked about this morning. We had 440.23 or something. It's ticked at 430 or 440.30. Good to see you, Hacktron. Build PC from zero, learning all from YouTube about all components, AMD for CPU and GPU. Yeah, I've got AMD. And I've got a Red Devil. My CPU is AMD, and then I've got a Red Devil GPU. This shit's badass.
Early market on close imbalance unchanged from the prior reads at one spot, 4 billion to the sell side.
Nice pen strike, 440.33. See it right up here. Bam. Blammo. Gorgeous. And we'll switch back over to, let's see if we can get this up. Just chilling like a villain over here. Equal on buyers and sellers at this point. And the hero indicator is cooling off slightly. Still seeing the VIX kind of just chilling out, doing its thing. You know, we've got a lot of puts rolling off as we head into tomorrow. There is one positive that a lot of institutions were expected to hold their puts into the close of Friday and let them expire. And this looks like a lot of them are actually closing their puts. That is very bullish on the market in general. Even if we trade back, it is very bullish watching the squeeze higher. Now at 440.45 on SPY. We've got 14 minutes left until the bell. Still hearing about a sell side imbalance, but that's not showing itself on real buyers and sellers here. We're about even, slightly higher on buyers currently, now trading at 440.47. You guys think we can trade this up into the bell? I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, this is very bullish on the market when you trade higher at this 440.47. 440 is now trading up to $1.90. 440 C's $1.93. Beautiful, baby. Now 440.50. Hold on, I'm going to close out a trade here. I think it's hard to trade. I think it's going to be hard to trade the overnight unless you're trading. I think it's hard to trade the cash market here into the bell unless you can hedge the overnight. $11 minutes left until the bell. Rounding off at 440.58. See if it can do the creepy crawly into the close here. Price target, if it does the creepy crawly up the last few minutes or so, would be 443.34. Let me see. Has SPY bottomed from a long-term investor? In some ways it has, Jason. You have to be selective in what you're buying.
Just waiting on the final orders now ahead of the market on close.
Is sell side, buy side even relevant? Like someone buying calls, isn't it? I'm selling stock. There's different hedges. Sometimes it's calls. Sometimes it's stock, sometimes it's not stock. That's a long conversation, Josh. We should have this summer when it's slow. But yes and no.
Imbalance. It is settling at 3 billion to the sell side. That's the market on close imbalance, settling at 3 billion to sell.
The hedging of so like let's say I buy calls and they hedge against those calls. There are multiple ways they can hedge against those calls. Need to get a new pair of headphones. Yeah, you want to see above 440. For the close, you want to see above 440. It doesn't have to be there. You guys don't. You don't have to be there. Like the only thing you have to be at, what you really want to be at, is if you're a bull, is you want to be. You want to be above this right here. You want to be above 436. It is better to be above 440. The above 440 doesn't matter if you trade back. But you do want to see it. If you're a bull, you're like, hey, I want to see above 440. It's a big move. Like 440 has been brutal for bulls for a long time. It's been a point of contention for some time. So everything of a close down in here is going to be good for bulls. Either way, this is bullish. It's better above 440, of course, because if you anything you trade back or give back in here will probably still lead to this next leg up to 450. You don't want to see a close below this 435, 436 area at all. And you don't want to see bears take over as well and put us back into volatility. That would send us back down below that 436. You get the VIX still trading off, which raises a new question for you out there. We had this big conversation, right? That I don't expect VIX to be below 430 or 30, right? That's everybody's been talking about that for weeks and months. $30, $30, $30, $30, and now you see the VIX trading below at 25. So does the question become, like, if in 2020, 2021, you could pretty much guarantee that the VIX hit $12, $13, $15, you'd take the opposite side of the trade, right? And it looks like we're going from 30 down to $20. So that becomes the next question, right? Does the VIX now get the baseline of VIX get lowered down to 20 to take a short rather than 30? Big question mark on that question here in the market, right? So when you guys are looking to take short or long after this FOMC, at least for the time being, has the bottom lowered from 30 down to 20? We'll switch back over here to the VWAP is now higher at 437.30 or so. 437.30. Give me that creepy crawly into the close, baby. Squeeze it right to the top. Dump that shit, bears. Dump it. Give up the goods. We've got 5 minutes into the bell. Bulls are wondering if the bears are going to give it up this last few minutes into the bell or not. You get that little burst right into the last few minutes where you just go straight north, climb the wall into the bell. We'll see if we get it these last few minutes. It's not too rare of an occurrence, but when it happens, it's pretty fucking cool. You get the creepy crawly, goes right up the wall, zip, 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 zip. All those last shorts at the last minute are closed out, heading into Friday. We'll see if that takes place these last 5 minutes into the bell. Maybe we can slam it home in cash market. Bulls want to see it one way or another. That is the hope if you are a bull, that you want to see us just slam it up, squeeze every last short out of the market. We'll see if we can make that happen last 2 or 3 minutes here. Doesn't always happen. When it does, it's kind of neat to watch. Richard, we'll have to talk about. Josh, give me a second, bro. As soon as the market bell rings, I'll talk about it. Stock being sold, but it's bullish. No. So, all right. So, yes and no. All right. No, let me try to explain it simpler. Is the feed paused? Feed should be good. Feed should be good. You guys, this feed here? Oh, I pressed pay. Oh, my bad. My bad. Apologize for that. Give me that blast up to the top. Give it to me. We got 3 minutes left into the bell. Please like and subscribe these videos. I'm trying to build this thing so it gets back up and running here day in, day out. I will be back again tomorrow. Seems like I've got this thing kind of set to where it needs to be. What I need to be able to do is just come into the office, sit down, and trade with you guys every day. It's hard trying to get all this stuff set up, and then I'm not here, or I'm not able to trade as well. So I'm not an active day trader myself, and so just adding all this stuff up takes time and energy, of course. And then, of course, I'm here with you guys from open to close. I don't think I know anybody that trades live all day long out there on a live stream. So they're going to pin it into the bell here, huh? Nothing. Damn, that sucks. I wanted to see that last little ripper right into the face melter straight up to like 443. So my guess would be that we could get that in the overnight. You could get that rip to 443, 444, and then a slow rollover into tomorrow. Let me know in the chat what you guys think will happen in the overnight. I think you get that. I think you get a slow rollover into tomorrow. We could be green after the bell to like, let's say 443, 444, and then it starts to roll over once the open comes tomorrow. Start to settle down the market into Friday. No, it doesn't. There is no correlation. There is no correlation with oil in the market. There can be correlation at times, but if you look at oil over time, there is no correlation. It's hard to. It's cut. Of course, the bottom buying of oil ripped money out of equities into oil, but it's hard to correlate oil to our markets. Oh, here's the creepy crawly. Give me that creepy crawly to the bell, baby. You got 1 minute left. Give me that creepy crawly. Give me that last minute. Oh, yeah, baby. Give me that last minute. Push it, baby, up to the top. Give me that creepy crawly up to the bell. Give it to me. Give it to me all the way up. 440, 440, 61. Give me that creepy crawly on that bell. Give it to me. 440, 67, 440, 71. Almost there, baby. Give it to me right into the bell. Squeeze every last short out. 440, 72. There we go. Push it, baby, into that bell. 441.04. Woo! Woo! Maybe I saw you guys too. Yeah, yes, you're correct. There is rate of change that does affect the markets, but the correlation over time doesn't really matter as much. You will see, hard cash leave equities for commodities or for bonds, or just be straight cash. You will see that. I agree with that. But it's hard to correlate commodities with equity markets over time. Is my only point. Look at that, right in the bell, 441.15. Bammo, 440s just screamed into that bell too. 440Cs. All right, so let's talk about a few things on before we get off here. We're going to talk about a couple. I'm going to try to simplify this. It's hard to simplify too. because it gets more complex. It gets very complex. But yes, they can short. They can sell calls. They can sell calls to hedge. They can short the underlying. They can just sell equities too. They can buy equities to buy them back. To hedge the bet. So at the end of the day, right, all being equal, right, you have to be able to hedge against the bet that's made in case that bet prints, right? So you have to. Now, so let's say, I don't know, I'm getting tired right now to explain this, but to simplify it, I can't do it right now. I'm tired. I gotta be honest. But I have a way of simplifying this that I usually explain it. But they have to take basically you're making a gamble, right? Stock A is going to go from $1 to $10, and so if that stock is $1 and it goes to $10, I have to pay you $9 on that trade, right? So I have to cover that trade, and I have to make some. Well, there's like fees involved, but then I have to be able to pay you that $10. I have to take that trade with someone else on the opposite side of that trade. That's betting that the stock. I guess a dollar is not a good way to look at it. Like $10, your stock's $10, and you're like, I'm betting it's going to go to 20. And there's someone on the opposite, or hopefully there's someone on the opposite side of that trade that's saying, nope, I think it's going to $1, right? So you have to hedge the opposite side of that trade one way or hold on here. Don't bother now. Yeah, I'm too tired for this. My brain is fucking fried at this point. I'll explain it better. You know what I'll do? I'll explain it better tomorrow morning when I am wide awake. I've explained it here in the channel in the past. They do take the opposite side of the trade, but then there's another trade on the opposite of that trade as well. It's not just them hedging. It's other people that are betting against that trade that factor into it, and then making the money on the opposite side of that trade. So so we're going up now to 440, right? You don't have to hedge this trade anymore as the risk of us going down there comes off. So they start to de-hedge. The market makers start to de-hedge us going to 405, let's say, by March 18th. They do it actively in cash market. Sometimes they don't until futures as well. But there's other problems in this. An example would be that these hedges could be moved over to futures market and not cash market. So you might not see where that money went to for stuff that was in the money. We'll talk about this more in depth tomorrow. I should write all this out onto like a spreadsheet or something. Or not a spreadsheet, but a line by line explanation, because it is important. Puts for Friday ? It's tough I would say if I was a futures trader, I would be looking for us to trade to 443, 444 in the overnight and then short the fuck out of it. That's what I would say. Put spread would work wonders here too. But I am short. If any of you want to know, I am holding puts into Friday. You guys all have a wonderful evening. Thank you for showing up today. I'll be back again tomorrow with another live stream for you. I seem to have worked out most of the kinks on this end. If you are new here or just rejoining us, I do want you to know that we are now running another live stream within the Discord for each day for the options flow. We have another news service, but I'm not happy with it. So we'll see that again tomorrow. And I got to switch around some physical stuff for tomorrow. And I also have to add in a way to put links every day into the chat for invites to the Discord. For any of you out there that are mediator or I don't know, moderators or helping out within the stream and the Discord, I appreciate your patience with me and supporting the stream and staying with us inside the stream. I've had a lot of work to do outside of this stream, and then of course on the stream itself I've got a ton of work mechanical work, and of course frustration is mixed in there, and trying to trade. So I appreciate your patience right now as we move forward. And I will see you guys again tomorrow morning. I will address the hedging. It's weird because I used to have a really good way to describe it, a simple way to describe it so people can understand it to be able to basically understand the basics of it, the basic mechanics of it. But we do have some other problems with that currently in this market, where hedging can be placed elsewhere and you don't see it in cash market. So we'll expand upon this concept tomorrow, and I'll try to simplify it so that as you are trading the market, you can see the impacts. There's another part to this too. People always argue what about buyers and sellers, that I want to talk about as well, and I can't put it into words right now. But there's someone always on the opposite side of the trade, right? So you're like, well, what happens to the other side of that trade here? And that's where you need to see, like when I always talk about waterfall puts or calls, or the difference between puts and hedging, and the amplification impacts upon where if we go there or not. And then, of course, if it wears off. Expansion of calls. What is a call wall? What is a put wall? What is absolute gamma on the put and call side? So I need to write it all out so that I can maybe visualize it for you while I talk to you about it. Well, I'll draw it on a piece of paper for you and explain how you actually get to the price you want to be at, why there's a call wall, why there's a put wall, and what you need to actually get there. And it actually can be simplified down to a bag. Literally, just like how you hear people say there's a bag and there's a little bit more room in it. And when you do have that bag a little bit more room in it, you still need bag holders above that point to continue to buy those puts and those calls as we move forward. So, and there's sometimes this value in there. There's some arbitrage value in there as well that you'll find, but this conversation is complex and it can be simplified. I used to be able to simplify it quite easily. I think I'm just tired at this point. I've been up since like 3 or 4 o'clock. Matter of fact, I was up at 3 a.m. and trying to work out the last kinks and getting this fucking stream up and running for you guys out there, because it's been complicated as I've done these upgrades to bring you a smooth, seamless stream. So I will see you all tomorrow morning. I should be on no later than 9 a.m., but I hope to be on at least by 8:30 so we can do our same, because basically we have 2 shows, right? We've got the pre-market show, and that sets you up for the day so you know where we're going, what to anticipate if we move up or down, and then we also live stream the day trading throughout the day. So all you guys have a wonderful afternoon, and I'll see you. Yeah, I'll see all you guys tomorrow morning, and make sure you're tuning in the morning, even if you're just checking in throughout the day. Try to be here in the morning so that you can have a perspective from what we're talking about throughout the day. Oftentimes we get lots of questions, and if you'd just been here for that first half an hour or so, you've at least got a perspective of where we're coming from as we trade the market, because we give both the bull, bear, and theta sideways trade each day, and so that when you pop in and out of the live stream, you have a reference point as to where we're at and why we're there, and what our expectations are at that point forward. You guys all have a wonderful afternoon. I appreciate all of you being here. I want you to know that it blows my mind that you show up every day. Okay? So I'll check in with you guys again tomorrow morning. I look forward to seeing you out there on Twitter. I haven't done this in like a week and a half or something, 2 weeks. I'm fucking like, Jesus, this has worn me the fuck out. So let's check all you guys out tomorrow, and I look forward to trading with you again another day. You guys all rock. I'll see you guys all again tomorrow, and we'll trade this again tomorrow. See ya.